gonna be, commonly used.
It's a man trap, Hunter. Of course it's expensive. It's used against men. I'll see
Well, I
if
mean,
they've got anything
it's
similar.
literally a bear trap. It's just called a
I'm
man
being
trap.
a smart ass.
No, I know, Nathan.
No, I
I
know.
have known you long enough.
You don't know. Can we get a lamb?
Just like a live lamb.
Yeah, you never know when you're gonna need it.
As a
Or
mascot?
a goose. I mean, sure. It could make a good pillow.
Geese are mean. That could be like a defense animal.
I know, right?
Okay, I guess I should open some of the things.
I think I have everything I need.
Pamphleteer.
Rock. I don't remember what the drug was that we thought about using to. It was great.
Folkbane.
Folkbane, yeah.
Folkbane.
I guess Topher has how many of those?
I have
One
3
dose?
usages
Or
of it.
doses? Okay,
I have-
so I
3.
okay. I don't think we need to actually buy any of that then. An animal trap. There we go. 2 gold for a man trap would be.
Would-
We need
It would be cool to have
82
some blackroot.
more. My brain's in ridiculous number.
Black root.
His name is Nacho. Nacho, king of the
Oh my
smugglers.
gosh. Did you guys know that Zweihander RPG channel is live? That's so exciting. I wonder what they're playing.
What?
I do not consent.
We're actually not. Oh, we are broadcasting audio right now, but we're not doing video
Oh, okay.
yet.
I do not consent to audio, only video.
Oh,
Wait, are you just gonna pantomime?
You can see me, but you can't hear me.
I just
I
realized
mean-
I have the power to mute him.
Jesus.
Alright, let's
Rude.
post.
Yeah, if
I
we
don't
want
even know if
black
he can
root,
unmute himself. Can you unmute yourself, Topher, or no?
Am I muted right now?
No, you're
No.
not.
Oh.
I
I was gonna say, I don't see the mute icon over my name.
Oh wait, maybe just I can mute you to myself then.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
I thought
probably
I
it.
muted you to the
Yeah,
whole room.
mute is system mute, if you're doing it for
I
everybody.
can server
Server
mute
mute.
Topher. I have that power.
Right, I knew that you were an admin. That's why I was surprised that it would let me do that.
Alright, let's post these links around and get yelled at.
Oh, black root is useless to us.
No,
Well,
because it's for mutants.
Okay, no, you're right. We deal with because I was thinking people have been talking about like drugging people at the castle, so that's why I was thinking it wouldn't be that
Mm.
useful.
No, I was thinking more like these tracks that we are going to find in the sewers at one point.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea. How do you even use that? You just like apply it to a weapon or something?
Yeah, there should be like an oil or a paste, and you put it on a weapon.
Okay.
Nice hair, by the way, Nikki.
Hmm?
I said
Nikki,
nice hair, by the way. It looks cool.
Oh, thank-
Pretty cool.
I don't know
Did-
why you can see it today and not the other day.
Yeah, because
I'll
that
be right
was
back.
there like the first episode, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really? It looks like bluer? It looks like you re-dyed it. Oh.
Maybe it's the
It looks
lighting.
darker. Oh, maybe the lighting's different.
I'm using the same lighting, unless the thing is just brighter over there. I don't know. What do I know? But yeah, I was sad because last time I couldn't see my hair color, and I'm like, I touched up my hair color specifically for this freaking stream, and nobody can tell the goddamn difference.
Well, now we can.
Well, it looks
All
good
is
now.
all is saved.
Did you find your weapon, Nikki?
The misericord.
Yes and no.
Very good.
I found it. I don't know how much damage it does.
It's 1d6.
Yeah, so everything
Plus
will
combat
roll.
bonus, I assume.
It's
unless
1d6
it's finesse.
plus. Yeah, no, it's a finesse, so it's 1d6 plus agility bonus. And are we using the other damage? The one
No,
in
we will
the-
use regular. We won't. We
Okay.
will use normal damage. We won't do the special damage
Okay.
rules.
So it's 1d6 plus agility bonus.
1d6 plus what bonus?
Agility.
Agility.
AB.
AB.
It's a
All right. I wish I could. I'm sure there is a way to do this, but I wish I knew how to preview. No, we're all good. Okay, we'll just leave it there. Okay, we are officially audio visual live. And we're streaming our own stream, so we need to make sure that we stop doing that.
Gross.
And we go over here.
Streamception.
Perfect. Okay. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna flip this airbed out of my frame, and then I'm good to go.
Excuse me?
What?
Did you call me something?
No,
Oh, I said something else, and I thought you were insulting me.
Are you pretending to be muted right now, Topher?
If you are okay.
I hate you, Matt.
I wasn't
in the
looking
background
right. I just like
and
turned and I looked. I'm like,
fine
he's
too.
not muted, so
Matt, you're supposed to play along. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
What?
Clever girl.
Wait, I can't hear that. For sure.
I'm not very on today. I'm a little tired. I got up real early.
Oh, this week has been.
I was waiting
nuts.
for Hunter to notice, and you ruined the whole thing.
I walked away. What was I
Yeah.
supposed to notice?
He always does that with jokes. Ruins them.
But what was I supposed to
My
notice?
life is a joke, and Topher ruined that.
Topher was pretending to be muted.
Oh, that's fun.
I was just talking on camera, like not actually talking.
Pretending
Yeah.
he was mouthing.
All right. Well, let.
I'm okay.
I've got my notes. I've got my PDF book. I've got. Do I have this? I've got a giant cup of tea. I'm ready to go.
Are you though? Are you though?
Absolutely.
I didn't find
Um,
caltrops or anything, but I did find command trap pricing and other stuff. So
Caltrop should be in there.
I mean, I don't see them. You can't search by caltrop. Pittons or spikes? That's what it would be. Right?
Yeah, that would be fine. It's effectively the same.
Well, I don't know what a pitton is. So.
Yeah, it's for like climbing a mountain. Like you pound it into the rock.
Oh.
But it's
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know what else there'd be then.
that's a good enough substitute. It's basically the same amount of metal.
Okay.
All right.
So how's everyone's week been?
Very
dying.
tiring.
Wow, everybody's dead or tired. I had a great week.
I'm glad.
I took a nap today, so I'm not tired.
So did I.
I thought about doing that, but I was worried that I would oversleep.
I don't nap. My body refuses unless I lay there for 2 hours.
Oh, I did
I was-
lay there for 2 hours.
I used to have that problem for sure.
I was
That is
I was
fair.
working and I was like, oh, it's lunchtime. I'll just sleep for 90 minutes. It's fine.
You have a 90-minute lunch?
No, I have whatever I want.
Gross. Jealous.
I can't sleep more than 30 minutes for a nap. If I sleep more than 30 minutes, I go like very bad.
Yeah,
That's
it's
just
either
Like, yeah.
it's either I have to do the quick like 20-25 minute power
Yeah.
nap, or I have to do the full cycle of like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like shit when I wake up.
I can't fall
I-
asleep in 30 minutes unless I'm really, really tired.
I was gonna say,
But I've
30
been
woke
getting
up
like 4
grumpy.
hours of sleep at
Oh
night,
no,
so-
I can literally if I put my mind to it, I can literally hit the pillow and be out in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I can generally fall asleep anywhere at any time. But 30,
No, Hunter, that's called narcolepsy.
Well, that's
That's
Yeah,
different.
that's different. So yeah, does anybody need to add anything to our list of safety tools at all? Anything?
Potatoes.
Did
Cool.
you,
Potatoes.
did you have a traumatic experience with potatoes this
Yeah.
week?
They're dangerous.
Traumatic
Stick 'em in
potato
the
experience.
tailpipe.
Uh-oh. Your tailpipe or your car's tailpipe?
Whoa,
Stick 'em in the
whoa,
tailpipe.
whoa.
I never
I'm gonna
said
have-
what kind of tailpipe. I just said a tailpipe.
No, I
I'm gonna have
asked.
to add-
Your tailpipe, for all you know, Hunter.
I'm gonna have to add Nate's tailpipe to the list of things that we can't talk about.
That is honestly very fair.
Fair enough. With my gut issues, I don't blame you one bit.
All right then. Well, we are good to go, as
Are
far
we
as
good?
I can tell.
Are we good to go? We might
As-
be bad to go.
As good as we're gonna get, I suppose. So last we had left off, I believe all preparations had been completed in terms of getting things ready for the big day of the heist. And
As far as we know.
yeah. So I had been prepared to soldier forward an hour more, not realizing that we usually stop at 1 and not 2.
Yeah.
And so
Now
here we
have
are.
to try and fit everything into this last session. It'll be a Christmas miracle if we pull this off.
Oh, we're gonna do it.
Have you seen
I
this
Better get
play,
started.
Hunter?
I truly
And I don't
believe.
I can't say much for like Mickey and Nacho, but the rest of us, we're really good at dragging things out.
Which is fair.
No, I will totally just RP flirt with the waitress for,
For-
like 2 hours.
yeah, 2 hours.
Exactly. So you'll fit right in with us.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
'cause, like,
it's
there's
fun
gonna be an
screwing around.
RP stage to this, and then I'm assuming that we go into like some combat at some
think-
point.
I mean, there's exploration mixed with a little bit of RP and then traps and combat.
Wait, you think there's combat in this game?
Yeah, you guys are like assuming a lot here.
Yeah, I guess.
You're
there's
right.
a lot
I'm
to
sorry.
it.
I
What?
guess
There
we're
is
probably just
combat?
gonna
No.
die.
This is a
In
dating
one of our-
simulator.
There's combat.
In one of our shows, it was like, hey, we have like this end of the world thing happening, but hey, you want ice cream? I'm really digging some ice cream
Yeah.
right now.
Really feeling some strawberry ice cream right
Wow,
now.
were you guys playing Skyrim?
For those that haven't been here before, welcome to episode 3 of the Scarlet Sash Interlude.
Yeah.
Don't listen to him.
I titled it the finale, but I'm now questioning my judgment there.
I'm the GM Hunter.
I've been threatened by basically everybody here to not
Over here
assume.
to the right of me. That's,
I would never
that's
threaten
Matt.
anybody.
No, you're not GM Hunter. I'm GM Hunter.
On Matt's
But I
screen,
wanna
he's
be
pointing
GM
to
Hunter.
the edge of the Twitch stream where no one is over there.
Um,
On the Twitch
yeah.
stream.
So we are on episode 3 of the Scarlet Sash Interlude. Big Heist, Big City. My name is Hunter Nedland. I am your humble, always humble, game master. And I am
Always.
joined today by some wonderful people. And we'll start. So you'll if you're watching the stream, this will be easy. We'll start from the top and then go down and across. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
So I should start.
Um,
It's me,
Oh,
right?
so we had a question real quick. We are playing Zweihander RPG, which is similar to the 5th edition of the largest RPG in the world. But instead of being D20 based, it is based on D100. And so we're going to be rolling 100-sided, well, 2 10-sided dice to form a number, and we want to roll beneath a certain threshold to succeed.
It's similar in the aspect that it's fantasy. That's literally it. Don't
Yeah,
lie.
yeah. It's a role-playing
Completely.
game. It's fantasy. There's like orcs and elves and magic and stuff.
And your characters can be completely random.
What is a
Yeah.
RPG?
What is what?
An
What is an
RPG,
RPG?
Nacho,
What
is
is
a
an RPG?
role-playing game.
Exactly. Yes.
Or rocket-propelled grenade.
Yes.
Also,
Either or. But yeah. So
God.
starting from the top, who do we have playing today?
I'm
I'm not
speaking.
looking at the Twitch stream, so I don't know.
You'll
Yeah,
be
I'm
last,
looking.
Matt.
Yep.
Okay.
You'll be after
I'm
Topher.
I'm first.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Ignacio. I'm playing Arnold. He's a smuggler. He gathered this group of motel crew to enter this gala to steal an artifact for a group of Strags. Those Strags are like ratmen that live in the sewers in different clans. So we are stealing that for them for a hefty price of 1,000 gold crowns. That's a lot of money in this world.
Yes.
So next is Nikki.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm the creator of Beholder to No One, a D&D TTRPG podcast that is part of Geekspective Network. We have 3 shows on there, all inclusive, all queer friendly, and we also have 2 new podcasts starting, Dice Before Dawn and Sound Control RPG, hopefully within the next 6 months. I'm playing Arissa, who is definitely not a guard.
No.
Definitely not. But if she were a guard, then she has a perfectly fitted guard uniform that just fit this role that we're playing today.
Yeah.
And she is a gnome that does not fit the guard role whatsoever, honestly.
Right.
I'm Nate. The only place you might know me from is our actual Scarlet Sash game where I play Celine Herzog the Unpredictable. In this game, I get to play Morg of the Coal Savagery. He's a big old ogre boy who towers over like everyone in the party. And
By a lot.
basically, yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
He's a jailer who's real good at his job, but a real swell guy otherwise. Just don't, do bad things and he won't have to torture you horribly. And so
Yeah.
I get to be the muscle and interrogator and fun things like that.
In terms of physicality, you probably couldn't have rolled a character more different than Celine in the mainline
I
story.
know, it works out great. I love both of them for different reasons.
And now Topher.
Hey guys, I'm Topher. I play the Sash Bearer's main story with a couple of these guys, and while a few of our cast are on vacation, I've been participating in this Interlude, which is a prequel in the same universe. I usually play Hart in the main story, who is a dwarven sellsword, beefy boy with a 2-hand sword. In our Interlude, I'm actually playing a wiry old beggar that lives on the streets. He knows a couple of these guys in the city that he lives in, and he's not here to help anybody else. He's here to help himself to some of that huge gold pot that we were promised.
And I am Matt. You may occasionally know me as Madigan if you're here from For the Sake of Gaming, Shane streams. You may sometimes hear me or see me on
Yeah.
there from time to time. I play Tenon Mossii. I'm a pamphleteer, and I'm trying to start revolutionary thinking in my city, trying to get people to sort of rise up against the aristocracy. Unfortunately, it's sort of just devolved into like fanboyism and like general like cosplay,
Yeah.
nonsense. It
You
hasn't
write a
really-
comic strip, right?
It hasn't. Well, yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
I do have Penny-
political
I have
cartoon.
Penny- I have
I
Penny
just like the
Dreadfuls.
comic.
Yeah, exactly. They only like my Penny Dreadfuls. The Antichris series, which are about, anti-heroes who fight the aristocracy.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Captain Smash'ems, he's the
Tenon-
best.
Tenon is just a yeah, exactly. He's a little bit,
Bitter.
he's just a little bit begrudging of that role. He wants it to take on maybe a more serious. Anyway,
Yeah. Actionable
That's me.
change
Tenon.
versus
Yeah.
yeah. So we are here for the 3rd episode, possibly the last. I suppose it's possible that it's also not the last and we'll have another one. But this is the finale of the heist. They have been preparing and assembling and purchasing, and the team, as far as I can tell, is pretty ready to take on the gala at Multitine Castle, of which we have the map here in the center of the screen.
We just
and infiltrate the gala, get beneath the castle, and access here where it says entrance to Mage Place right here on the map. This is where they're trying to get to.
Very descriptive.
Whack.
And yeah, so the Mage Place is where the artifact is being held, and their job is to steal the artifact and take it to a drop point and then get paid.
The artifact of unknown power.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's been some swirlings and rumors, and the gang has learned a little bit from a few strange characters about what exactly is going on beneath Multitine Castle. And maybe some of them are feeling a little squeamish about it. But it seems like, their commitment to their crime boss, Mr. Moon, the amount of money involved, seems to have, as far as I could tell, sway everybody towards sticking to the plan. Unless something goes horribly sideways.
Arissa's just like, it's okay. It's just for the money. Just for the money. It's one time. Then you can walk away from this.
More money than any of us will see in our lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never have to hear another person tortured. It's fine. It's fine.
Depends on if you consider ratmen to be people. I suppose that's
Exactly.
if
That's what I
Arissa.
was thinking.
Tenon
People,
definitely has a little bit
general.
of trepidation, for sure.
It's a common stereotype. Morg probably follows that less than most, just because he's probably seen as more monstrous than most.
I guess
So-
I would think that as a guard she would know who those are, like the types of people, and there's the rat.
Yeah, the Skurzak.
Yeah, I'm sure the guards have
You
had
would have
dealings with
definitely
them.
heard, yeah, but you never would have met one before.
Okay. She was probably more curious than anything about them, and so she was probably told like, oh, make sure they leave the town. It's like, okay, I'll be really nice to them and just make sure that they're happy
Yeah.
and leave.
Yep.
She's not a great guard either.
Just
not
really
great
not
at
cut out
thievery.
for it.
Could you
No.
please not fight?
Yep.
Can you just not? Can we
Just
not?
disperse.
Can you tell me all
So
your town now?
starting with Tenon, run us by your tentative plan for entering the gala.
Do we
Okay.
need to add
Your
up
individual. Yes,
equipment
Nate. If you want
prices?
to,
Starting with
whatnot.
me.
if you
I
want to
don't know
start,
everybody's weapons.
yeah, if people
Why?
want to
My
post
notes.
in the
Oh, there.
chat,
Weapons and armor, like I
yeah,
can add it all up because I've added in anything else, and I can kind of use whatever we have left to buy excessive man traps and whatnot.
yeah,
So
and we
just
can, if you
type.
put it in the Roll20 chat, we can start making a list, and Nate can get a total tally.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
So Tenon, what is your plan for entering the gala?
Okay, so Phineas Pennybottom, my alter ego,
Yeah.
and his I
Valet?
guess, what is the
Assistant?
word? My valet, yeah, my porter, whatever. Parseth Nibber here will be entering the gala via red carpet, as I guess delegates.
Yeah,
From-
you have invitations.
Yeah, exactly. We have
That I
invitations
stole.
to the-
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, we're just gonna walk right in the front door like we own the place,
Sure.
and do a little schmoozing with some of the locals, and hopefully I might be able to make some good rolls and price some information without giving myself away.
That would be ideal. That second part.
That is the hope.
I forgot your real name. Nibis?
Nibis?
Nibis.
Yes.
You are also attending as a guest in.
Yeah,
in
so
this-
I'll be
the alter ego.
assuming the alter ego of Farsis Nibber, Tenon's assistant, valet, whatever you'd like to call it.
Who physically is incapable of assisting me?
I
if
am-
actually needed
I have a character trait that makes me physically unable to assist anyone, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna play that up real well.
I can't see that going wrong.
So Nate is currently doing some math stuff. So Arnulf, how are you planning to enter the gala?
I was going to enter with Morg. We were going to work the kitchen or something.
Yeah, so you
We're
have
going
a
as help.
yeah. Mr. Moon provided a contact for you guys, the butler who works inside Multi-Tine Castle, who was able to basically secure some uniforms and fake verification for you guys to enter as part of the catering staff that will be taking care of the gala in Multi-Tine Castle. And so you two will also be responsible for shuttling the big crate of gear for the whole group into the the kitchen area, or like the storage beneath the kitchen of the castle. And so you two plus your butler friend will be on this inside area right here, working the kitchens and securing the gear for everybody. And finally, Arissa, how are you planning to enter the gala?
So the plan to them is that I'm pretending to be a guard and I snuck myself on the roster. What actually happened is I pretty please begged my mom and got on the roster because technically I was working that night anyway.
Yep.
And it's an opportunity for me to get a promotion if I show how good I am at guarding.
And your mother, who is a precinct leader of the guards in a separate district of the city, was very proud of you for showing initiative
So proud.
in the family profession.
It took
No,
a lot
she's
for
not-
Alyssa not to
She's not a
disappoint.
guard.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just love
She's-
that your first act of teenage rebellion is to pull off a major heist.
I'm an adult.
Well, okay, yeah.
Adult
Either way,
rebellion.
your first act of rebellion.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, she never snuck out. She was a goody goody.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have two people in the gala acting as guests and dignified members of the aristocracy, schmoozing it up in this gala area as fancy food from every corner of the continent is served. We will have two people in the back with the common folk, working the kitchens, doing wait stuff, making sure that the gala goes off smoothly, and then we will have one guard who is playing a role she's seemingly very familiar with, as a member of the protection detail of this Grand Wizard's Gala at Multi-Tine Castle to celebrate the completion of the Difference Engine project, and signify its handing off from the college mages of Voshek Tadberg to the government mages of Voshek Tadberg, which is a big deal in the hoity-toity, rich aristocrat mage world. But to basically everybody in the outside world means literally nothing. Nobody understands what's going on or why this is so important. And so let's begin. Are we good to go, Nate? I haven't actually been reading the chat. I should look.
I have no idea what Matt is gonna have because he hasn't said anything.
Oh, yeah. Did you have anything particular that you wanted to purchase, Matt? Was there like a weapon or...
So I mean, I'm looking over the weapons, and I don't really have any, I guess, disabilities or anything that prevent me from using like a two-handed weapon, but I'm not sure. I mean, are there extra checks in place for
You would have-
two-handed things? Do I need to be a certain...
Nope. You would just need to
Brawn?
be proficient with it, either as a simple weapon, because I assume a pamphleteer doesn't have martial weapon proficiency, almost for sure.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so as long as it's simple,
I don't think I do.
really the only big consideration is determining what ability bonus you're adding to your damage. So pummeling adds brawn, finesse adds agility, most everything
Okay.
else adds combat bonus. And so whichever one of those is higher for your character, you would
Okay,
If-
what is crushing? Would crushing be brawn?
crushing is different somehow.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the Morgenstern, which is basically it's just a round-headed club with barbs and iron spikes.
Let me look at crushing. I actually don't remember that quality off the top of my head.
Which one?
Crushing?
Crushing is no, because you have bladed and you have crushing weapons. It's not a quality.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, that is more of a damage type instead of a quality.
Oh, it's just the damage type. Okay.
Yeah. So the qualities are listed before that.
So it just says adaptable, powerful, and vicious.
Yeah, so those are all really good. Is that a simple?
Vicious gives you an extra dice to roll
Oh,
on
would this not be
injuries,
a simple
powerful
weapon? I
pushes.
don't-
Yeah. That is a martial melee weapon, so you wouldn't be
Oh, okay, my
proficient with
bad.
that, unfortunately. But something similar would be like a splitting maul or a like a threshing flail. Staff is adaptable, defensive, and pummeling. What are your ability bonuses? Because we could min max a little bit if you wanted to.
It's probably good to think about that, I suppose. So I mean, my biggest bonus is probably going to be my biggest bonus is fellowship, but that's not going to
Yeah,
apply.
unfortunately there are no fellowship weapons.
Willpower and intelligence and perception are all 5, and then brawn and agility are both 4. So
What about
really 6
combat?
of the one, half dozen of the other. Is a 3.
Okay.
I have a -1 on here. Why?
Because your
Where is that
your
coming
race provides a
Oh,
-1.
it is because I'm tiny. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would
Okay.
want something that is either pummeling or finesse. Which a lot of these
Right.
are. Like
So just a weapon.
yeah, so like a
I
dirk.
getcha.
A dirk is a wonderful finesse weapon. It's
Yeah,
very-
I had a dirk. I gave it to.
Oh yeah, you gave it
Nibis.
to Nibis.
I could always get another one.
Yeah, I mean they literally cost like 5 silver.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty basic. I mean, is there anything that might be a little bit better than that, or is it kind of all the same?
A rapier
'Cause
is
I know it's
similar.
more based on me, right?
Yeah. Basically, it's
Yeah.
it's more so if you want to be using agility or brawn, and it's all thematic at this point because they're the same number.
Right. I mean, my base skill for brawn is much higher.
So
My
you'll always
agility
you'll
is
always
actually
be
my lowest base skill.
you'll always
You're
be
only
rolling
applying the
combat.
bonus, right?
You always be rolling combat to attack, but the damage will be modified by the different
Right.
ability bonus.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bonus only. I got you. Well, I guess the agility doesn't have a -1, so yeah, I
Sure.
will go with finesse. I'll take a rapier.
Perfect. And that costs for Nathan. That costs 5 gold.
Okay.
And I will add that to my character sheet.
Do you also want quilted armor?
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have it, right?
I would say yes.
So,
If we
It
have
just
the
depends
cap,
on your encumbrance in the end for that. Like for Morg, like
I'm
if
not going to
he's
be
not-
carrying that much stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I don't
because
think.
like the only difference between kilted and hide is 1 encumbrance. For Morg, that is literally nothing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, quilted would be fine. You do want to wear armor because if you take damage while not wearing armor, you start to bleed. And bleeding is very bad in Zweihander.
Yeah.
alright, so quilted. You got that.
Sweet.
The only thing is, I don't know how much black root doses we want.
So are we trying to dose like an entire like punch bowl type situation,
mean,
or is it like a
technically-
cask? I
You
guess
would
we
wanna
don't
attack
really
as many
have that
people as
information
possible,
yet.
wouldn't you?
The
Yeah, I would
black
think
root won't
so.
be for that. The black root only affects mutants. The
Sure.
stuff
Oh.
that
That's for
the
the
other
fight
two
on the way
have.
out. Oh,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And depending on how Hunter wants to do it, like one dose only has like minor effect, and I assume that's for like one person. So I don't know how he'd want to go about that with spiking something. So
I think that's more like a drink of a poisoned drink is one dose, and then the more you drink it, the more you dose yourself. Because otherwise, like you said, it would be very ineffective if you had to like literally fill a cup with poison and have them drink all of it.
I mean, you could just
I
lace.
just mean for the case of like if it's gonna be really diluted, like if
Oh,
small
yeah.
doses aren't gonna do much.
You could technically
So-
lace the glasses.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the glasses, or
I mean,
you could,
yeah,
or
we
you
do
could-
have people in the kitchen.
yeah, or you could like if you wanted to put it in the punch, I would say like 10 doses of Folk Bane is enough to poison a bowl of punch or whatever, and then as it spreads among people, you'd have a greater effect than just if you poison 10 individual people.
Well, they've already got 6 between the two of them, so 4 more would be 12 gold if we wanted to dose the punch bowl.
I think it'll be useful because it would get like the most distraction, biggest amount of people affected.
Okay. That puts us at 68. So we'll do that. I don't know how much black root we want. That is still a thing. Because Morg's not going to use it.
Yeah, because Blackroot is for specifically fighting mutants, and that would be for Skurzak if you are anticipating a Skurzak conflict.
Yeah, I'm anticipating a
Yeah.
Scar conflict. Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. So
Does it hurt them or just put them to sleep or something?
It has
So
different
yeah,
effects,
one
Different
dose.
depending
effects.
on how much they've been dosed.
Yeah, one dose slows them down. The second dose confuses them, and then the third dose basically knocks them out. And again, that would be like if you poisoned a weapon and you hit them 3 times, you would get the full effect.
do we need some laudanum or smelling salts or
I still need a number on the dosage for black root.
I don't know, 3?
3? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
42. I'm bad. No, I don't give them. I'm just gonna give you random large.
How much extra money did we get, Hunter?
You got
when we did
50.
That guy was a 50.
As a bonus.
We have 150.
Oh, I might
total.
get heavier armor then, depending on where we're at.
Yeah, I was gonna say, go ahead and give me the leather then, because I'm not hurting on encumbrance either.
We'll see where it's at after we get some of this other stuff.
Yeah, because
so-
leather is very expensive.
It's 8 gold more than the quilted.
Yeah.
Isn't it 9? I thought quilted was 11 gold.
Quilted is 11.
Is that per
And-
piece though?
Yeah, it's 9 more. It's 20.
It's a
for
whole
leather.
suit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They
And
don't-
I am currently on like the cheapest set of armor right now, so.
yeah.
So
I
9,
mean,
so that's
really,
7.
Morga's our biggest boy. We should just armor him all the way.
Get him some like plate mail.
Yeah,
Just hide behind him. Everybody
Why
ride on his
not?
back.
yeah.
I mean,
So
the
I've got
3 of
armor and
you,
traps.
everybody but Arnulf is small enough to literally just like attach a rope to Morg's
See,
back
what
and
we're
ride
gonna do
along.
is we'll just build a platform on his shoulders that we all stand on, and we'll just have
Like a war
crossbows or
elephant. Yeah,
something.
exactly.
Yeah, and we'll just ride him into battle.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Why not?
I can have a fire harness spear and get in his
Why
back
can't
and
we do
then
that?
Yeah, you can just
pierce people from behind.
poke down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, we have spent 85 gold so far with the rope, some caltrops, Blackroot, Volksbane, 3-man traps, Topher's bottle bombs and smoke bombs, everybody's weapons,
And
armor.
Mr. Moon will say that you will need to reserve some gold for the disguiser to dress up Tenon
Oh, true.
and Nibis.
Okay.
And so that'll be just 5 gold to hire her.
I do
on.
have like some fine
Okay.
robes and things like that as well that I'm assuming would work.
Yeah, and you can bring your stuff when you meet her tomorrow morning.
Did you put a lamp or anything?
I have not looked at the lamp. That is one I
Oh, yeah,
missed.
the lamp.
Because we will need a lamp.
You need a lamp.
Is
A
that
lamp
yours?
is like. Oh, no, it doesn't say.
Is it really? It's 2 silver. That's easy.
Okay.
So
Nothing. Almost nothing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nate, for enumerating all of our shopping list for us.
A compass.
compass, that is
directions.
something I forgot as well. That's 5 gold. Okay, that puts us at 95. We don't have.
Perfect.
The closest thing I found a small form explosive is a powder keg.
Yeah, which is
Which is
perfect.
13 gold.
Yeah.
So
I would count that, and we can play it as like you got a shaped shell for it and things like that. But in terms of cost, powder keg is perfect in for buying, if you wanted something to presumably blow open a vault or something like that.
Do you have laudanum or something like that?
I can look up laudanum. Loud.
Yeah, and that's for reducing damage track.
Yeah.
What does it do now?
It basically it's painkillers. It makes
Well,
you
yeah, I know what laudanum is.
Yeah, so you
It
take
boosts
it.
you up.
Yeah. And you
Boosts-
go
boosts
up.
one step up in the damage track.
Yeah.
Oh,
I grabbed 3 doses. That's 12 gold just from that. We're at 120 gold.
So you got
Smelling
30
salts.
left.
Smelling salts. How much is that? Where is
Yeah,
that?
and those are
Do you think
for
we'll use them?
and that's for peril track.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. There it is. 3 smelling salts. That's 21 silver.
Bandages.
Yep.
all right. Healing items like that, are they typically like a quick action, or is it a full action?
What?
It would be 1 AP, or I would need to look. I think it's 1 AP to chug a lot of them.
Okay.
You got
I gotcha.
5 bandages.
Chugging laudanum sounds so dangerous.
Hey man, this is 17 this is like the 1500s. We chug everything.
It's the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want some cocaine laced syrup? We've got it. Here's a whole jug. Chug it down.
The hell does opium do exactly?
That's for
Is that more for,
surgery.
Okay, so we won't need that.
That would be much later. Yeah. I think I just
Okay,
drank some cat hair. Ugh.
You and your cat drinking out of the same cup?
He thinks we should. I don't think that we should.
Well, clearly you're wrong.
I am obviously
Awesome
wrong.
matches,
This
technically.
is his house. So
Wait, what do I have in my inventory?
Glad
on?
you understand.
yeah.
Oh shoot, I even come with 3 bandages, so we got plenty of bandages. Okay.
I mean, we should probably have some leftover money to bribe people. In case we
We
need
may
to.
have to hand off a bribe or two, I guess.
Well, we're at
Yeah, I mean, if
21
one of
gold
us
and
gets
9
caught in a
silver
lie.
spent.
How much?
What's a BP?
We spent 121 gold and 9 silver.
That's okay.
So we have what, 19 left? Roughly 18 and change?
No, we've got roughly 28 left so far. And
Oh,
if we
okay.
wanted to bump me up to armor, that would take about 14 more.
What's a BP?
Brass
Trust
penny.
me.
Yeah. The lowest gold.
Yeah, yeah,
Or the
yeah.
lowest currency.
Okay.
So 240 brass penny is like 1 gold crown.
Yep.
Gross.
No wonder I want to do this.
That was
Right.
that was a very
I have-
obscure joke, sorry.
Evidently, it's like a gold to bribe a guard on average, or 4 brass pennies to bribe a doorman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not that
Maybe
bad.
some masks or something to cover our faces.
Oh, you should get
Maybe
president
we'll
at
go
some
masks.
down.
point we might need.
President.
we're all Reagan masks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can do
It is
masks
a
for when we're
heist.
leaving.
it is a
That's not a
heist.
bad idea.
It's
It is a
thematic.
heist.
We need some guy
Okay.
pox.
I would
Mine
say
is
Yeah.
clothes.
There you go.
Guy
um,
fox
Is
mask.
Nikki's weapon one-handed?
Yes.
yes.
Do you want a shield?
No, I can't wear it. I can't use a shield.
That's right. You
Yeah,
can't use the
she's too small.
shield or
I
whatever
technically have a shield. I can't use it. I'm
Yeah.
afraid.
Ah, okay.
We
Masks.
should have some
Mr.
like
Moon
papier-mâché
will.
masks.
Mr. Moon will provide
crafted.
masks.
Okay.
So that won't cost
I
anything.
specifically want them to look like the previous emperor,
Sure. Yeah, we could
or
do.
like two emperors ago.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be appropriate, right?
Yeah, like an old sort of obscure.
Slightly
Maybe it's like
older
a
ruler.
face that's on old coinage that people might still have in circulation.
Well, yeah, or somebody just sort of like famous for doing
Yeah.
a specific thing in the context of this empire, you know,
Yeah.
like
Absolutely.
I
like
would
whoever
like
their Louis the 14th is. That's who I want.
Say what, Nikki?
I would like a cloak to cover up my armor once we're done.
Yeah, and that won't cost anything either. That's all sort of easily.
Can we use the
Acquired.
extra money to buy like a dog? Just because.
Nathan already suggested a lamb,
Yeah.
as a team mascot or something. Um.
Yep.
So I don't.
I know some more things we can get. Because Topher grabbed 2 smoke bombs. I'll grab
What
3
about a
more, so we
literal
got
wolf in sheep's clothing?
extras for us?
We could
So-
like crossbow.
Is anyone good with ranged weapons? Because I am not.
Yeah.
I am, but I have a gun.
Yeah, she has her guard pistol.
That would be nosy.
I
Yeah.
have a good.
I bought
I
a
don't think they
dagger
have
too.
muffles in this time.
Or that other one.
Does anyone want like a ranged weapon like Topher? I guess Topher grabbed the bottle bombs and smoke bombs.
The
Yeah.
problem is I can't use
Yeah,
most
I'm
of
good.
the ranged weapon because they're two-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Topher, take a 4th bottle bomb. I'll
Oh,
give you
right,
mine
that's
because
right.
I'll never use it.
All right.
Why would you never use it, Nate?
I am not good with ranged weapons, and it costs me extra to like use them. And shit,
Oh, I thought
basically.
this
Remember
was.
my drawback.
Yeah, I thought this was past trauma.
See, I mean,
no,
I don't have simple ranged as a bonus, but
Oh,
Does it take-
okay.
does it take on the agility bonus?
No, it's
It would
combat.
use-
Yeah.
But I would have to have simple ranged at least one.
You
Level of it?
you can use simple ranged untrained. You just will not get the benefit of
if
the
you
plus
got
10.
something like a hunting bow, it goes by finesse.
right.
It would be like use your agility bonus for damage, not
Yeah.
for like hitting. So.
Yeah, hitting is almost always going to be combat based.
hmm
Can I just have
Okay.
a gold?
Like, can I get
Because
an
evidently
upgrade
an acre
to?
of land is like 1 gold. I could just go buy an acre of land.
Just like I really
Yeah, I
need
mean,
this for
You
the
get by
heist.
200.
Yeah.
We could
can
each
buy
just put a
100
gold in
acres
our
of
pocket
land.
in case things go south and we
Yeah.
have to fucking break for it. We each at
What
least
were you
have.
asking about for
some
an
runaway
upgrade,
money.
Nacho?
Can I upgrade for that to that from quilted to leather or?
I mean, that depends because how we want to go about it. Because I am still in the fur, which I mean, if we just want to have
Oh,
me
no,
in fur,
okay.
that's fine. Because where I'm at now, I have a 9 damage threshold.
Which is high.
So, yeah. So if we're going to solely have me at the front, then wouldn't it be a bad idea? But if everyone else is going to be getting into the fray too, then it might not be a bad idea to give someone else like the leather.
Do we
Wow,
want
I-
to get
I-
bandages?
We've got 8 now technically
Yeah.
because I come with 3. So when I bought
Okay.
5.
Does anyone
is
trained
honey
with
on-
heal?
I don't think any of us know magic.
The
No,
skill
the
though.
skill.
Yeah. I think the watchman has heal,
I think I might.
and I think the jailer also has heal.
I do.
Yeah. Because we
Awesome.
joked about you
I don't.
torturing people and then patching them up.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
the
don't
watchman.
have heal.
Okay, the
Nice.
watchman does not.
I have
Okay.
leadership.
Yeah.
I could convince you
Like-
all we're doing a great job and we're gonna do fantastic.
Good job.
What was
team.
the question? What are you guys
With
asking about?
quilted,
Do you have
I have
heal?
six
Heal. No.
six
The skill
damage
heal.
threshold.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, Nacho, and Topher, what's your damage thresholds?
Mine with armor or without armor?
Without armor, we'll say.
5.
5. Topher?
The
Damage. Let's see.
Under
see, I'm looking at the peril
talents
threshold. Where
and
is
talents
it?
and trappings is where damage threshold
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, my damage threshold is 6.
Without armor?
That's with the one from Quilted.
Okay, so you're the same as Nacho, and what about you, Matt?
4.
So Matt's at Quilted, bump Matt to leather, so you'll have a second one. That puts us at...
Oh no, I'm at 7 with the one. I'm at 6 naturally.
Okay. So 7 with the 1. Nacho, take leather as well. That'll put us at 140. And that leaves us
Where
with...
is this?
It's under talents
It's-
and trappings.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Is
below
it
the
the
armor
DT
and shield
plus?
section.
The
DTM?
talents and trappings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your brawn bonus plus your damage threshold modifier from
I'm at
armor.
4.
That'll put 2 of you guys at 7 and Matt at 6.
I'll be
What type
4.
of armor? Does she already have leather armor?
Yes.
Yeah, do you have any?
You.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did you
Uh,
insert the damage threshold modifier for your armor underneath that damage
I
threshold
think I
section?
have a negative for the thing, for the frailty. Let me double-
You have to put the armor in the armor.
Actually, if you put the
on
armor in its slot with the DTM at the proper
Yeah.
number, it does automatically put it into your.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah,
it is
because
auto calculated
two.
for her.
But so I only have a 4 with the
Okay.
armor.
There's not a lot we can do about that at this point. So
It should be, the number should be your brawn bonus plus your armor.
My braw's really shitty. Yeah.
yeah, I think
much is it?
she's probably got like a -1 from her
I think it's
race.
my lowest stat.
Oh.
Yeah, it's my lowest stat at 34 minus 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so it
Oh,
is
so
literally a
it's
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we basically have just 9 gold left if anybody wants anything,
No,
anything.
I think
Well, we
should
need that for the
keep that.
disguiser though, right?
No, I already put in the disguiser amount.
No, let's keep the 9 for bribe or anything that we need,
Okay,
just in case.
that's fine.
Or tips,
I
so
have
you don't
no
look like
problems with
you're
that.
not cheap dates.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Let's do this.
We good to go?
Wait, should I have a shield?
Yeah.
Do I need a special skill in order to be able to use a shield, or
You
will
do
it
not
help me
need a
out?
skill.
I mean, if you want one.
It's gonna be
fine,
hard to
sure, yeah.
walk in there as a guest with a shield on.
Well, the thing is, we're having
I mean, this is
like,
all getting packed
delivered
into
or
a crate.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, if everything that can help me, right? Shouldn't I?
It wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, the most
can have my
expensive shield is 3 gold. There you go. Free shield.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's-
you have a,
Buckler.
you
Yeah,
have
she's
a
got
great
one.
shield. You're
I
not
have a
gonna use
buckler.
it? in
She
combat?
I can't.
She can't as her
Yeah.
character type.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because that would make
Yeah.
it two-handed.
So,
So I have
Okay.
a wooden buckler.
is it? Oh,
Is it a
God.
wooden shield or a buckler? Because
Yeah.
Or-
there's a wooden shield and then there's a buckler.
It should be a wooden shield.
Wooden shield.
Okay.
Okay, that works because it's light. So
I don't have it on my sheet, so I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's not
no worries.
a huge.
What a beautiful map.
Okay, so yeah, that leaves us with 9.
So
gold,
are we
whatever.
still in? Are we still in the room with Mr. Moon? Like, where
Yeah.
are we
So this
setting
is
up
all.
to do this?
This is all in Mr. Moon's hideout. And yeah, this is pre heist, the night before. You know, like 12 hours to go until it's go time.
Guys, I think I need to tell you something. It's very important. I need to get it off my chest before we start this heist together so we can trust each other.
Is it that you're actually a guard?
Why would you say yes? Why would you say that though? Why would you steal my thunder? Rude.
Young
Well,
lady, we
we're
all
making
knew.
it.
She did hide it
I
so
thought I
well.
was- I thought I was doing
Yeah.
a really good job at hiding it.
The deception was so real.
Technically, nobody told me to roll it.
You did real good. I think it was one you didn't want to be around when we was torturing, so.
Well,
That's
that
how
was
everybody
really
caught on.
gross. But also, you accused me of being a guard like day one. Like minute one. Literally, I walked up and you're like, you're a guard! And I wasn't even wearing my uniform.
Just got this guardly look about you.
I don't know
The
why.
way you walk.
She's
The
just frail.
scrawny, unhealthy looking gnome. Yeah, that one looks like a guard.
I'm just here to make some money. I don't care who helps me.
I suppose that's fair.
I mean, I do work for the Lord after all.
Yeah. And I think we did discuss that you guys kind of had like a professional relationship.
Yeah, I was just like, no, don't say anything, and everybody's just like writing.
Yep.
Yeah, I never said anything.
I didn't
I'm very
talk.
thankful.
Nibus leans back in his chair and turns to stone.
Yeah, because he falls asleep and
I
literally
forget that you can do that.
turns to stone.
Jesus.
Totally forgot you can do that.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, so if
No one's
everybody's-
shocked by this? No one in the room is shocked by this.
No, they're used to it. They've seen
I
this
don't
before.
know.
I've probably seen it, Topher.
Yeah. And it's probably not super noticeable. Like, I don't think you, like, you obviously, your skin tone changes and everything, but you don't, like, there's no, like, noise or anything or, like, magical effect. You just, like, become extremely durable.
I don't think I've ever seen it, but I might have. If this is normal-ish, I don't know.
You might have
It's
seen it
normal
happen
for a-
before, yeah.
It's normal for a very specific ancestry of gnomes.
Yeah.
Then I probably wouldn't be.
Maybe
super-
heard of it, but that's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. So it'd be like, oh,
That's
you're
what
one
it
of those
looks like.
gnomes that turns to stone when you fall asleep.
Tannen isn't like directly shocked by it, but a lot of things just like came together because I've seen him as a stone gnome before around the streets and that just not realized
Oh,
that it was him.
that's Nibus.
time. So I'm just like, oh, that's what that fucker was doing.
All right. So preparations are complete, right? Everybody,
List of equipment at any point, just let me know.
yeah. And remember that we did determine that,
The fate points will
Yeah.
basically be used to retroactively have done things that we might
exactly.
have failed to prepare for.
So our fortune points, boop, 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 are going to function basically the same as they normally do in a game of Zweihander, with the added caveat that you can use them to basically flash back to this preparation part of the game and be like, oh, you know, when I was off doing this task, I also stopped in with my friend and, you know, purchased XYZ or whatever. And then based on the convincingness of your flashback, you can gain a bonus on the reroll of whatever skill you were trying to do, you know, having been prepared for whatever challenge you come across. Which is a trope in heist movies and heist stories. It's like, oh, let me tell you the actual story. He's like, I had anticipated this, and so then I went back and got this, and here I am, ready to go. Yeah. So, as you all sit in the basement of Mr. Moon's safe house in the district of the city you have lived almost all of your lives in, the eve of the heist, does anybody have anything they would like to say to their compatriots in crime before everybody disperses for the night and reconvenes early in the morning to attend the gala?
Don't get drunk.
Not me. I'm already asleep.
Yeah.
If any one of you gets caught, I don't fucking know you. And here's the thing. If that artifact turns out to be an artifact of power, or if pulling it out of the slot is going to be some grand act that damns us all, I want no part in it.
Well, there's not really any way to know until it's too late, I think.
I mean,
And that
we
would be
always
after
have
we've given it away.
the choice to fail at our task.
Oh, we do, but I'm just saying we don't know what's gonna happen until after we give it away.
Nibis stirs slightly, and he looks at Tenon and he says, "I already pretend I don't know you half the time anyway."
Jesus.
That's
good.
probably better for me anyway.
Yeah. So
Now, can you let an old man get some sleep?
if that's the closing remarks of Heist Team Alpha before it's go time, everybody will disperse back to their places of rest. Tenon goes to his, I presume, an apartment where his printing press is and everything.
Yeah, actually, my benefactor left me a pretty nice, stately little, sort of like townhouse.
Studio sort of thing.
Yeah, I go in through the back door though, because I don't want anybody to know that I actually kind of live in luxury.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that would sort of damage the reputation a little bit.
Right. Well, yeah, hypocrisy is my dooming. So.
Yeah. It looks like Nibis is just gonna sleep in the safe house, which
Yes.
Unless somebody tells me not to.
yeah, I mean, Mr. Moon is not going to bother you.
He could sleep in the garden.
Yeah.
Go be a garden gnome.
Wow, Nacho. Wow.
A stone garden gnome. That's hilarious.
Stereotype.
It's great. I love it.
Morg returns to his home that he shares with his mother, and she is already fast asleep as it is late in the night. And is there anything you want to say to your sleeping mother before the heist occurs?
He'll just give her a kiss on the head and then head to his room. He's not sure what to say, so
Yeah, and
he's doing awful things,
but for a good
Here's your
reason.
opium.
but for a good reason indeed.
And actually, we didn't really discuss Arissa's living conditions. Do you live with your parents still?
No, she has her own apartment.
She has her own place.
She probably shares with roommates or something. 'Cause
Yeah.
She can't really afford anything. But,
Like another guard, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you want to live with what was his name? Do you want to live with Jan?
Roommates.
Jan Glasser
Sure.
could be your roommate, and
Yeah.
Sure.
so you walk in and he gives you a knowing nod, but doesn't prod any further at your coming.
Can we just refer to him for the rest of the game as Jan the ever friend zoned?
Jesus.
I like that.
Oh,
And-
God, what
and-
a name.
Arnulf, where do you go this night before the heist?
I think go to pub,
All right,
pick some stranger girl, and
go home for the night.
Yep.
All right, lecherous
wake up
Arnulf.
happy.
Go do some last minute womanizing.
Yeah. Famous.
I will say that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Arnulf is famous among the pubs for his lechery and promiscuity.
I will
All
say
the
that
brothels
Arissa
know
will
his name.
anxiety
I find
talk
love.
to Jan for.
Yeah, we'll let Arissa go first.
I'm not gonna actually say anything, but I'm just saying that she anxiety talks for like an hour to Jan, but never says any details.
Yeah.
It's just like, what if it goes wrong? What happens if I die? Like, what happens if? Will you tell my mother? Tell her I died in action. Like,
And he wholeheartedly agrees and is sort of like trying to steer the conversation away, so he has like plausible deniability. He's like, I don't know what you're talking
she doesn't
about.
Give any details.
Yeah.
She's just freaking out.
Oh, Jesus.
All right.
Tenon is going to be like sort of like typing up like his last pamphlet, typesetting and printing out his
Yep.
what he thinks could potentially be his last pamphlet.
To be released posthumously if necessary.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm gonna drop it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna drop it right before the heist because if I make money, I'll probably have to skip town anyway.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
and if I don't, then whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm dead. Yeah, it's just kind of a rousing speech about how, you know, for far too long, those who had the gold made the rules, but the lenses of history are shaped by the storytellers. And
Wait.
You know.
The only two options are make money or die.
Yeah, I mean, you've never listened to Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent?
Jesus.
Make money or die. All right.
Yes, his famous album "Make Money or Die."
Exactly right.
You ever heard that album?
Sweet. So everybody gets various quality of sleep depending on how they're feeling about the heist coming up. And before we convene at Mr. Moon's safe house, I'm gonna get a drink, and we could do a very quick, short break, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Cool?
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Be right back. I gotta wash the cat hair down.
Later, Tater.
I know what it takes to get you hot.
Just say I'll wash the dog, but you're doing the laundry.
But you're doing the laundry. It's a good quote.
It is. Those are fun videos.
I love bad lip reading. I haven't seen a new one in a while.
I haven't actually checked on them in like forever since those videos because we were talking about them a bunch way back when we were sharing a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So.
I know they had put out a few kind of recently. Just had the Star Wars ones and whatnot, but man, I don't see them come up these days.
Their last one
Who we got-
was
Who
5
we got in
months
the
ago.
chat? Oh, was it
5
really?
months ago. Yep.
Was it like a political one?
No, it was the NFL one, the 2021 NFL.
Oh, really? Okay. Damn.
Okay.
All right, sound off in the chat. Who does chat think is going to die first
Here, we can do this. Let's do this.
in the heist?
He can do a thing.
Oh, I messed it up.
I mean,
How did I mess it
you
up?
failure.
we could all
I
die
said
because this
that.
is the finale. You know, whatever. It's
I
fine.
said
That
first.
prediction
That's why I
set
said first.
Did I type it wrong?
No, that's the proper spelling of prediction.
I could have swore that they had this set up. Didn't we do one of these?
All right, how many of us are there? 5?
No, we haven't done one of those, and this yet.
There's 5 of us, right? Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's not
I don't
set
know
up.
if any. I don't know if anybody's actively in the chat because I'm not seeing anything.
There's
I'm in the
pictures
chat.
there,
Twitch
probably
not too
just-
long ago, but
Yeah.
All right. So, according to this completely random hyperbole generation site, who are we
Hey,
considering number
fine,
1?
fine.
Nacho? Is Nacho number 1? Is that how we're counting it?
Sure,
Yeah,
we
we
could
can
do.
go Nacho.
Just start up
Nacho,
there and go
Nikki.
down and around.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dying first. I'll see you guys
Morgan.
later.
Later, kids.
Or you just
Perfect.
roll a d5 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could have swore that Daniel said that predictions were ready to go. I'll have to talk to him about that.
It's fine. I'm going to die first.
I don't think I can set that up right now. That would be.
I think the guys with the Dark Astral are doing the predictions, right?
I could have swore they did.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe you have to do something else with the command.
Maybe you don't have the authority to do it.
I'm a moderator, and usually mods can. Well,
It's all right. We got We got a heist to pull off, guys.
Oh yeah, I
It's
mean
not like
I'm.
Slash prediction, is it?
Oh, maybe it is.
Because I googled and it says. the
Haha!
command is
You're a
slash prediction,
genius,
which is
Nathan.
Weird that they do exclamation point for some and slash for
Yeah.
others.
Name the prediction. Will a member of the...
Who will be the first to die?
It has to be a yes or no option.
Oh, does it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's only two options. So, will a member of the heist crew die during the heist? Oh, okay, it's too long.
Dude,
Will
if
a
one
member of
us
the
has
heist
to
crew
burn
die?
2 fate points, something is wrong.
I mean, we could count going down and dying and spending a fate point as dying.
Yeah, that's true. It's just using one of your 1-ups, you know, like Mario.
So if we're doing the retroactive like preparedness thing, I guess you just have to like come up with sort of a creative way, like why you didn't die, because you prepared in some way.
Yeah, and
Or in
it'll,
that instance, would we just use it as intended?
it'll be a little bit harder to do like in combat, where you're like, oh,
Right,
I
yeah,
did
you're
miss
like,
this.
Actually, I
yeah.
snuck in and I'm like,
I
put a
did
bomb in
miss this
guy's
attack.
tube.
Yeah, but yeah, so more so, for like,
For combat, it might just be more traditional usage.
I thought they will shoot me, so I put this metal plate on my chest.
exactly.
Yeah, there you go. I happen to have a book in my breast pocket,
Yeah, I was gonna say something
right
like
over
that.
my heart. Yeah,
Okay, so for those of you who are in the chat, we have started the
pocket
prediction.
watch my father gave me.
It runs along the top of the chat box, and you can bet channel points, and channel points are entirely fictional form of currency. They have no meaning or use beyond being spent on funny things. And so yeah, you can bet some channel points on if somebody will die during the heist or not.
Oh man, look at these predictions coming in.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh
Ooh,
no.
it's evening
Oh, no.
out.
I
All
just
right.
like to point out I went big on the no, we're ready, and everybody's going yes.
I can't vote.
Oh god.
I
Oh,
can
no.
vote, but I feel like that would be skewing the results.
I also was voting.
No, you
I
guys,
forgot I'm a
absolutely, you
moderator.
guys can vote. You are 100%.
Yeah. I put a bunch into the no one because I'm like, yeah, let's
Oh,
go get some points back.
Death is outweighing survival
Oh
now.
no.
That was me. I spent
Matt, you
Alright.
monster.
points.
Oh,
I
ye of
can't-
little faith.
I can't vote because I
just
am
hedging
still
my
listed
bets.
as a moderator.
Oh
From,
yeah, yeah.
teams.
So they
Yeah.
mods cannot vote, so I wouldn't be able to vote either.
Matt's like, I've got 4,000 points. Let's go.
Yep.
I don't have that many, but I am spending as many as I can.
Yeah. So now we're all
I've
back.
got 2,000.
And the dawn of the heist rises. The sun is peeking over the horizon. It's a beautiful, clear day. Perfect day for a giant mage party. And the town, as you know it, is basically the same as it always has been. Except for the 5 of you are setting about your pre-heist preparations. We are going to start with Arnulf and Morg, because you two are going to be sort of the earliest to arrive. When you reach Mr. Moon's basement safe house, the butler is there waiting for you with an enormous crate. Large enough to hold all of this gear that you guys have been procuring over the last 2 days.
Plus a bunch of food, I'm assuming.
And so it's actually not gonna hold anything other than your guys' stuff. So it's gonna be like piles of armor and bottle bombs
So
and smoke
hopefully
bombs.
nobody like just peeks
And-
in there.
And so yeah, as you guys are loading it up with the butler guy, he assures you that, the three of you are going to put it somewhere in the basement that's not going to be disturbed by the other waitstaff or anything like that. It's just going to be the in a corner where you guys can find it when the time comes for you to access your stuff. And it will be again in that basement level of the keep. So when the five of you are ready to go, you can sort of convene there, gear up, and then go to the entrance of the facility. And so you won't have to be walking, unless something horrible happens, you won't have to be walking up among the gala or the kitchens or anything in your gear. You can just traverse on that basement level. And so he meets up with you guys. You get it all loaded up. There's no skill checks or anything like that. And then the three of you load it into a horse-drawn cart. And he takes you to Multitine Castle. And in the early morning light, the spires of the castle, these giant spear-like metal needles coming off the towers of the castle, are glistening in the rising sun as you guys join a procession of other wait staff and caterers and other butlers and stuff entering into... Oh yeah, we can change the music for sure. Entering into the front gate of the castle. And so you guys come in through the front gate. You are surrounded in these giant walls. This is all garden area, beautifully kept. And you are sort of ushered quickly through the front doors. The gala space is totally empty, and then taken into this back kitchen area to begin the process of preparing for the gala, which starts at noon. And so you two and Mr. Friendly Butler Man deposit the crate in the basement in a nice secluded corner. And you pretty quickly get your bearings in this back kitchen area. And pretty soon a head butler and a master chef begin barking orders and directing you around, and you are basically, I don't want to say forced, but encouraged to begin pretending that you are both wait staff preparing for the gala.
Yeah. I assume I'm doing mostly heavy lifting and moving
Oh
things
yeah,
around,
yeah. So they let's see. There we go.
There we go. Sorry, I just wanted something different.
For sure.
Fair enough.
And I
That
sh-
one is like an earworm. Like it gets so repetitious so quick.
I should have found more
This isn't
music
bad,
for
though.
today.
It's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, so you guys
This
basically
is a different track.
Yeah, you guys basically fall into a rhythm of, Morg is carrying things. Arnulf, you're sort of tasked with gathering plates and setting tables and doing all kinds of stuff.
Folding napkins.
Yeah, folding napkins, all the sort of monotony of preparing for a large number of rich people to enjoy themselves.
I love the idea of Morg with his giant ogre fingers trying to roll silverware
Yeah, like-
carefully in a napkin.
That would be hilarious.
Is there going to be when I go through the kit? Do I have the folk paint? Who has the folk paint?
It's in the box.
They're going
So everything,
the box.
basically everything, unless you
Oh,
guys
it's all in the box.
specify, unless you specify something like, oh, I want to have this with me.
Yeah, I
Basically,
will have the folk paint
sure.
with me.
Yeah.
Because I want to like something of, because I'm going to be through the kitchen and there. So if I have a chance
Yeah.
to spike like the soup or the punch
Okay.
or anything that I find that liquid,
Sure.
I'll spike it with the Volkswagen.
So give me guile or skullduggery. Something to represent you doing this in a clandestine fashion to begin sabotaging the preparations for the gala.
Okay, I will give you guile because
Okay.
I don't have skull.
A flat
Skull
guile.
Yeah.
Because you're surrounded by people coming and going, chefs and
I will wait for the opportunity. I won't rush it because I know I have time to do it.
Okay.
So
so it's gonna be, there's literally no time where you're alone. It's always like people coming in and people like adding things to these
It's a
pots.
busy kitchen.
It is, yeah, just
Yeah.
like
can you use disguise because I'm trying to disguise Lenny and disguise that I'm doing something, then spike it.
probably
I'm just-
probably not.
I'm trying to steal a +10. So
Like, I would say that skullduggery and guile would be more appropriate.
okay.
And yeah,
Punch it.
so yeah, it'll have to be, you're basically trying to sleight of hand it in.
Go. Ah.
Wrap it up. in a
So
piece of
as you're adding this stuff to the soup, one of the assistant chefs walks up and he's like, "Well, what did you just put in there? Is that something that's on the recipe?"
Yeah, I think so. The guy told me that I have to put this because to spice the flavor because it wasn't very good for him. He tasted and tastes like nothing. So he says, "Oh, go grab this thing to the warehouse down there. So grab the base with the red thing and say, bring it fast because the soup is not going to get in time." He started yelling at me. I don't know what I'm doing. So I put this in. I don't know.
Do you want to try and re-roll it or not?
I mean, what if he just
I-
rolls to
I-
convince the chef that?
I will keep it. I will prefer keep it because I think we will going to use it. It's the start of the session, so I think we will need more
Okay.
the fortune buns for later. And
So he-
yes, so I tried to fast talk him. Like,
Yeah. So
I'm
he'll
going to point the obvious. I was make it. I don't know. I was told me to put this. I pick it up from the warehouse. The thing that the chef told me that I should grab, and I grab it and put the amount he told me. He told me to put 3 spoons. Stir it, and I don't know.
and he'll look at you.
I will look like I'm going to like taste it. I won't drink it. I will like
take a
"Ah,
taste.
that's good.
Okay. Yeah, so you like fast talk him and he looks at you kind of funny and he's like kind of trying to see what you have in your hand, but he's like, "Okay, but I'm going to go check. I'm going to go talk to the head chef and see exactly what it is that you were asked to add here." And so he goes off and you're free to, run away or do something else.
Yeah. Is there one more soup pot or anything there I have to can switch?
Oh, you want to Yeah, for sure.
He knows I
Yeah,
That's
put in this
smart.
one.
Yeah.
So can I switch?
absolutely. You can move
Yeah,
one
I'll do
over.
that.
Yep.
And I'm getting out.
Yeah.
It's a good call because they might dump it. So
Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. I want to look at this real quick. Toxins.
alright, so we used all the Volkswagen. That is gone.
Yeah, so you,
Oh.
after tasting the soup, you feel the effects of like 1 dose of Folkbane, where it starts to like muddle your brain a little bit. And so mechanically you wouldn't be able to take reactions for 1 minute, but it'll wear off, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so you're like, "Oh yeah, I definitely poisoned the heck out of that soup."
Did I
Soup's
poison
real
this
poison.
soup? Let me taste it.
Yeah, it's like, "Is this poisoned? It's definitely poisoned."
Let me test it.
Yeah, so then Orissa, you will be the second to arrive. You and the contingent of guards are, I don't want to say in high spirits, because there's definitely this undercurrent of like resentment sort of rippling through the contingent of
Well, yeah,
guards.
you're using public money for this big fancy party.
Yeah,
Pay them.
and
You should be
specifically, people are talking about the the word that has spread among the guards of just like how opulent this is gonna be. Like some of the guards are like, oh, do you think we're gonna come across a meal that's worth more than a year's worth of our salary? And then they start taking bets on like, oh, well, I think there'll be one that costs 2 years of our salary. And it's just like one-upmanship of all of these guards basically just like shit talking the gala and the people who are going to be there, and just how like grotesquely unfair all of it is.
Can I see how many of them on the way there? If I can like scrutinize and see who would be the most willing to take brandy from me on the job.
Yes. Yeah, roll me a scrutinize. And do it plus 10, because everybody is pretty unhappy right now.
Oh, that didn't work.
Rating 0.
Yeah, I did plus 10 and it broke.
It did break.
My
Oh, it's because you put plus 10. If you just put 10, it'll do it right. Perfect. Excellent. Yeah. So there's the guards actually begin to kind of like organically separate themselves out into like the group that's pissed off that they have to do this, and the group that's like, this is our job, like stop whining about it. And
I
so
kind
you
of like sit in the middle.
yeah,
between the
so
two.
you immediately can ingratiate yourself with this sort of disenfranchised contingent of guards that are coming to the gala.
And I
And
just like slide over some brandy.
yeah, and it's like early morning, the sun is just kind of rising, and they all look down
Jesus.
and they like make eye contact with you, and they're like, hell yeah, like let's get blitzed at this freaking rich person party.
I'll make the day go faster.
Yeah. And
Oh
so
my
you and your cohort of pissed off
Oh, I don't
guards,
drink any.
yeah, so they start drinking and
I have this empty bottle from the other day. that
ooh,
I
yeah,
drank,
yeah.
So I pretend to drink from that one. But
Yeah. Yeah, and so they make sure to ration it out so it lasts throughout the day, but they begin to get tipsy off this brandy provided by Orissa.
So we have 5 slightly tipsy guards.
Exactly. And again, you make it to the castle, and you all sort of divide out. Your little group of angry guards basically begin to like make a little pact of, like, we're gonna check in on each other, pass the brandy around. This is a castle full of wizards. What the hell could actually bad happen here? So we're gonna, maybe slack off a little bit, find somewhere safe to meet, maybe during the gala, and do some drinking.
Who's in charge of the guards tonight?
So the person in charge of the protection of the castle is actually the castellan of Multitine Castle, whose name is Corina Gradle, and you all meet her as you approach. And she is a severe woman, and basically, lays out the routine for the day. You'll be augmenting the regular protection of Multitine Castle for the gala. Don't expect any, great danger to occur. There have been some rumblings of like a protest or some kind of demonstration or something, so keep your eyes open for people who might look like they don't belong at the gala. But nothing super serious, no like external threats or anything like that to really worry about.
Okay. I'm going to attempt, if I can, to get the drunk guards in the towards the path that we're going.
Okay.
So the ones that are guarding the actual entrance, if there's somebody over by the doorways and in the back room possibly.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna try to make it the drunk.
you actually notice that the guards are kind of not allowed in the kitchens, especially right now. Anytime any one of you tries to like do a patrol through the kitchen area or whatever, you are pretty like loudly accosted by the head chef to like fuck off because you're getting in the way. And so like all of the basement area and the kitchen and everything effectively not guarded because it's all like wait staff and preparatory stuff. And so yeah, so you can direct these drunk angry guards basically wherever you want them to go.
Anywhere that would be in the way to our path.
Okay.
Like if there's a guards at the doors, then to the stairs, then one.
I love it.
there.
Yeah, for sure.
I love it.
And then
Go ahead.
yeah, we don't because we have to go through the kitchen, so we have to go down the stairs, correct? To get to the kitchen.
Yeah.
No.
No.
We
So
don't have to go.
So there's a variety of ways that you guys could go. There's these little staircases here, which are like storerooms. And then this is all like kitchen and support staff area where there's 2 staircases. And then further back, there's like this residential tower where like bedrooms and stuff are. And on the ground floor, there's the 2 stairs that go down to the basement as well. And so really
Okay.
anywhere among these staircases, you guys will end up, some of you will end up traveling on your path to this further down spiral staircase to the actual facility below.
Okay. If nobody's going to be guarding the residential area, then I'll just put them by the storage
Sure.
rooms and the front door.
Perfect. And they love that because they're literally just like standing there doing nothing and drinking brandy. Sweet. And so we come to Tenon and Nibis. You meet at the safe house with Mr. Moon, and he directs you to the disguiser makeup artist person who
Real quick, just before I do that, I do track down little Lucas, and I just hand him a parcel of pamphlets, and I say, "This one's free today, Lucas." And I give him like 5 or 6 silvers, and I'm just gonna have him spread the pamphlets around. And there is a bit in there about the gala itself,
Okay.
where it's taking place, and where everybody needs to meet in the front of the gala.
perfect.
I want to get like a mob going.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, so he takes the money and the pamphlets and he says, "Oh, thank you, Tenon. I'll get that done." And he takes off running.
Thanks, Lucas.
And yeah, so you meet up with the disguiser, and
What an impressionable young boy.
I sure hope he learns to read someday.
And her name is Diane, Dian, and she is a dwarf woman. And she takes stock of the 2 of you and just sighs and says, "I've got my work cut out for me today." And basically, like you said, goes to work sort of like forming these prosthetics. And they're not like any sort of, great fancy like plastics or anything like that.
We don't have silicone.
Yeah, so it's like clay and paint and
What are you doing to my mohawk?
and she like looks at you sternly and she's like, "You can keep it, but it's gonna like, it's a little bit noticeable."
Oh, just get it done, whatever.
I suppose I'll probably have to lose the sideburns one eye.
Yep.
They're so distraught.
And so she like goes to town on your hair, like gives
I
you haircuts.
take my pet rat out of my pocket and I just put him on the table next to me, and he
And-
just sits there looking at me.
And she is like surprisingly unflappable. Just like not she like looks at it and shrugs and just goes back to work. Like doing your hair and changing the way Tenon looks. And
Do you have any gloves?
yeah, she's got like this huge wardrobe of like all kinds of different cultural garb and gloves and wigs and everything.
And she can see my webbed hands. So
Yeah,
like
she-
I'm sure she immediately knows why I want gloves.
Yeah, she looks, she's like, that's gross, and then grabs you a pair of gloves and
That's gross. You're disgusting.
yeah, and so you guys come out looking substantially different than you went in.
Great.
You know, like dyed facial hair, totally different haircuts.
Right.
Tenon's got like a nose prosthetic that alters the sort of facial structure that he had before. Dressed
Right.
as a, you know,
Tenon, you don't look nearly as ugly.
You don't look so bad yourself, bud.
dressed as a
You
dignitary.
barely even look like a piece of shit.
Nimbus like grabs something reflective and looks at the colored contacts that she put in his eyes.
So she didn't go that far because there is no contacts or anything like that.
How am I gonna cover up this purple eye?
There could be
Eye
like
patch.
drops that she puts in his eye.
Yeah, so you said you wanted an eye patch.
Either way, whatever.
So you
Yeah,
could
we'll give
patch
you
is good.
a fancy eye patch.
yeah,
There
so
you go.
it could
That
be
works.
a
Like-
fancy
like
eye patch
Some like gold
or
embroidery.
yeah, or like a drop, like a dye drop or something. But yeah, you two come out looking stunningly handsome and fashionable. The up and coming dignitary and his valet, ready to
I'm
attend.
never going back to the street again.
Yeah, exactly. Ready to attend the multi-time gala. And
What do
coincidentally,
you say, Farsis? Do we just skip town like this?
just take off.
Start anew?
How much gold we got left?
Not enough. Not enough, man.
I think you two
Damn
have
it, you
like.
guys
a
don't
nice
have
idea.
all of it.
I was gonna say you two have like the money that you started with.
Pretty much, yeah.
Tenon, I don't know about you, but I've got about 19 brass pennies to me name.
Oh, I've got 19 silver myself. Oh, 14 now.
Yeah.
I gave 5 to the boy. But you know what? I did actually grab a gold piece out of the pot.
You could buy passage
Just 'cause-
to.
Morg took 1, Arista took 5. I figured, fair enough. I'll take 1. Nothing wrong with it, right? Well,
At
Fossis,
this-
shall
at this
we
point-
get going to our gala?
At this point, Nibus wonders if he should let Tenon know that he actually pickpocketed 2 gold from Morg.
What gold? Morg doesn't have any gold.
He doesn't, no. He
So
spent
you
he spent the 1
pickpocketed
gold
2
on
brass
medicine.
pennies
Yeah,
out of like the 12 brass pennies I got.
you monster.
Did you actually do a secret roll to try to pickpocket him?
No, I'm just messing.
No. That would be
That would have been funny, though.
That would have been really
Some
funny.
giggles.
I do say, my good man, Fossis, shall we make way to the gala?
It's time. You
Try-
come
trying
out
to
of the
do up my-
disguiser.
Best aristocratic
Yeah.
disguise voice.
Pompous asshole aristocratic.
So yeah, you guys begin to make your way to. It's basically like a procession, this like sort of mini event on its way into Multi-Tine Castle, and you are surrounded by rich aristocrats and obvious wizards and merchant barons and just every like cream of the crop upper crust person that you can think of is sort of meandering their way through the front gate of Multi-Tine Castle.
I'm thinly veiling my disdain for all of them.
Yeah, exactly. And as you guys are making your way in, there's sort of a commotion just like right in front of you. and a person, a man, very very skinny, looking kind of like Nibis did before the makeover, dirty, disheveled. He kind of bursts out of a side alley and he begins like raving at the top of his voice, and it's like really loud. You like look at this guy and you're like, how is he just like belting out this like madman's just insane ramblings. He's like screaming about seeing the eye of the mountain fail and breaking the fingers of the snakes to reveal the secrets, and finally we'll crack the human's tail, and everybody like scatters away from him a little bit, and he's just like screaming and screaming, and he turns and looks at the two of you like directly, and he says, "A man with dirty spectacles is a metaphor," and you need to roll resolve, both of you.
Getting there.
I look at Tenon and I go, "What the hell is up with this man?"
Oof.
Fuck me, I crit fail.
Oh wow, yeah, you crit failed. So both of you, unless you want to re-roll, are
Can't.
yeah, Matt can't. Really shaken by both sort of like the volume and depth of this like insane person's voice, and sort of like the conviction with which he is like screaming these like prophecies or whatever at you. And so both of you suffer, and it might not matter. Both of you suffer 5 points of mental peril from stress, but probably doesn't exceed either of your thresholds for peril.
Not I.
There's just a base peril threshold, right? There's not a separate from mental?
Yeah, it's just all, it's all,
willpower
yeah.
bonus plus 3.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I've got 8.
Yeah.
It
So
just
yeah,
matters for certain like effects and whatnot, like Dunderhead for Topher's.
for heart, yeah.
So do I put -5 on the modifier then?
No. So if it doesn't exceed, then nothing happens. So you just don't take peril damage. So yeah, he's like, he like
just got really freaked out.
Yeah, so he like says this to you, and then like a guard from the alleyway like tackles him and begins dragging him off as he's like raving and shouting.
What was that about, Nibis?
And everybody kind of reforms their.
The humans' tails? They don't have fucking. Do they have tails? They don't have tails, do they?
And what was that shit about a monocle?
Yeah, a broken spectacle is a monocle or something.
I don't know what he was saying.
Fuck me. What a weirdo.
Yeah, and so the procession continues. You guys get to the gate, and there are two sober guards checking invitations. And you pass without any problem. They see your names on the invitations, and without a second look, you are in. And at this point, the sun is shining high in the sky, still like glistening and glinting off these metallic spines coming out of the castle. You pass through the beautiful gardens, the smell of wildflowers and perfumes just wafting everywhere, and into the gala space here in the enormous foyer of the castle. Just
Price of this imported landscaping could feed the city for a month.
yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Does that work? Did we assign tokens to these sheets? I thought we did.
I mean, we chose them. Whether or not you assign them is a whole other story.
I did. Okay, yeah. So if you guys, you should be able to drag from your character sheet. Perfect.
Yeah, I just did it for mine.
Yeah, so we'll just use this to represent where, sort of roughly what part of the castle you guys are in at a given time.
Wait, how do I get my token out?
So you go to the
Where is it
character
on the
sheets list. Actually, it's not on the sheet, just like in the list of like character
Yeah,
sheets.
go to the list and drag your name over onto the map.
Yeah, so you just grab your name.
Characters?
In the chat bar, the second thing at the top,
Oh.
where
Yep.
it has all the character lists,
I'm-
just
I'm
grab your
already on
name.
there.
Yeah, he got
Yeah,
it.
grab your
Oh, there we
name
go.
and drag it
That
over.
works. Yeah, that works. Okay.
Yeah, so you two are in the gala room. Two of you are in the sort of support space, and Arissa can be wherever she wants to be, really, having free reign of the keep.
Other than the kitchen.
Yeah, other than the kitchen.
I'm just kind of walking around the gala.
Yeah. So I think you two you're actually in here.
Yeah, that would make sense. That is the
And
gala.
it's, again, not to scale. You don't take up like that much room in the gala.
Sure.
But it is just the largest and most opulent like swoop of space that you have ever seen. Crystal chandeliers hanging from like the ceiling, and giant banquet tables being laid with all kinds of different foods. And tons and tons of people, just like any like nationality. There's a mixture of all different races. It's again like merchants, wizards, aristocrats, barons,
Foreign dignitaries.
yeah, foreign dignitaries,
Famous entertainers, I'm assuming.
yeah, the orchestra that Barry is playing in is on this far side here.
Very.
Orchestra is like over here on this stage, on this left side, playing music. There's another stage kind of set off on this right side for like magical performances. It is the party to end all parties. It is just like raucous and loud, and just like people are already like breaking out the champagne and stuff. It is crazy. And
I'm Barry.
it is Bari actually. Come on.
Too bad.
So yeah, let's see.
Did we discuss a specific signal that we were waiting for to move?
Nope.
Well, we're a bunch of dumb, aren't we?
Yeah. So you will. You
Well,
two
I
will
I
see.
think it's gonna be based on just when the
there's
distractions.
when
start
there's a
happening, right?
distraction, or
Probably the best time.
Because at some point people are gonna start like puking and shitting themselves, so I guess that'll be the signal.
yeah. So
People
and
start
you,
falling over and vomiting everywhere.
the two of you who are in the gala, you notice Arissa, sort of patrolling or whatever, and so you guys can communicate if you want to pretty easily. She's shaking her head no. She's like, do not talk to me.
I creep up behind her. And I'm like, "Don't drink the soup," and then I walk away.
Don't drink the soup.
Nibis somehow gaining
Oh.
like powers of like prophecy
I will-
and
Sorry.
preternatural.
I
Yeah.
sneak up behind her and I say, "Don't drink anything."
I
Yeah.
wasn't planning.
I will
on it.
go
Anything.
out as soon as I can. I will go out with a trade. I'll assume that eventually when guests start arriving.
Yeah. So you
got
all in the
home.
back know
Yeah.
as people arrive.
I will go out with a tray with the drinks and start offering. And as soon as I see Nibus and
Tenon.
And
Tenon, I will tell them not to drink the soup. And
And Arissa's a
And
few
drink
steps
this.
away.
Yep.
And as soon as I see Arisa,
I
I
can't
will
eat on the
also do the
job.
same.
Yep.
Don't taste it, just in case.
Yeah. So
Good information to have. Thanks, Arnulf.
Good tip, my.
so someone
my
actually
stranger.
one of the
I am
assistant-
knocking back alcoholic beverages.
yeah, one of the
Yeah.
assistant cooks.
I'm gonna start getting a little bit drunk. I'm gonna
Oh
get
yeah,
my
because you
charm
have
on.
that. You have that.
Yeah, you have that
Ability.
bonus when you're drunk, right?
I'm carousing.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
this
I can
is
be a friendly or a mean drunk.
yeah.
Good.
This is absolutely everybody is carousing. It is just like alcohol and the finest foods you've ever seen, and just like jewelry and finery and just pure excess everywhere.
Okay.
Um,
Are there like, I don't know, games or like sort of like social icebreakers?
Yeah.
happening, dancing.
yeah. So there's
Probably
like
dancing.
there's like a dance area in front of the orchestra over here. There's like magical contests kind of going on this right side where they're like bringing out blocks of ice for like mages to shatter with spells and stuff like that. And there's just like
Any kind of gambling?
no, unfortunately there's no like high stakes table or anything. So in the back rooms, a assistant cook grabs Morg without like saying anything and drags you over to this enormous cake and says, you need to carry this out right now. Like there's literally nobody here who can move this, and nobody thought of this ahead of time.
I like that you said drag as if
Oh,
that's a physical
God.
possibility.
Well, yeah, and it's more of like a like strength
Socially.
of like grabs his wrist in like a
Authority,
motherly
yeah.
authoritative way and is like, I need you to come over here now and I
Oh,
will
God.
move you even though you weigh 900 pounds.
Oh God.
And says like, you need to take this out, put it on the table in front of the contest stage, and you know, get it done now. The cake was supposed to be out there 15 minutes ago.
And you said it's an assistant chef.
Yes.
Does he have a hat?
Yes.
All right. He's like, well, I'm taking your hat then, and he's gonna take it and pull it down like real tight and low.
Yeah.
Still being able to see.
And
He
the
doesn't know what else to do. He doesn't want to go out there.
the chef kind of like looks at you and is like kind of like weirded out, but like goes back to what they're doing and is like, okay, like take my hat, I guess.
Oh, God. So he'll like take it out there and kind of keep his head low, but making sure he can still see it and whatnot, and just trying to be as quick as possible, getting it to where it needs to be.
I'm just picturing like a very tiny chef hat.
Yeah, it's like really,
Yeah,
it's like
picture the
very
chef head
small.
just like ripped on both sides
Yeah.
as he pulled it down.
Right, just as he tried to pull it down.
Yeah, so as you're placing the cake on the table, and it is very heavy. It is like a multi-tier, you know, like wedding style, just giant cake. And you
Make
s-
a roll to see if you drop it.
Make an athletics check to see if you drop it.
yeah, so you can handle it.
Roll to see if you drop it.
You can handle it pretty well, since you're like truly enormous. And as you're
Neighbors, get a load of the fucking odor over there. It's got a massive cake.
as you're putting it down, you back up and like go to run back to the kitchens, and as you're backing up, you stumble over a man who you know is knocked aside a little bit by your great
I
size.
hate you. I hate you so much.
And you turn around, and it is none other than Lord Ma, the man who recruited you as a jailer those years ago. And he looks at you,
Bastard.
and you look at him, and he says, "My, you are just the greatest brute I have ever seen. You know, I could use men like you back in my district." And it dawns on you that he doesn't even remember you. He doesn't recognize you.
How many massive ogres does he hire?
He
Doesn't care enough, I assume.
he literally is appraising you like a piece of meat to be
Like
added to a trophy case. I don't know of anybody who keeps meat in trophy cases, but that is the metaphor I'm going with. We're gonna stick with it. And how does that feel to Morg?
Morg's kind of like, it's very much like, you son of a bitch, as Relief just watches over him.
I was gonna say,
'cause
it's
he's
probably
been so
like,
worried he might spot him and recognize him.
it's like bittersweet, right? It's
yeah,
like,
exactly. It's very bittersweet. He's like, this is good, but fuck you.
and he's like, if you ever, if those hands ever get too big for making cakes or whatever you're doing, you come find me and we'll get you a job back in my district. And
Morg will just like nod.
and he wanders off to schmooze with the rich and the famous, completely erasing you from his mind.
Oh god. Morg will go back into the kitchen and throw the hat at the guy and get back to work. Fucking pointless.
Yeah, so the party carries on. There's more, more food. Eventually, there's a sort of like amplified ringing, like ding ding ding, of someone like tapping a champagne glass, but it's like loud enough to fill the whole space. And everybody sort of quiets and turns to the orchestra stage, where a man is standing, and he begins to launch into this speech, magically amplified, about what's going on, like what the gala is for. He introduces himself as, the head archmage of the government mages of Voshek Tadberg.
So while this is going on, this storage room that I'm next to,
yeah,
I want to send Woodrow down to kind of start scouting around in the basement.
okay,
So that way, once we get down there, if we get lost at all, he can kind of direct us.
sure. Yeah, you can give him a command. How well he follows it is sort of up to him.
Yeah, I just want him to go down there and scout around.
For sure.
No, he's a spy for the Skurzak. Topher, what have you done?
There might have been a reason I
worked for that, though.
suggested
It's
you have a
okay.
pet rat, but I don't want to spoil anything.
Top 10 anime betrayals of all time.
And
Right.
so the man, he's an elderly human, gray hair, sort of like stereotypical wizard looking guy, wearing just ridiculously fine suit of like velvet clothing. And he's like kind of monologuing about like the benefits of this project that they've completed and how it's like ushered in this new age of magical advancement for Voshek Tadberg, and how like the nation hopes to leverage the ability to perform magic without the risks and all of this. And he begins mentioning people by name. There's all kinds of different mages who are in attendance, who are doing work in similar facilities scattered around Voshek Tadberg. So there's not only Multitine Castle, but there are other castles with their own tines in the various large cities across the nation. He mentions like Pertswell and Balaflus and all of these other cities throughout the nation, and he's sort of begins talking about the first project that the government mages hope to begin working on, which is like this deep understanding of sort of magical and supernatural like diseases and plagues of humanity and sort of like mutations that can occur with contact with magic and chaos. And he mentions a Yinzo Sachiba studying Orc's Molt over in Pertswell, and he mentions, all of these other mages and individuals who are advancing demi-humanity's knowledge of how to deal with these threats and these ailments that have been plaguing the world for as long as people can remember. And
So, are you trying to make us feel guilty about
Right.
it?
I was
It's
gonna
kind
say, I
of
lean over
working.
to Nibis and I'm like, are we the bad guys?
Hell
and
no.
Okay.
as he's doing this, there's again like a commotion from the center of the area, and there's like a multi-tier like table that was like laden with flowers and fruits and stuff, and a man like is like clambering up onto this table, and he begins to shout over the wizard who's like giving his big presentation speech, and he's like any one of these meals could have fed everybody back down in Big Sar for a whole month. Like, all of this is bullshit. Your wizard shit is bullshit. You can't ignore us forever. And he pours this liquid over himself and lights himself on fire. And he's like, you can't ignore us. Anticra will rise. As he's like all of the flowers and stuff on this multi-tier table catch fire as he self-immolates himself.
I look at Tenon and I go, is this the distraction?
What the fuck did you start?
Oh my
Fucking tell
God.
anybody to self-evident. That was never in the pamphlet.
That was never in the pamphlet.
Yeah, but somebody
It's
else.
like Cult of the Firehawk bullshit.
I don't fucking know what the fuck that
Holy
was.
crap.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to be shocked a little bit and then shake my head because his words are echoing in my brain, and I'm gonna run to the guards that are drunk, like, go quick, go take care of that, help somehow, and then I go outside to get more guards.
Yeah.
But I'm heading towards the stairs and back.
Yeah, and so the mage who is on the stage, he like makes a motion and summons from like the winds of magic this bolt of pure like force energy and blasts the flaming guy off the top of this like 10-foot tall table, and he falls to the ground, and he says, can someone please clean up this trash? We're trying to have a good time here, and we don't need anything like that. If we get some guards here to the center of the gala area.
Couldn't he have just summoned water?
I mean, it's more fun to blast people.
I don't even think there is like a summon water spell unless it's like elemental.
I actually didn't look. There
So
might
there's
be.
not
That's
anything
fair.
in the generalist magic. I can guarantee you that. So
Yeah, so the guy falls in this like crumpled heap of flaming clothes and like burnt flesh. And he's still like trying to scream about the injustices of the world.
Do I hear the wizard say this, by the way?
Oh
As I
yeah,
move in?
yeah. He has like this magically amplified voice that like deeply echoes through the whole area, and even the people like in the kitchen area sort of get the like that like muffled, like when you're at a dance and you go to the bathroom, you can still kind of hear everything. Yeah. So he basically brushes off this like politically motivated attempted
Demonstrations.
suicide and launches back into his speech a minute later as if nothing had happened. And those of you who are like standing around, you begin to notice that there are people who definitely look unwell. People who are like holding their heads and like, you notice like someone in a corner like begins to vomit. And you can surmise that that is the effect of the Folkbane working through some of the crowd who had the soup. Yeah.
I will take the. I will try to go to the part where the entrance of the for the mage place
Okay.
to see if there is any guard in there or is anyone there.
So you're gonna go to the entrance to the facility?
Yeah, I'm going to, because these stairs are connected, right?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
below. So I'll try to get to this one and then go pick here. Is anyone there guarding the?
There is one man who is sleeping against the wall with a bottle of brandy on the ground next to him. He's just like
I walk up behind you and just say, "You're welcome."
yeah, so he's like sitting like slumped against the wall, snoring loudly. Didn't hear any of the commotion, didn't, completely oblivious. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll try to gather the rest. See if we can start going down.
Yeah, and so it's pretty easy. The sickness among the crowd is getting sort of progressively worse as more and more people are either eating more soup or trying the soup. And so there are like isolated pockets of people who are just like completely out of it or like throwing up or in the process of getting sick. And people are like kind of noticing, but like they don't know what to do about it. And so it's definitely easy to like go and grab Tenon and Nibis and basically be like, okay, it's time. The stairs are unguarded. We can make our way down.
I pick up the bottle, the brandy bottle.
Yeah.
I pick it up, the empty one.
Yeah, it's basically empty. Yeah.
Yeah, I take it. I take it.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so the gang can pretty easily assemble in this basement area. There's the rest of the help staff is kind of in like damage control mode now. They're like trying to figure out what went wrong or like why people are getting sick. And so it's really like kind of chaos. Nobody's really paying attention to the five of you. And so it's easy to slip down into the basement and make your way, I presume, to the crate first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Yeah, so the five of you approach the crate, which is pretty close to the staircase that goes to the facility. And as you're cracking it open and donning your gear and everything, a man comes around the corner who Arnulf recognizes as the person who saw him spike the soup. And he sees the five of you sort of like mid gear, like getting dressed. And
I choke him.
I choke him just immediately. So you want to like go for a chokehold?
Yeah, no, I'll go. Did I grab my lasso? If I can grab my
Yeah,
whip,
so if you
I will
have your
choke
whip-
him with the whip.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
can go ahead and make a
I whip it.
Yeah, go ahead and make your chokehold attempt with the whip. So he comes around the corner and he like sees the five of you and there's like this flash of multiple emotions as he's processing what he's looking at. It's like surprise, and then confusion, and then anger, and then like just fear as he's like, oh wait, there's 5 of them, and they're like putting on armor and getting weapons.
Do I have time to aim?
Yeah, you can aim, because you.
Do I have free AP?
Yeah, you'll have your bonus, 3 AP before combat. So you can aim and whip.
Aim for 2. And then whip it.
Whip it good.
Whip it good.
Absolutely.
You guys said that at the exact same time.
Critical
Amazing
success.
crit success.
Just like he like comes around the corner, Arnold like looks up, grabs the whip, and like whoosh, just like around his neck. And he's like, ah.
That's the second time you've rolled an 11, I think, my friend.
Yeah, and so he like falls to his knees and he like puts his hands up. He's like, please, like trying to talk through the whip around his neck. Are you gonna just like hold it until he's out, or?
Going to knock him.
Okay, yeah. So you just like strangle this man unconscious in front of everybody, as everybody's like gearing up. He like
I go downstairs.
How big is the
Why
coffer?
me not to fuck with Arnold?
How big is the what?
Can I, the chest.
Oh, it's huge. It's
Right.
like this big box.
That's
He
what I
could,
was
yeah,
thinking too.
So I will gag him,
yeah.
tie his hand and his feet, and when the chest is empty, I will put it inside.
Perfect. And you can,
Yeah, put it in the box.
yeah, and you can like
Yep.
close the top of the crate and even like nail it.
Let me clarify something. Did you say
I'll
gut
put
him?
a bow on it.
He said gag.
Yeah, gag.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I thought he
also
said that
heard
for a
gut.
second too,
Yeah.
but I was like, wait, but why would you tie him up if you gutted him?
Yeah, it's just like take his guts out, tie him up just for sure.
No.
Use his intestines to tie his hands together so he can't get free.
But yeah, you can
You
stash
never
him.
know with undead.
It's true. They come back sometimes.
They came back. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I will leave. I will make one hole something to breathe.
Yeah, so
someone
it's
hits
not
it.
airtight. It's just like a wooden
Okay.
crate.
Okay, yeah.
He'll just wake up in complete darkness, gagged and tied. And I'm sure it won't be scarring or traumatic or anything.
Aww.
Yeah, and so again, the guard by the stairs is fully asleep. You have all of your assembled gear, and it's time to descend the staircase into the mage facility.
Arissa's having a lot of mixed feelings right now. She's very confused.
That is the best, that is like the greatest compliment that a GM can get. It's like, I'm having mixed feelings about what I'm doing.
On one side, the mage is a total douchebag and doesn't care about any type of humanity, no matter what he says. And on the other side, I just saw an
Morg's
Arnold
just-
Sitsu, like a cook who's like lower than me.
Yep.
Oh shit. Morg's just got his jailer face on right now.
I love that. The
This is
jailer
why I'm not a
face.
good guard.
Jailer
I don't have a
face.
jailer.
Think, think it this way: the poor god is very, very tired. Do you know how?
Yeah, he's been
when
working
was
all
the last time
day.
He slept.
Yeah.
He was working all day. He's sleeping, and this douchebag was going to screaming. He will wake him up, and he will then he will not get his proper rest. And you know what?
Yeah.
Why we could do that? No. I
Arissa's
did it
just
for the guard.
Arissa's
Arissa's just lucky
downstairs.
that Nibis didn't act on his initial instinct and just shiv the guy in the back. So
I was just gonna knock him unconscious and like tuck him beside the car. That was my goal.
Okay.
They were
Sure doesn't
cuddling.
tell anyone while we're down there.
That guy's lucky that he critted, otherwise we might have had to kill him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so you descend this spiral staircase that is marked with signage that has recently been painted over. You can tell from the glossiness. Some of it even looks like still a little bit wet. These signs indicate that this is the difference engine facility belonging to the government mages of Voshek Tadberg.
You
And
switched the table for you, but not for us. For the page.
oh yes, I did. Boop. Is that the right one? That was the right one. Okay. And so a lot of it is blacked out right now. But there is a square in the bottom left. Yeah, perfect. And so this is the staircase that you guys come down right here. The spiral staircase eventually, straightens out, comes down into this small entrance room, which is like just big enough if we do this. Like you guys can stand there where you're like against the wall, and then there's like some space. You gotta be in the lines. But
well, you don't have it lined up perfectly, so give me a break.
No, I know, but that's what I was saying is like these little half squares are like enough space for you to like stand against the wall, and then
yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
And we're missing one person. It looks like 10 in.
Yeah, I'm the sort of dark, shadowy looking.
Yeah, so go down to the lower left corner. There's an area that you can see.
The lower left corner of this.
Of the black map, yeah.
Or you can zoom
Of
out
this
a bunch
page?
and you'll see it.
Yeah, if you zoom out a bunch, you'll be able to see the visible square. And if you're watching the stream, you're cheating, by the way. But it's
I'm not looking at the stream.
Yeah,
actually.
it's not a huge deal.
I mean, I am, but I'm just looking at chat.
No, I know. I'm not super concerned about
Hey
the
guys, I know
Should be.
exactly
I've
what
got all
yours.
the
Yeah,
information I need.
the integrity of my fog of war. Perfect.
Okay, I was able to just drag it over from. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you've already seen the map once, unless you have a bunch of other stuff set up.
there
on
is a
it.
bunch of new stuff.
Okay.
So
Also, to clarify, Morg will be standing in the middle of the group whenever we walk anywhere.
Spoiler alert, guys. That door leads to a bunch of rooms.
yes, you come
There's a
down.
reason for a hunter. You laugh, but he has a very good reason.
No, I know.
Okay.
You come down into this like it looks like a large coat room. It's like a glorified foyer with like benches and hooks and like spaces for putting like bags and things. This is the perfect time for us to take a 5-minute bio break for bathroom and stuff like that, for everybody to refresh themselves and come back ready to explore the Mage's facility under Multi-Time Castle.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I do too. So we will be right back, everybody. Stick around. We're getting to the really good parts. Not that all of that stuff before was bad.
Fun part.
Yeah. So here we go. We will be right back.
How do you do the ping in the map?
Hold it when you click.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
We should have taken a bet to see whether or not people thought we'd be able to get to the end of the story by the end of this play session.
You're right. That would have been.
We still got another 90 minutes.
We've only got, that's exactly what I was going to say, we've got 90 minutes left. We'll just have to speed run Hunter's dungeon.
Speed run.
If everybody rolls a crit success, we'll get through it really quickly.
Joke's on him. I already know where all the rooms are.
Did you know Chrome supports closed captioning?
I did know that.
Did you know that D's nuts go in your mouth?
Whoa!
Got him.
Who's D?
Got him. I honestly don't know. Everybody's always talking about him now.
What kind of nuts are D's? Are they cashews? Almonds?
I don't know.
How
That's
could
Walnuts?
you...
Hunter's
Kinda nut.
boyfriend's name. It's not even really a joke.
Walnuts are the best nuts.
Yeah, I love walnuts. I'm a fan.
I don't know if I've actually eaten a walnut.
Have you never had a walnut?
You
Maybe,
probably
I'm
had
not
a walnut
sure.
before.
I probably
What
have.
about What about
I
a
just don't eat nuts that
hazelnut?
often.
Hazelnuts are good.
What about a
What about
Brazil
a-
nut?
Damn it, I was gonna say Brazil nut.
Brazil nuts
I
are
don't
good.
think I definitely haven't had a Brazil nut. I don't think I've had a hazelnut either. Just like flavored hazelnut things, you
Yeah.
know.
Listen, I think that you should go to the store and buy just a small bag of mixed nuts and try one of each.
Walnuts are by far the best.
I mean,
Probably had 'em all,
pistachios.
Ooh, pistachios.
It's pretty hard to
are
beat
Pistachios
pistachios.
are
If you
pretty hardcore.
if you like pistachios, what you really like is the taste of salt.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
I've had unsalted pistachios. They're really good. I've had pistachio ice cream.
Yeah, I know. I was
Mamma
mostly
mia.
being facetious.
You're not gonna get me on that, boy.
Sorry, I needed popcorn.
I eat.
No,
stuff
you're fine.
foods.
Do we have another track that's similar to this,
We
but not
do.
anything that we've listened to before?
I have two other. Okay, everybody be nice to me for just a little bit. I
No.
have
It's not.
No, I
it's not your
refuse.
fault.
I refuse to be nice to you.
I only was able to find 6 free music tracks that I felt fit the theme of what we were doing. And so, forgive me for I have sinned.
No, it's absolutely fine.
Can I try to see if a command is still in here?
Sure.
Hey.
Hey, you got your own command.
Hey,
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
man.
nice. This closed caption works great.
It is very cool. I use
Yeah,
it a
it
lot.
is. It is super accurate.
Yeah, I use it a
Yeah,
lot
most of the
for
time.
when I am wanting to watch something but also like listen to music or whatever. It's pretty neat. Machine learning is cool if you use
Yeah.
it for good.
I use it at work for much good.
Okay, so we return to the heist gang at the threshold of the wizard's facility. And
Of Waverly Place.
yes, that's a dated reference, Topher. Come on. So you guys do have, and I can at your behest switch you to this map, which indicates
Which- The one that we got given before.
this is the rat generated map of the facility that was provided by your Skurzak client. And
Yeah.
so the information here is from the perspective of multiple rats scurrying along the floor. And it's not clear, as Tenon mentioned last session, if the rats were like traveling via other means through the different rooms, or but basically it's a bunch of rooms and the connecting hallways are not indicated very clearly.
As we go down the stairs, I make a unique squeaking noise to attempt to call Woodrow back to me.
And he emerges from one of the tunnels of the wall, like
With 700 other rats.
with a whole swarm of rats. Yeah, he comes scurrying out from under one of the benches, like where you guys, in this room that you guys are standing in. And if you look under there, you can see that there's like a tiny little, hole in the stone of this room where he would have been able to scurry through. And actually, if you guys want to drag your tokens onto this map too, you can put them in this room. If you ever want to use, just let me know if you want to use this as a reference for what you're doing, and we can sort of switch back and forth between the two maps, based on where you guys are. Yeah, and so this map doesn't indicate doors. There's no like hallways or anything. There are a few indications of these red squares were like marks of danger. There was high danger here in this area. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and pan back to our shrouded
High
map.
danger from the perspective of a rat.
Yes. So, which could mean any number of things.
Cats.
It's
There are also things that are dangerous to both rats and humans.
Like
Sure.
poison.
Yeah. Okay, so you are in this entry room. This map is mostly to scale. There might be a fudging of space just a little bit. But this is effectively where people would come in, hang up coats and take off boots and that sort of thing. And there's a little placard here right next to this door that indicates that this is the entrance to the main study number 1 of the difference facility belonging now to the government mages of O'Shea Tadberg. And it's just a regular door. There's no sort of locking mechanism or anything. It's just a wooden door set into the stone of this room with a handle.
I use something to hide my face.
Perfect. Yeah, if
Or
you guys
referring
wanna do the Payday 2 mask up.
Yeah. Mask.
I put my cloak on and my mask.
Perfect. Yeah, so the door stands before you. And from your map that you were provided, you do know that there is I guess you can't even see my pointer when I do this.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we
Yeah, I
can.
can.
Oh, you can
Yeah, we
see
can.
it in the darkness?
Yeah.
Oh,
We
perfect.
can
Yeah.
see the pointer, we just can't see the room.
Perfect. That's
Yeah.
all I wanted. So you know that there is a room of roughly this dimensions on the other side of this door, because one of you is carrying that map that you were provided. And so you can sort of pinpoint yourself like, oh, we came down the stairs, we're in a room that's like this. So on the other side of the door, we know what's going to be there. Yeah, and so whoever wants to go first can go first. You can determine a set in stone marching order, or you can keep it fairly fluid. From the information that Morg was provided, these initial rooms were not really the site of much security. This is
Pig, open the door.
Nope.
Is awareness what you would do to listen to the door? Or to see if anything's behind it?
Eavesdrop.
Eavesdrop.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a very specific skill.
I don't have that one.
Yeah, so eavesdrop would be to like put your ear to the door and listen.
Is the
Eavesdrop
one
is a
thing I am
general skill.
capable of doing.
Yeah, and so you
So
can
in
you
the
can roll it.
Zweihander system,
Yeah.
in the Zweihander system, unless it has a asterisk next to it on your character sheet, you can just roll it normally.
Yeah.
Only the marked ones, you have to have the skill to use it.
Or you
I'm
flip
not
to
very
fail.
good at it.
Yeah. So any one of you can listen to the door, or someone can
Well,
just
I was
open
gonna
it.
say, at least give it a shot. Somebody.
Oh,
Yeah.
never
because
mind.
I physically can't. I have a crop ear.
I got a 6.
Nice.
Perfect.
If
So
I need to, I
you-
can, but
You hush everybody. Everybody's sort of bickering about who's going to go through the door first. Put your ear up to it, and you hear just the silence of stone. Just, it is like you've never been in a cave, but you've been in like maybe like a sewer once or twice as part of your career. It is just the muffled silence of underground that you hear.
Okay, I open the door.
Bum, bum, bum. It is a
And then I just turn behind me like, the door's open, guys. Stop bickering about it.
yeah, and you open up into a pretty nice, like, looks like a common area where there's like a big table in the middle that has like papers and books and stuff. There are bookshelves sort of suspended against the stone walls surrounding most of this area, and there are 3 other doors, one to the north, east, and west. And there's like a bulletin board, like a cork board thing that's got like all of these parchments like pinned to it. And it's just like this it's almost like cozy little space that acts as like the entryway into this facility. And there's nothing that's immediately dangerous. You don't get the sense that there's anybody in there. I think one of you has a lantern that you mentioned. And you do notice that it is dimly lit by little magical like inset stones in the wall, sort of
nice.
at a variety of spacing, and so it provides like dim light for the room. But with the lantern, you can very easily sort of look around without trouble. And there are unlit gas lamps and stuff that are scattered throughout the room as well that could easily fully light the room.
What's in the board pinned?
So yeah, there are like a bunch of looks like hastily written parchment notes that are pinned sort of overlapping on this board. One of them says like, did anybody deal with the rats? ? And then there's like an addendum that's like pinned to that note where it's like, I did some work with the automatons and they seem to be doing really well with it. And then there's like another pinned thing that's like, did anybody find spare parts for the other engines? And it's just all of these like different like memos and correspondences, and they all have different names of like random wizards who would be passing this information back and forth.
More, when you acquired the information that wizard, he mentioned something of these automatons.
He didn't directly mention any automatons.
He did not. He just talked about some of the security measures, made mention of them, gave me a little bit of information on some, but not everything.
Okay.
Can I do like a scrutinize test on this board to try and find anything that might be useful, like any of the possible future traps or anything else, like automatons, other things we might encounter?
Absolutely.
Just 0?
Yeah, just a
Modifier.
flat scrutinize. What am I doing?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so you're looking through it, and it is just like there's like magical mumbo jumbo about like alloys and reagents and different like magical properties of like oh, be sure to check like the westerly winds of magic on this date because we predict X, like this is gonna happen. And the problem is that they're all like haphazardly stacked on top of each other. And so it's really hard to get a sense of like chronological order or like what node is related to what. And so yeah, it's very much like a bunch of nerds trying to communicate with each other but failing.
Mm-hmm.
And on
I'm
the
gonna
table there
roll
were
education
books.
and see if any of the books might sort of like tip us off to like what kind of things they're up to down there.
For sure. Yeah, and you
So-
both Arnulf and Tenon can look at the books, and even if you want to aid him in the education test, you can.
So while this is going on, Nibis gets a little bit impatient, and he says, the map seems to say we should go north, and he just opens the northern door.
So you open the northern door while the others are perusing the books, and there's a hallway. And you notice in the dim light of these like very convenient, almost like emergency light style glowing stones inset into the walls, that lining either side of this hallway are mouse traps, some of which have dead rats in them.
Oh, shit.
Classic.
And so
I'm the
like
danger.
the space is like you have to walk down the middle of the hallway to avoid like these traps that are sort of set along the edges of the hallway.
So I don't see anything else in this room this
Nope,
hallway
it's just
besides.
it's just a stone hallway, wide enough for
Okay.
like two people to squeeze next to each other if it
I
weren't
wanna-
full of traps.
I want to eavesdrop on the following door. Like
All right,
the
hit me
northern
with the
door.
roll. Let's look at this education. Yeah, so Tenon is looking at the books on the desk, and you can tell that it's all magical in nature, and it's all sort of like from like as you're looking at it, you kind of understand some of it from like your passing knowledge of magic, and so you get the sense that this is very like basic baby, like toddler's first magic stuff, like, you know,
Okay.
the essentials of generalist spells and understanding the greater winds of magic and things like that, where you're
Right.
like,
So this is where
Magic
like this is
missile.
where like the acolytes, and
Arcana for
apprentices
dummies.
and things would be
exactly,
sort of
Arcana for
hanging out.
dummies. Yep. So yeah, you look at it and you're like, okay, we are still in the initiates area.
Right.
This is
It's a
all
liminal space essentially.
this is all pass through for the big daddy
Okay.
mages.
Can I grab one of the books that are like beginner Arcana books?
Yeah, for sure. They're all fairly reasonable sized, leather bound. Pretty nice, but
Okay.
not like gold inlay or anything.
I think I want one on alchemy.
Perfect. Yeah, there's one there in the stacks of that's just like, you know, alchemy for the beginner or something like that. So when you listen to the door, Nibis, with your critical success, let me check something real quick. You hear on the other side the sort of like faint whirring and humming of something active on the other side.
Okay. So remembering the danger marker on our map,
Yep.
I want to kind of scurry back down the hallway and say to the group, there's definitely something mechanical on the other side of this door. It could be a defense mechanism.
Do you think having the sigil would stop it?
I'm not willing to put my life in danger to find out.
I hold out my hand for the sigil.
I reluctantly hand it over to her.
I don't want to use
much
it,
do
but I don't want to
anyways.
give it away. All right. So what does Arissa do with the sigil?
Does anybody know how to check the door to see if it's trapped or anything? Because I don't. I usually make sure they stay locked. I don't unlock.
I think that would just be scrutinized, and I could
Yeah.
actually do that pretty well.
Scrutinize would be fine.
So, Morg will set his big old backpack of shit down in this room, and he'll go check out the door. He'll go scrutinize it.
Okay.
I don't know
And
if anyone else is trained in it to give me assistance or anything, but I made it anyways.
I know that
yeah,
I can't give you
yes, but-
assistance.
yeah, so you look at the door, and immediately you can tell that this is just like the four others that you have seen so far. It's just like a fairly nice polished wooden door with a metal handle. No immediate like mechanisms or anything. But you also, now that Nibis has pointed out, you can hear on the other side of the door, maybe at a little bit of distance, that there is something making noise on the other side of the door.
Hmm.
Does he have like hole?
A pole? Like a rod?
Hole?
Oh,
hole.
no. There's no like peephole or anything. It is just a rather nice, you know, wooden door with
Is the door locked?
It is not.
Morg will crack it and peek inside.
And so as you peek inside, let me just reveal some of this. What am I doing? Oh, that's not the reveal tool. Click the tool, please. There we go. So you peek inside and you see that it's very similar to the one behind you. There's another table, kind of stacked with like books and stuff. And you catch a glimpse in the corner. Oops, let me fully reveal that. That there is, standing in the corner, sort of juddering and shaking very subtly, a humanoid figure standing. Oh, what the hell did I just do? Standing in this corner.
Okay.
Right here. And it's kind of hard to get a good look with only the dim, like, stone lighting. But it's standing there and just kind of, like, chilling. And the noise is definitely coming from that.
Okay. Morg is gonna shut the door, and he's like, right, there's something in there, so he's gonna walk back to the backpack and grab the 3-man traps.
Sure.
So. And then he's basically just gonna set him up in the hallway there with enough space that he can easily step over each one and not set them
Right
off.
next to the
Okay.
rat traps.
So,
You're gonna do something with that sigil, Larissa.
I was going to see if it stops whoever's on the other side. But we have to
Right,
go in there
you're-
first.
Oh, you're going to draw him.
more
Perfect.
than willing to try, but I'm setting this up just in case something goes south. You know, we can fall back.
Yeah, I figured you wait, I run in, get his attention. If he follows me, then cool. If I'll run back here, set the man traps off. Otherwise, the sigil will let me pass.
Hopefully.
All right. That sounds like a
We have
plan
two
to me.
sigils, right?
You do have 2 sigils. I think the
Who
other
has
one,
the other one?
Tenon has the other one.
Tenon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could
Oh,
just
yeah.
toss it back to
I
you.
do
Nate.
have another sigil, don't I?
So you're gonna burst in there, Arissa?
Once the traps are set up, yes.
Okay, yeah. He drew them on there in cyan.
I will walk in like with purpose
Sure.
and head like around the other side of the thing, holding the sigil in my hand. But I have my hand on a spear just in case.
Sure. So as you enter, you see that this figure in the corner of the room is very obviously what they're talking about when they said automaton. It is a humanoid, Tin Man-esque figure that is standing in the corner, sort of like very subtly quivering with magical energy. And as you enter the room, it sort of like activates and like turns towards you, and you can see that it has like a little like band of the same like glowing magical looking stone around its like cone head type thing. It's almost like a Star Wars droid. And one hand is basically a rapier like long foil blade, and the other hand is a crossbow looking like mechanism. And a voice comes from its chest, like it's not talking from its head, but it addresses you and says, "Halt! Are you a rat?"
No.
If you are
No.
not a rat, then the next question is, and there's like a long pause, and this is in a different voice. It says, "Are you a signified mage?"
Yes.
Yes.
If the answer is yes, then, and there's another pause, "Please present the sigil."
Sigil.
And it like steps forward on like little clanking legs, and you can see it like like somehow assesses the sigil. It doesn't like scan it or anything like sci-fi like that. But it says, "Welcome. You are permitted in this room. Thank you for not being a rat." And it takes a step back into the corner.
I just hand the sigil back, or I toss it back to the others and then walk through. Like, I'm like, do you want me to go through the next door?
And you all hear that.
Good.
If you're like anywhere near, it has a fairly loud mixture of voices.
So I'm hoping we can just like go in one at a time and pass off the sigil, and then just do that.
Yeah. Well, we've got 2 sigils as well, so
Mm-hmm.
I can hand mine forward just as easily. Yeah, I mean, I'll walk up to the automaton and approach it with my sigil. I'm not a
Yeah.
rat.
And so it the same like call center style like dialogue tree happens with
recording.
you.
Sure.
Yeah, where it's like 4 different voices, which are obviously like mages who have been like tampering with this thing.
Right.
And when you present the
Different
sigil, it accepts and allows you to remain in the room.
Okay. So I'll toss my sigil to Nibus.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same.
Yep, and so you guys can do this like fireman chain of just like handing the sigil backwards, and the 5 of you can enter the room no problem.
I will close the door
I
from
will go
the.
and pack up the man tracks and traps and go get the bags
Okay,
of stuff. So
I will close this door.
perfect.
Are we going west, north, or east?
I think we should go.
And we can
I mean,
always
west probably is not the
Yes,
answer.
we assume it was around here,
Well,
right?
based on the other map,
we can check
I
the
was
other
just
map
heading
real
in that
quick.
direction. So we have
well,
one
check-
north of us and one east of us.
Yeah, we're
That
in
was
the
marked on the other
room with
map.
one red.
yeah. So
So-
you guys are
There's
They
up.
some
never
stuff that isn't
explored
on.
to the west over here. Like they didn't explore what was over there.
Right. That's why I am kind of curious about what's.
Well,
on the
yeah,
west
I
side.
was just kind of basing where we were heading on the other map
Yeah.
that the rats gave us.
Because we're still not sure. We think it's like over here, but for all we know, it might not. It could be in an area they didn't explore.
Yeah, well, I was
but-
assuming great danger
Yeah.
means protection of some sort, so
I
probably
assume
valuable.
so too, but
But if one is
It
one robot,
could be in
or
this
it's 4
direction, though.
robots.
so
Yeah. Well, either way, let's not dilly or dally. We've got so many hours left.
yeah.
Dilly.
If we're just gonna try, if we think the center is where to go, let's head to the door on the right then.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would head towards the 4 red
This
dots.
one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So if you enter this, there's a little like connecting hallway. Oop. Nope, that's not the reveal tool. There's a little connecting hallway here. And
Hey, there we go.
who enters this room, this next eastern room first? Or is that what you guys said? Go to the east? Or did I mishear?
Nope.
Okay. You said where?
What?
Which direction are you guys going?
East.
We said east.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a little hallway here. Who goes first? It was my question.
More.
Look, Topher, if you want
It's
me to
your
go
turn.
boy. And he'll
You already got
like,
you already
squat down
got
to your
showed
level.
up by Miss Not a Guard over here.
All right then, and he reaches in the backpack and hands you a keg. He's like, "You carry that then, and I'll lead the way." And then he'll stand up.
Oh, a keg. I thought he said a cake.
No,
I was
a
like-
He
cake.
brought the cake with him.
It's the whole cake.
They brought the cake.
This is
Just
the
this
whole
massive cake out of the backpack. There's a reason he wasn't going to lead. If someone carries that, he will.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you
I go
know
for
that
it.
it's a keg of gunpowder. It's like
Yeah.
a
Okay.
decent sized, heavy.
Fair point.
Fair.
So,
I
because he's got like everything like on his person, but he will not bleed as long as he is holding that. Because
Yeah.
he
Well,
does
you
not
can
know
always
what we will
just-
encounter.
You can always just set it down before you enter a room, you know?
It could, yeah.
I'm just saying, we should take
Uh,
turns. We should take turns.
I'll
Kind of
go
like
first.
Russian roulette. Okay. Arnold's gonna
I go
take your
first.
turn.
I grab a sigil.
Okay.
Morg has no issues leading. He just
If-
will not do it with the keg.
That's
I
fair.
will-
I forgot about the keg of gunpowder.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Arnold just
drop
grabs a sigil and
before
heads in.
opening.
And so you enter in this room, and again, there's no like immediate danger or anything like that. But this is, instead of being like a like cozy study, like communal area, this is 100% an experimental like laboratory. These are like long benches that are just filled with piles of like trinkets and alchemy equipment, and there's like floor to ceiling shelves on every available wall space, also just like piled with like mortar and pestles and glowing crystals and
I
metal.
want to do an awareness check to see if there's anything valuable in this room, any poisons that I might recognize,
Okay,
anything that looks like something I might want.
for sure.
I want to scrutinize
like
my new
poisons.
alchemy book to see what things I need to start alchemy.
Perfect.
And grab those things.
Yeah, definitely.
Get
So
your
I'm looking for like
get-
additional folk bane or anything like that that I might recognize and want.
So as you're perusing the shelves, Topher, you find a solid gold rod that is etched with like runes up and down its length, and it's just like sitting on this shelf.
And it's shiny and I want it.
Yeah, it is like shiny. It's like 2 feet long and about like an inch in diameter, and it's clearly some kind of magical
heavy.
focus or implement. But yeah, it's very heavy. You can tell from its heft that it is probably solid gold. And you're like, oh,
Say 2 feet. He's like, what? Are you 4 foot or not even?
Almost 5.
you could use it as a cane.
Oh, are you almost 5? Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess you could use it as a cane.
Jesus.
Almost.
Really heavy cane.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 4'9".
Oh, okay. Oh, we lost Nate.
He'll be back. Yeah, so as you flip through like the very front of the book, and you're literate, and you've read books before.
You've read books before.
There's a whole like section that is getting started, and you see that there's a whole section of shelf that is dedicated to cleaned what am I trying to say? Alchemical implements. So like there's like a mortar and pestle and beakers and like alembics and all of these like really intricate glassware and stuff. And they're sitting conveniently on these like plush rags, as if they had just been dried and set safely in this section. And so you can find literally like every piece of important alchemical tool just sitting right here on the shelf. And you can like
I
literally name for
All the
name,
things.
yeah, pick the things that you want from the shelf.
I would like to do a scrutinize test looking for basically acids.
Okay. Perfect.
God damn it.
You've failed.
You find
Yeah.
nothing. You only
So
Find
you
the
are-
acid and splash it all over yourself. No, I'm
So
just
you are I mean, so you're searching through, like looking at
Morg
these
starts
shelves
tripping on acid.
in the dark, and your big fingers brush against as you're like kind of looking through this section, you come across a section that is clearly marked as like corrosive, careful, like skull, crossbone, all that stuff. And you're like, oh, I found it. And then you knock one over on accident, and it begins to like, it rolls, and everybody hears it rolling across the wood of the shelf, and everybody turns and looks, and you like look back, and it just falls from the shelf and hits the stone floor, bursts open with this like hissing and smoking as this extremely caustic substance begins eating away at the floor of the room that you guys are in. And so since Morg is right there, we're just gonna put this pool of acid Actually, let's make it a different color. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So Morg has accidentally
Oh, yeah, I'm up there.
upended this oh, that's Arnulf, sorry. But yeah, so you knock over this brown glass jug of acid and it shatters noisily onto the floor. And it's like smoking and smells really bad. It's not like filling the room with caustic like gas or anything. But it's definitely like a hazard if anybody was going to try and pass through this space. They would have difficulty.
I want to.
I meant to do that.
But if you
I
want to
wanna
grab one,
eavesdrop.
there are other jugs.
I'm gonna grab a couple.
Okay.
So
I want to eavesdrop on this door on the right to see if anybody is moving around, see if there's any shuffling from that noise from the glass breaking.
Okay.
I want to hear if anybody's coming our way.
Go ahead and roll it. Yeah, so you don't hear anything. All you hear is sort of the hissing and bubbling of the acid behind you and silence in front of you.
do we want to head south or east? Because going by the map, it could go either way.
I think going by the map, there's one more room and then down, then south. So I should go this door and
So
then
head to the east one.
yeah, and then south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going
I
in,
don't know,
Nibbles,
I'm
first?
thinking.
You have a sigil.
I mean,
Going
like
first.
I said, Morg has no issues leading every time. He just will not do it with the barrel.
Since I'm standing right next to it with my ear against the door, I'll go ahead and open it
I
because
give you
everybody's
the-
arguing.
You have a sigil.
I'm not arguing. I have clarified and told you Morg will always lead.
Yeah, but Nibbits doesn't care what you say.
Well,
Nibbits
fine,
says,
you can lead.
"Throw me the sigil."
I think you grabbed it, and
Okay.
so did Arnold.
Then I just open this door to the east.
You are met with the horrifying sight of
Of these nuts.
a short hallway with another door on the other side.
I keep going.
And again, you notice that in this tiny space, there are two mouse traps sort of in the corner behind this door and in the corner like that would be behind when this door opens.
God.
One of them does have a rat caught in it.
Oh no.
Dead or alive?
It's
I
dead.
cover Woodrow's eyes.
So you enter into this room. It is a library. So from like here to here and here to here, there are massive floor to ceiling bookshelves. The ceiling in this room is noticeably higher than the other ones, and so that they like tower above you. And there's like the cool little like sliding ladder things, and this space is like easily double the height of the other rooms that you've been in, and you can see they've included those helpful little glowing stones in this area as well. And there is on this wall another bulletin board with more posted like notes and stuff.
Okay.
I'll try.
I
Scrutinize
scrutinize
this
it.
one.
I will close the door before leaving the research lab.
Morg forgets how to read.
It's gonna be one of those nights, I see.
Entirely forgets how to
That
read.
is the third crit fail of the night, yeah.
Yeah, which
And
is
yours-
impressive.
That's Morg's second crit fail in a row.
Yep.
Praise.
So all of you sort of notice the board and kind of rush over to like see, like where anything is on there. And again, Morg in his haste disturbs an inkwell that was sitting on top of the bulletin board, because he's like reaching down at it because he's so tall. And he's like, "Oh, there's a note right here. Look, it says trap." And then the inkwell tips over, douses all of these like parchments and everything in thick black ink. And so you're able to pull the note that you saw. And what you can make from it, as it's covered in like these spidering like drips of ink, it says "remember," and then there's like a bunch of it blocked out, and then there's TRA, and then the rest of it's blocked out. And then, let me see if I can get this right, because I remember what it's supposed to say, but I'm trying to remember what to cover up.
God damn it.
Remember at the top, and then TRA, you can see where it did say trap in like really big written letters. And then the last word that you can just barely make out at the bottom is sigil.
Right, so I think there's a trap up ahead.
And this door, unlike the other doors,
I can't help it. I got these big fat hands.
I got these big hands. What am I trying to say? This door that is to the north is labeled with like a brass placard that says, what were my ranks? Oh, sorry. This one says acolytes only on the brass placard.
Okay. So we go back and then go south for this
You
one.
can try that.
We could. Or we could go. This is a door here to the north, right?
So there's
but-
the bulletin board and then the door right next to it. And then this.
Yeah, the door
this-
to the north
okay.
says acolytes only.
Yeah, acolytes only. And then there are a few doors behind you that you haven't explored yet.
Sure, sure.
We're trying to get somewhere here.
You would
Yeah, we
think
need to
that
figure out
the-
how to go south.
You would think, well, we see it on the map that there's a room, a small room, and another room. And then there's a room below that. So maybe we just have to go like in a U shape.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Based on the rat map, yeah,
Yeah.
possible.
Okay.
So we
Yeah,
have to
because
go
on the rat map, there's 3 rooms like touching each other. Well, 4 rooms technically.
So maybe those connect. But it would make sense if they had an acolyte only room where the thing is, because they wouldn't want it to be easily accessible.
I mean, maybe,
Honestly,
but
it's
acolyte is gonna
probably
be like
easier.
lowest rank.
So you do know that initiate is the lowest rank.
Okay.
Acolyte is middle, and then there's like the third rank is the highest. And then there's like grandmaster and more special things. I think I actually had a different name for it for the middle rank, but I don't remember if I said something different, and I actually didn't write it down. But for the sake of me being dumb, acolyte is the middle rank. And so you guys can tell that as you're progressing deeper, there are going to be parts that are sort of cordoned off from the lower ranking mages.
Well, let's go north.
Well,
Oh.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the same thing actually, because if we go north, it looks like we might be able to secure our exit first, if nothing else.
Okay.
And that's probably not a bad way to work, sort of backwards, so that we at least know where the exit is before we have the thing. Then we find the thing, and we know exactly how to get out of here. Because what I'm worried about is trying to fight while carrying it, or
Go-
trying to, trying to find the exit.
So are you wanting to explore the prior rooms or still go
Well,
forward?
no. I'm saying I agree with Arnulf. If we go north, it looks like, based on this map, that might kind of wrap around and go down to the spiral staircase, which I'm assuming
Yeah.
is
exit.
the exit, or at
Yeah,
least will
we've-
lead us to the exit.
Deemed it to
So-
be the exit.
Seems
exit
to be,
first.
yeah. Yeah, find the exit. That way we have a clear path how to get there.
Yep. Especially if we have to use the powder keg for anything, because we'll need to be
Right.
quick then.
No shit.
Okay, so I take an eavesdrop the door and
Okay.
see.
Oh, I can change that. I have other dramatic music.
Nice roll.
Does he have a list and shuffle?
Was this one that? we
Yeah,
already
I do
Oh,
wish
yeah.
that the songs just like ended and then turned into another song. Like I wish it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
a playlist instead of a loop.
I can do a playlist, but I only have 5 of them, and 2 of them are like not
Well, right. Some of 'em aren't
thematically the
fitting.
same. Yeah.
I gotcha.
So you hear when you put your ear to this door, it's you hear vibrating, but it's not like in the past door. Were you the one that listened? Anyway, it's not like it's not like the sound of the automaton. It's more like the whole room is kind of like thrumming. And so the door itself, as you're putting your like ear and face up to it, you can feel and hear the door very subtly vibrating.
Okay. So I will open just a little bit. to peek.
Okay. So you peek in, and you see kind of a strange room. You look in this room, and it's basically a fairly large open space, but there are... let me zoom in a little bit. In the room, there are 3 very thin pillars, and then you see another set of 3 very thin pillars. And then you can't, because you're just cracking the door, you can't quite see to the full depth of the room, but it does continue further this way.
What do they look like?
So they're all metal, and they've got like mystical sort of runes that you can't decipher etched from on the vertical surface. And there's like walking space between the pillars. But you can tell just from like looking and feeling the walls and everything that the thrumming, that like vibration, is definitely like emanating from these pillars. And
So those are some kind of like a conduit for the tines, I'm guessing.
Or maybe they're a trap. Yeah, and you need the signet to pass.
there is on the far wall a little placard that you can't quite read just from peeking, because it is again lit very dimly by those handy magic stones and set into the wall.
I will go ahead and just sort of duck between Arnulf's legs and just step into the room.
Jesus. Just clamber.
Yeah, so it's... Oops, I keep doing that. It is this long, sort of rectangular hallway, and there are... You see a third set of these... I did that one very poorly. But they're all in the same place, sort of. It's like a grid of these like metallic pillars like this.
Is there morgue-sized walking space in between them?
Yeah, so it's like he would have to squeeze a little bit, but you can walk through pretty easily. And it's definitely, as you step in, the room is sort of, you're not very familiar with magic, but the atmosphere feels weird.
Sure. Kind of just like a weird energy in the air.
Yeah.
I will step up to the bulletin board or poster.
It's actually
you said
another
is there.
brass placard that has been,
Oh, the placard.
placed against.
Yeah, I want to read that.
And it says, "I can't believe I have to put this here, but remember, it's not the one you think it is."
Fuck me.
Fuck.
Okay. It's not
Is
the
the-
one I think
and
it
I'm-
is.
They're all the same. 9.
So
Those are
anyone who approaches, like where Tenon is, like close to this first like column, there is a very subtle, like field, like shimmering, kind of like a membrane, I guess, of like magical energy. That's very much
Oh.
like a
Okay.
it's pretty obvious even to someone who doesn't understand magic that it's like
Yeah.
a barrier. So these pillars are basically conducting this plane of energy that bisects the room.
Would I know anything about this from the wizard guy?
I'm trying to think of how much to give you.
Are there any subtle differences in the columns themselves?
You can roll me a scrutinize to look for that. So Morg, you remember that he was really complaining about always forgetting, like in his haste of telling you the story, he's like, every time I would go past the acolyte barrier, I'd always forget the one that would get me. And roll me, what do you think would be good for recalling that specific detail? Do you want to do like an interrogation to like come back to the talk that you had, or so
There'd be like interrogation or like folklore would be the closest things I could think of it, or education. Any of those would be the closest.
I would give you the interrogation.
So
So Nibis, as you're examining the posts, you can tell that they do have different like sigils sort of on their vertical surface. But they're all three of them are different, and it's not clear to you what the significance of that is. And so Morg, you're like looking at this and you're like, what did that damn mage say about the one that always gets him? And you remember him rambling about presenting the sigil to the barriers, but always presenting it to the wrong one.
okay. I will relay that information. So, do the
Is there any sigil that doesn't look like it's magical? Like, I have a bookstore right there, right? So I go and look for sigils, and if they're, like, I see drawings and I see sigils.
Oh,
You
you're
know where
trying to
I'm going?
match the writing to a
Yeah,
book?
but if I say, this is a sigil, this is a drawing, this is a sigil. This
Yeah.
this
And so
one
the
makes
the sigils refer to like the little badges, the two of the that you have. Whereas like the posts themselves have like magical like runes or whatever.
Yeah.
Ruins,
Yeah. So if you want to do like an education test to try and like go back to the library and find something, it'll take a while just as like a baseline. Like, okay, I want to try and figure this out. Yeah. So if you want to do that, you can roll education. And then what do the other 4 want to do with these barriers?
So, do the badges have any kind of symbol on them?
No. They are just that like weird oval shape with the post in the middle, and then there would be like a little like name, like engraved name, but there's no signifying difference or anything like that.
But
Okay,
that symbol doesn't match any of the pillars' symbols, right?
Yeah, so the sigils themselves don't have symbols on them. They're simply this oval with the spike in the middle and a person's name on it. And the oval is a different metal than the spike in the middle, and that's sort of the important bit.
The guy told you
okay.
what will happen
But these
if you present to the wrong one. Actually, the right one.
I assume
Or-
not, since Hunter gave me the information I got. And didn't give me more.
He made it sound like it was bad, but not like lethal or like life ending.
Can I don't know if scrutinize or awareness is this, but can I see if there's like a particular footpath that seems to be walked on more?
Yeah.
Which one would that be?
Scrutinize would be
Awareness,
good.
probably?
Because you'd be like on your hands and knees, like trying to.
Oof.
Yep. So the 2 people that just failed rolls, Arnulf and Arissa, you can re-roll for your.
Okay.
Is also
I
getting
passed my scrutinize. I don't know.
Okay. So it is pretty obvious. Where's my pin? That the path from the door that just goes like right here is more worn than going like
Right.
up.
But it could be either right or middle.
Mm-hmm.
What
So
do you think it is?
the sigils.
But the one on
do
the
they
left
all-
will be definitely the wrong one. So,
Yes.
so which one? Does the one on the left do more equal to the one in the middle or to the one on the right?
What was-
Yeah, can we like are all 3 of the symbols completely different on the pillars?
Yeah.
You said each pillar has a specific rune all over it, right? But they're all different?
It's like a mix of runes, and the pattern is different for all 3 of them.
Okay.
What was in the other room?
To the south,
Yeah.
this is all giant bookshelves full of books. It's like a mini library that extends really
Alright.
high.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do an education roll and see if I can't peruse the library.
Okay.
I don't know how much time we'll lose, but in real world time, I think it will take less time. Never mind. I failed.
Can
Yeah,
I
so-
attempt? Sorry, continue.
I was gonna say Arnulf and Tenon are in the library, like throwing books, like looking for anything that matches. So what was Morg gonna do?
This is me.
Can I attempt an incantation roll to see if I understand the sigil?
You will have to flip to fail,
I know.
but you
I
can.
know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's 80.
Yeah. So that would be 80. So that would be a failure.
Yep. Okay.
So you're puzzling over the runes.
I want to reach out and touch the middle pillar,
Okay.
like with my palm.
Sure. You touch the middle pillar, and besides a like slight vibration, nothing particularly interesting happens.
You gotta use the signet. Unless you're just feeling them up.
I want to touch the pillar on the bottom now.
Similar
And
thing.
see if it feels
You-
any different.
You touch it, and it's cool to your touch, and it's slightly vibrating, but you don't like explode into a bloody mess or anything like that. It is pretty non-interesting.
I want to attempt to poke the barrier just slightly.
So you touch the barrier, and
Just like with the tip of my finger.
you touch the barrier with the tip of your finger, and as your finger touches and passes through the barrier just slightly, you feel an interesting tingling sensation kind of course through your body. There's like the standing of all of your hair on your body kind of as static passes through you, and then visibly the barrier dissipates.
Don't have.
And so you can immediately tell that between these three first pillars, they're not like vibrating, the barrier's gone.
A little more charge and I could have gotten my spike back.
Jesus. So I guess you don't have to touch the pillars. You just gotta pick the right path.
Yep.
Whatever. I guess scrutinize the next section of the floor.
And it's even like without a roll, you all can see that the path literally just like continues like this.
Just straight ahead.
Yeah.
Nibis just runs through them.
Oh god.
All right, so you run. As you run and hit the second barrier, your hand begins to pass through it much the same as the other one, but instead of a sort of tingling, interesting
Oh no.
feeling, there is the explosive discharge of electricity that deals
Oh no.
14 points of shock damage to Nibis and throws him backwards. And the tines themselves like resonate like a ding noise that is quite loud, especially in this room.
I shake myself off and I'm like, holy shrap!
Don't like that.
Jesus Christ.
I grab the sigil and pass through this one.
So as you press the sigil through the barrier, you feel a nice tingling sensation as the barrier dissipates at the touch of the sigil.
Okay. I will assume that people will remember the first, forget the second, and with the spike treatment they will remember on the third one. So I'll go to this side now. Do the same.
With what?
The sigil.
All right, so you touch the sigil. There's a nice sort of low hum as the barrier dissipates. You all begin to hear that this group sort of begins to like a capacitor recharging, like whoom, as it's coming
God,
back
I'm gonna sprint through.
as it's coming back to power. And so as everybody books it through, it goes, like a full thrum, boom, the barrier comes back. And you can watch, if you guys wait long enough, that the same thing happens with the three. They recapacitor and the barriers reemerge. And so Morg is able to understand that from the note that he destroyed, what it was trying to say is that you need to remember that one of them needs a sigil and two of them don't. And so it's always the one that you forget.
Okay.
And so if you're a mage coming in and you like go through the door and lead with your sigil, you're going to get blasted. And then if you're coming out of this door and
I see
you
what you're
don't
saying.
lead with your sigil, you're going to get blasted. And so it's the pattern that people who might be in a hurry would forget.
Right. If you're going backwards through, then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you want to, we can do like, we can mark them or something. You just like a little star for this one. Boop. No sigil. Perfect. Yeah.
They stopped the sound.
Yeah, so it
still
was just
within.
like a note. Like
Okay.
a high resonant, like a big bell or a chime or something when Nibis got shocked by the middle one.
I peek through the door.
You peek through the door and you see on the other side. How do I want to do this? I'll just oops, I'm dumb. I'll just do the whole room. So you peek through the door and you are surprised to see why? Okay. I'm with it.
Are you?
A person is, where's my tool? A person is standing at the far wall.
This is the danger room. This is the danger room.
And he is standing with his back to a enormous steel door. And
Awake?
what?
Is he awake?
He is awake and he is looking at the door that you are peeking through. And as you peek, he shouts, "Who's there? Who's there?"
It's me, Lauren. And I'm gonna.
Are you
my God.
rolling a guile?
No, I'm not rolling. I say I'm Lauren, and then, don't you remember me? I was here last week, and when I went to talk to him, I will rush inside. I
Okay.
will charge him.
And so as
I will,
you
sorry. I will charge. I will bump him against the door.
okay,
Push him.
yeah, so he's like, "I don't know any Lauren," and then you burst into the room.
Yeah.
And it's clear even in the semi-dim light that this is a mage. And he is very much surprised when a masked man comes barreling out of the door. And go ahead and Arnulf, roll me initiative, and we'll have this guy roll initiative. The rest of you don't really need to yet. I suspect that Arnulf will be able to take care of this with his extra turn at the beginning. Okay, so you roll initiative and we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Where is initiative?
I don't know if you can roll it on the sheet. You might have to
Yeah.
just roll a d10 and add the number.
Ah.
It's /R space. There's also the dice roller tool on the left side that you can just open
Over
up.
on the left, yeah. A little dice icon.
18.
Oh wow, yeah. So you go first, and you also get your extra 3 AP, like your first extra round. So you're gonna charge in, and you're gonna slam him against the wall.
Yeah.
And you can see that he's like in the middle of like panicked like casting of a spell as you like just like shoulder charge him against this
Posture check.
this circular like vault like door.
I don't like posture check.
Simple melee, right? Do you
So
want me to?
what do you want to do with him? Because you still have
Thanks,
your
Beauty.
Yeah, it's a takedown is at we'll do athletics. A takedown.
Okay, so you're gonna try and put him on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll roll his.
Athletics, right?
Yeah, it is a contested athletics.
And I
You
have
rolled
plus
pretty
20 or
good.
something.
We'll do plus 10 because he was trying to cast and very surprised.
You resisted?
See,
So for a takedown, you have to make a coordination test.
he did. It was it contested coordination, or is it
Or
contested?
athletics.
Okay, yeah. So he
Either
did
one.
athletics, and he actually resisted, surprisingly. So you like slam him against the wall, and you go to trip him, and he like gains his footing, and he's like, "Well, no, nobody's supposed to be here. What do you want?"
And now it's my turn
Yeah, it's your turn again.
again. So I will grab the whip and try to choke him so he can't speak.
Okay.
So I will.
The
for
Arnulf
one.
classic.
Silence him
Yeah.
I
forever.
will aim for
Classic.
1 and then to the simple melee.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And does he resist that?
Yep.
I don't suspect.
It's a chokehold.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So chokehold, foe must resist athletics or be choked.
Yeah. So he again like
He rolled super low.
just a
Yeah.
impossibly athletic mage. Like gains his footing. You like whip the whip to go around his neck. And he, he blocks it like with an arm and gets like, whipped across the back. But you don't get it around his neck. What do you want to do with your last AP?
We'll do a perilous stunt.
So, can I rush in when I see Arnulf having trouble?
Yeah, so everybody else will get turns after this guy.
Yeah, we'll have to roll initiative, I guess.
Yeah, you can if you want. So what were you going to do with your last AP?
I could retry doing the takedown because what I did was an attack. Now I'm doing a perilous stunt, so I will retry the takedown.
Oh yeah, because the whip is as an attack can do that. That's kind of busted, but I'll allow it.
So I will do a coordination now.
Okay, and he
Because
will
I'm not
resist.
charging.
He will resist with his coordination.
Oh,
He's just like, and you have fortune points. You can re-roll if you want.
no, I will wait.
Okay.
I'll
Um,
unveil.
And so yeah, he ducks your next whip attack, and he's like, "What do you want from me? I didn't mean to be here."
Damn it! I'm tempted to try to say something to him, to try to charm him out of fighting back.
Now would be the
I'm-
time.
I'll say it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. So I'm gonna hold up my sigil, and just say, I'm terribly sorry. You'll have to excuse my friend here. He gets a little overzealous. You weren't supposed to be here. We're doing a security check.
And he looks at the sigil and he looks at you sort of like in the process of dodging the whip. And he's like, why the fuck are you wearing masks?
Yeah, damn it, I forgot we were wearing masks. God damn it. Well, some of us were throwing an orgy earlier. Anyways, it's not important. We're not supposed to be here either,
Jesus.
but we won't tell anybody if you don't tell anybody.
Um,
Can I roll a charm?
yeah,
you seem
roll
like a
roll
nice young man.
roll a
We don't-
charm
we don't
with
wanna
minus
get you into any
with
trouble.
minus 30.
Minus 30. okay,
He's
'cause I've
absolutely
already rushed
not
him.
buying it.
But I get a plus 10 because I'm drunk.
I have no idea why.
Yeah, like what? Why don't you believe
Okay.
me?
So an arduous charm with, let's see, situation. It shouldn't be a situation. I'll just roll it and then add the 10 after the fact.
Wow. Wow.
Oh god damn.
You're terrible.
I don't think you made it.
That was such a high
Yeah.
roll too. No, yeah, I did not charm him. It was
Yeah, so
trying, I guess.
he like in response to what you said, just kind of like screams like ah! Like,
Nibis throws down his mask and summons all of his old man grandpa energy. And he steps in the doorway and he says, "What's all this commotion? This was supposed to be a routine security check." And he rolls guile.
So as you roll guile and fail, this guy
God damn.
casts a spell. Does he? He does. Ooh, ouch. Okay.
Made
He
it?
doesn't.
Damn.
No, he did not make it.
Okay.
No, he was close. So you can see he's like panic, like waving his hands, and there's like a little bit of like magical energy, and then it just kind of like fizzes and falls away in his distress. And he then like just like dives for the corner of the room. And you can make an or no, you don't have any AP left, right? Arnulf? Oh, but it's
Not-
free. So you can make an opportunity attack if you want.
Well, I will do an opportunity. I will do with I use the whip.
Okay. So yeah, he's like
Oh.
basically like diving for the corner to get himself in like a defensive position. And he's very much not pleased.
I have
Oh, nice. So what
Well-
so does that just do damage?
no. The whip. It's the chokehold
Okay.
or takedown. So
Yeah.
I'll do a chokehold again.
Okay. And does he
Try
get
to
get to resist this one?
Yeah, he gets to
Okay.
resist.
I will be absolutely
Yeah, he still does
astounded.
resist that athletics.
Okay. So yeah, he dives for the center. Arnold brings the whip back around and finally catches him. Were you choke holding or takedown?
Chokehold.
Okay, around
Oh.
the neck.
And it do 1d10 plus.
Yeah, he suffers
Brawn.
1d10 plus brawn bonus peril immediately, and on every turn if Arnulf maintains that.
What is your brawn bonus, Arnold?
5.
Yeah, so he is immediately like
And-
gasping for air. And so Nibis, what would you like to do since you're in the room?
I'm gonna rush him and attack with my dirk.
Just gonna fucking gut him. Okay. So yeah, you can move right up.
I mean, I tried Guile. It's not working.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not working.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So he suffers -10 base chance to dodge or parry if he's trying to do that.
He will try to parry because he does have one left. 1 AP, and so it's -10 because it's fast.
Yeah, -10 for fast.
So he actually still does. He does parry. In this case, he's not wielding a weapon, so he does dodge it. But he rolled parry, just to like push your wrist. He's like one hand on the whip around his neck, the other hand deflecting your wrist with the dirk, trying to scream out. And does anybody else want to come into the room? We've got Morg and Arissa in the back.
I did roll initiative. Are we not doing initiative?
I was gonna say I rolled initiative as
Yeah,
well.
I was-
Oh, I must have
You're just
completely.
kind of going at random order.
Oh, I must have.
I
Totally...
think he let me go because I was already in the room.
Yeah, sorry, I completely missed the initiative rolls. Okay, so Morg.
That's okay. I
How
rolled
do
a
I roll
15.
initiative?
Nate and I both actually rolled a 15.
So you roll a d10, and then on
Plus
your
whatever your bonus is, which is it's under.
So yeah, under your talents and trappings, you should see initiative,
Yeah.
which is 3 plus your PB. You add that to a
Yep.
D10 for your initiative.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
roll
so
1d10 plus initiative.
so Morg can go, and then
There you go.
I got a 10.
okay. So Morg.
Well,
So we got-
technically, I ran in here before Morgan. We both rolled 15s. Just gonna say that.
Oh, you had a. Oh, because yours is you didn't do the
I
addition.
mean-
No, yeah, I did it wrong apparently.
Not a big deal. We'll just have Morg go first, and then Tenon, and then Arissa.
Fine.
All right, Morg. You big.
Morg's gonna go there. He's gonna kneel down and he's gonna intimidate. I don't know if intimidate is gonna cost me anything. I'd have to look.
It
at, like,
would.
the
It
combat
does
to
take an
intimidate.
AP to use a skill
Okay,
in
that's
combat.
fine.
Yep.
Where's my intimidate? Do I get a bonus or anything since you know he's in a bad situation?
No, not with chokehold. Only with
No, I just
takedown.
mean because he's surrounded, he's being choked, and the giant ogre is now kneeling over him.
Yeah, you could do a plus 20 for your intimidate.
Thank you. I guess I fail.
What were you going to say?
What he was going to say is like, look, if you want to cooperate, that'd be great. If not, you're going to have a real bad time. Because me and my friends, you know, obviously we're not supposed to be here. And obviously you're horribly outnumbered and now cornered like a rat. And we're pretty good at killing. And, you know, I'm really, really good at torturing. So if you survive, it's going to be worse.
And you see in his eyes that he has already fallen into like primal animalistic like reactionary fight or flight. Yeah, so he's like completely, it just washes over him without any any recognition.
Then I guess I'll hit him with my glaive.
I love how begrudging you are about having to kill this mage.
Well, I was trying to get information out of him. He's down here. We need information. We had
That's
no idea
true.
what we were doing the last
Yeah,
area.
it would be nice to be able to get info out of him.
So, I guess, do I get any bonuses while they're in a chokehold?
No, so
Not
he's
specifically
Yeah.
from a chokehold.
no, he's not
Okay,
helpless
okay.
yet.
Okay. I miss.
He is just
Damn.
absolutely like in the zone right now. Like he like oh wait, yeah, so you missed. So he blocked the dirk from Nibis, is like working to free the whip around his neck, sidesteps your glaive in this corner. And so now Tenon, what would
I like
you?
to just picture that he's like flailing so rapidly that we're just like
Yeah,
missing
yeah,
high.
he's just like completely, operating on instinct.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I'm-
Rissa's still hiding in the back room.
Yeah, she rolled lowest, so she'll come
She
in
is
at,
still
at last.
That's fair. So I will rush up to him. And there's nothing really left to do except for swing my rapier at him.
Sure. And you can
I don't,
use
I
an
don't
AP.
know if I
to-
get a modifier because of the fact that he's
no,
grappled.
you don't.
No.
Not
Okay.
yet.
I
So
can use an AP to do what now?
you could have used an AP to roll to aim, but you hit anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so you
Yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah.
What is your agility bonus? Because it's not adding it for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's weird. It's
because you
+4.
rolled a 5 for damage, but you need to add the ability bonus
Oh,
to that.
okay, yeah. I guess I should add that to the weapon.
You have to
somewhere? Where does
select that
go?
in the. You
Yeah, there's like
click
a-
the little arrow to
There's-
drop down,
Yeah, for
Oh,
finesse.
okay.
Yeah,
and then
you
choose
can.
damage bonus.
Qualities.
Yeah, so you want ability bonus. You want agility bonus as your damage.
AB.
Yeah.
Okay.
Choose
Got
AB.
it.
Yeah, so just tell me what the number is, and we can do the math for this roll.
It should be a 9.
Okay, yeah. So you come up and he dodged the glaive, and you just like get a good jab into his side with the rapier, poking into his guts. And
And I apologize while I'm doing it.
I'm sorry. And Orisa, what does Orisa choose to do? You hear the commotion, and you.
You enter the room.
She hasn't yet.
I will enter the room, and then
Scream in horror.
no. No. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna I can hear that it's going poorly, right?
Yeah, and if you enter the room, you see them like jumping this guy because it's like just right across the room in the corner here.
Arnulf was choking him with the whip, and I'm just stabbing him with the rapier.
Yeah. And so it is very much just like a sort of given or a matter of time
Beat down.
until this guy is just like paced.
As Orisa enters the room, I just yell out, "Orisa, come finish him! He just won't die!"
Jesus Christ.
Oh, there goes my plan.
I mean, you can still do your plan.
Yeah.
Well, it's not gonna work now.
What was your plan?
I was going to come in and pretend to be a fucking guard.
Oh. I see. Yeah, that won't work no more.
Yeah.
Oh, and save him.
Yes, that was my goal.
That would have worked.
I'm still, I'm still gonna try. I'm gonna take my mask off since he can't see me behind everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm going to like rush under.
Well, you could always say, "I've already captured your other comrade," and just play it off.
That's fair. I'm just going to rush for or stand in the doorway and go. If you're looking for your friend, she's already been killed.
Oof.
And then I'm going to rush around and like have my my pistol out and just point it at them and like, quick, open the door, and then hold it towards them, the three of them, as I'm in my guard uniform.
Okay. So you're
Basically,
like,
I'm trying to convince him that I'm on his side
yeah.
while I'm pointing a gun at them.
Okay. And how do the 4 react?
I stand up and step back a few feet with my hands up.
Okay.
Morg will drop his weapon and put his hands up.
See, Mom,
I
I'm
mean,
a great
it's
guard.
not good if Like, it's no good if you're still holding your weapon. So
I still have my dirk in my hand, but it's up in the air.
Yeah,
See, if I hold a glaive up in the air, that's.
Move.
I will drop my rapier to the floor and put my hands to the sky, because this gambit won't work if we don't all go along with it.
No. I will release
I
chokehold
appreciate this.
and move step backwards.
Okay.
Put my hands up as well.
Yeah. So
Whoa,
he.
easy there, easy now.
So he like as the chokehold comes off, he like holds his side where he has like the little puncture wound from the rapier. And he's like,
Oh.
"What the fuck is going on here?" And he like
Open the door before they change their minds. Let's go. I got my eye on them for now.
and he's looking at you and he's looking at the four of them like standing down.
There's more guards on the way. Don't worry.
And he's like, "What? Like, I don't even understand what's going on. So you're obviously a guard, but
Yes.
did you like follow these guys?"
Yes, I've been trying to apprehend them. We got one of their allies.
And he like walks over to you, and he kind of like stands next to you and is like appraising them. And obviously he's like hurt and winded, but immediately like switches back to that like haughty kind of superior air of like the classic mage. And he's like, how did this trash even get in? Like, okay.
Can you please open the door so we can get to the next room to safety while the other guards apprehend them?
And he's like, I can't. The reason I'm here is I was trying to open the door, but I can't.
Why?
If you look, and he'll point to the big vault door. He's like, there are 2 slots there where you to accept sigils, and I have a sigil of a high enough rank to fill 1 slot, but I don't have one. I don't have a second one. This is the first time I've been in here. Look, okay, I know you're a guard, and I know that maybe you think I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm a sigiled mage. I have my insignia. I just, I'm with the college. I wanted to see the machine. I wanted to go down there. It was my last chance. I didn't realize that I would need another mage to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I don't like. I mean, it's.
I will put myself in position, taking advantage that he's talking too much.
Yeah, I'm trying to position
slowly,
him so he's facing away,
and then when
but can
I'm
get hit on the
positioned
head.
a good position, I will knock him out.
Okay, you want to roll knockout?
And I'm trying to help position him because he's just talking too much, and he gave us the information we needed anyway.
Yeah, so he's like still in that like shocked state. Yeah, so do the knockout roll.
Athletics.
Yeah, and so do it plus 20. He's definitely distracted and winded.
I will use
Use a fortune point. Yeah.
I'll use a fortune
All right,
point.
so in your flashback, how did you prepare for this situation?
I will roll the athletics.
Yeah. So do you want to like have a like
something extra.
yeah,
Like a flashback moment to
where you're like,
something
oh,
you had or
I brought with me. I actually brought my
did for him.
my
And
billy
I supper.
club, or yeah, your
Billy club,
sapper. Yeah, like a little blackjack or something.
Yeah, I brought my blackjack.
Yeah, so reroll it at plus 30. As you come up behind this guy, give him a heckin' bonk on the back of the head.
There we go.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, so he is absolutely unconscious. Suffers 2d10 plus 2 peril. Is that what
Plus
that says?
brawn bonus, yeah. Plus brawn bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, yeah. So you not only knock him out, but also incapacitate him. Perfect.
How long is he gonna be incapacitated for?
So he is unconscious.
Doesn't matter. We're gonna
It
tie his
says
ass up
so.
anyway.
It's for brawn bonus turns, so 5 turns because that's Arnold's brawn bonus,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he suffers 2d10 plus 5 peril.
yeah.
Yeah, but Hunter made it sound like he hit the incapacitated level.
He did, yes. And so he will be
Yeah,
incapacitated until
Yeah,
he
'cause
can
I
rest.
stabbed-
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So he is unconscious, and if he ever wakes up, will be fully incapable of doing anything.
So I nab his
Just been
sigil.
laying there bleeding out unconsciously.
I'm gonna
I
nab
just
his sigil.
say, I'm
bleeding
sorry, and then put my mask back on.
I'm gonna grab my glaive.
Okay.
So I'm gonna nab his sigil, and
pick up
I'm
my
gonna
spear.
have I'm gonna tell Tenon, grab the other sigil that we got from the high-ranking woman we scammed,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've got
and
it
so
right here.
we'll put them up together.
So yeah, look at
Let's make sure we tie him up first, though. If he wakes up, I don't want him running
I
upstairs.
mean- Morg's pretty good at tying people up with their guts.
Please don't.
yeah.
Jesus.
But yeah, you can tie him up easily. So do you remember the name of the woman who you scammed?
Did I write it down?
Because you have 2
Hold on.
sigils, and they
I think
have
I did.
names.
I think I did.
They have names on them,
Hold on.
and it will
Her
be
name.
important.
Was Arala Stones.
Arala. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so you use
Why I
Arala's
take
sigil
notes.
plus
And
this
this
guy's
guy's.
sigil, and there are 2 like little indents in this giant, metal like door. And you slot them in there, and it gives a nice like sort of chiming, resonant tone, kind of like the pillars. And it just like fully slides backwards, like smooth, silent, like oiled steel, and then rolls to the side. And you are met with this room right here, where there is a descending spiral staircase.
Morg.
So while they do that, I want to take a peek in this other door real quick,
Okay.
just to see what's in there, because we still don't know where the exit is.
Oh, wait, this is the exit.
The descending
This leads
staircase.
to the thing. This is where the guy wanted to go. He wanted to see the engine, he said.
Right. But the descending staircase, we assume, leads to the catacombs under the city.
That's true. There is another door in that next room, isn't there?
Well,
Yeah.
so on the map, I marked it kind of on the map that you guys have received. I marked it kind of poorly, but there is a room beneath,
Oh, that's right. There was a room.
where the rats entered to do their like scouting mission.
Yeah.
And so
Right,
that was
okay.
sort of your guys' assumed like, okay, this beneath room meets with the catacombs. And again, I sort of marked it poorly here, but this square right here is the beneath room.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Either
so
way, I'm
there's
still
sort of a
checking this
room
door.
layered under that room. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. By all means, check.
So the store to the right, you
Give
open
a
it. Do
little
you want to open
peek.
it?
Just gonna peek.
Okay.
Should we send somebody a little sneakier this time, just in case?
So this is a. Oops, I'm dumb again. This is
Sounds like a bad thing.
a fairly small room like this. And you see in the corner a familiar shape of an automaton.
Oh my goodness.
Oops. Paste, please. There he is. In the corner here. And doesn't like register you just peeking in the room. But this room is like a tool shed. Just like parts and tools hanging, and there's like a little bench that's just like chock full of like all kinds of mechanical and magical, and like there's like mundane tools like wrenches and things you don't recognize. Very much like a maintenance kind of closet sort of thing.
Okay. I will shut it then.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been one of, if we had gone down a different staircase, that would have been one of our other entry points, maybe.
I mean,
Right?
to my knowledge, there's only the one staircase.
That is true. To your knowledge, there is only the one staircase.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the lead down here? Really?
Yeah, from
Yeah.
the castle, there's only one staircase that, like, of the areas we had access to.
That you guys knew of.
The other, like, staircases were, like,
Oh,
in
that
the
we knew
basement
of.
area, and then they would come back up, and then
Yeah.
this was a separate staircase.
Yeah. This is even more below the basement area.
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are inside the vault, so to speak.
Yep.
With the descending staircase. It is 1:07. If we did another hour, we could probably, I guess I shouldn't say that, because again, you guys are fairly good at extending things.
You're also really good at misjudging these things.
Yeah. So we can end here and reconvene not next weekend, but the weekend after, or we can keep going for a little bit and see where we get.
I'm gonna leave it up to Ignacio because for him it's 3 in the morning right
yeah,
now.
he is definitely the latest, and Nikki and Topher are the second latest.
Mm-hmm.
I could go for 1 more hour.
Okay.
Okay.
We reach a point if we decided that we reach a point where we
Yeah, and
conclude.
if there's a
Yeah.
better point that you guys think, oh, this
Yeah.
would be a good place to end, we can do that.
Less than an hour.
So we'll go up to an hour, maybe less.
Yeah, and if Nikki,
less of an hour.
that is if Nikki
Okay.
also agrees to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so this area is pretty much unadorned. You do see that the walls of this like vault are lined with weird metallic tubes that run from ceiling to floor. And they are not like regular cylinders. They kind of like expand and contract and are like riveted and irregular. But the entire wall of these three, the entire space of these three walls is lined vertically with these tubes. And there's a very subtle, when you're in this room, like clicky clacky, like almost like a typewriter, which isn't something that you guys would obviously know about, but Tenon is familiar sort of with this like mechanical sounding noise of like actuating piston kind of
Right.
cam sort of thing. And every one of these tubes is like kind of very softly emanating with that noise.
Where?
And then there is a door to the left that has a sign on it.
What's the sign say?
The sign says Demon Storage and Research.
Oh,
Fuck that.
that's the big danger.
That's the big danger. Guess if we want to unleash demons upon the fucking city.
No,
Let's
thank
not
you.
do that.
I'm worried
I
about.
go down the spiral
yeah.
staircase to see what's at the bottom of that.
Yeah, same. I follow.
Okay, so
These are the rods for the from the conduit stairs, towers.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make
So-
a new room for you real quick.
Wasn't even ready. Jesus, Hunter.
Oh, I'm ready.
Really? You're making a new room. You just said you didn't have it set up.
No, not a new room in Discord or in Roll20, just a offset so that it's clearer. So you come down the spiral staircase, and it terminates right, for the sake of simplicity, right here. And so you guys, yeah, come out right there, and in this space is a giant circular pedestal, kind of like this. Boop. And then a sort of taller, semicircular, or circular, like, raised part. And sitting suspended in the air is your target. You recognize it immediately from the drawings that were provided. It's not quite that big, but for the sake of drama, it is. And all around it from the ceiling are big, how do I want to describe it? Like oval tubes, like this. And these are in the ceiling, so these won't impede your travel at all. But coming from these tubes are hundreds and hundreds of like tiny little, like arms or like poker things, and from each of these like tubes in the ceiling surrounding the engine in the center, a little arm will shoot and like hit a mechanism in the engine and then get pushed back by something within the engine. And so each of these 6 tubes has like tons of these little arms shooting in and then getting pushed back, and then shooting in and getting pushed back. And you can see on the inside of the little engine core that is your target, there are just like innumerable like gears and pistons and whirring mechanisms and things that are receiving the inputs from all of these different tubes, punching little arms into it. And
Aren't there 6 spires to this castle?
there are more than 6.
Okay.
But yeah, so that your assumption is correct, that this is sort of the receiving and computing area for whatever energy or information is being absorbed by the tines. More worryingly to you guys, there is a like little podium here with a kind of like a lectern looking thing, and there is a man standing with his back to you, and he's got both hands on the lectern. Doesn't respond to you coming down the stairs, doesn't acknowledge it or anything.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, it is actually the Wizard of Oz himself.
Knew it. I knew it all along.
I'm going to
Okay.
attempt.
Who's the sneakiest? I think Arnulf should sneak up on him.
I'm going to attempt to garrote him.
Oh my god.
I don't think you should.
Style.
Oh, are you going for it?
I'm going to attempt to garrote. I succeeded!
Okay. So a few things happen.
This is gonna be
Do
interesting.
you think you succeeded?
Yeah, I don't think you succeeded.
So you definitely succeed. You go up to him and are surprised, since you didn't roll stealth or anything, that he literally doesn't respond to your approaching footsteps or anything, and you go over his shoulder and garrote him, and you see that, like, as you're going to strangle him, his eyes are closed and he's just like has his hands on the lectern. When your skin contacts his skin, like your hands touch his cheek or whatever, you experience the dissolution of your sense of self, and your ego sort of falls away as your consciousness is distributed all across the entirety of Voshake Tadberg.
Holy shit.
And you perceive everything from border to border and from ground to sky of the entirety of the nation simultaneously.
Nibis just had the weirdest acid trip.
And you sense that you are, instead of a gnome individual, you are this sort of permeable membrane that encases the nation of Voshake Tadberg. And you have, instead of limbs, you have tines. And you can feel as if it were part of your nervous system every tine of every castle scattered across the countryside. And the beating center of your nervous system is Multi-Tine Castle at the heart of Big Sar. And so roll me a resolve check real quick. Minus 30.
This ought to be good.
That is amazing.
He still made it
Yeah.
by
Rating is
3.
43?
No.
Minus,
No, minus
13.
minus 30 would have been 13.
yeah, so you
He
still make it.
barely made it.
Oh my god.
You feel the wet whiskered nose of your rat nuzzling at your ear, and it draws you back from this omniscient presence that you were
My
back
boy Woodrow.
back into yourself as Woodrow nuzzles you. He senses that something is amiss, gives you a little nuzzle, and you collapse back into your flesh cage and like populate your body and your nervous system, and then like
Wouldn't Woodrow's consciousness also be distributed through the ether of
you
Voshake Tadberg?
it's possible that rat anatomy works differently than
That's fair.
demi-human anatomy.
That's fair.
And so yeah, you fall back into yourself, wrench this guy off of the pedestal with your garrote, and he like even before you start strangling him, he lets out this like weird like guttural gasp and just like falls completely limp on top of you. And is 100% out cold. There's like a little bit of blood leaking from his nose.
I guess I don't have to do a takedown now.
Yeah, so he literally like falls through your arms like as you are trying to strangle him, collapses to the ground. And yeah, so he is unconscious or otherwise, worse.
I am likely visibly shaken though.
Yeah, so that was
What
something
do we see besides like when he goes up and touches? What happens?
so
our point of
you,
view?
from your perspective, it all looks pretty normal. He goes up, goes to garrote him. There's like a brief pause where like Nibis kind of like stares off into space, which you guys think is kind of weird, and then he like continues with the motion, and the guy like falls to the ground completely like comatose. And so it's weird because you guys can tell that Nibis didn't like do anything besides pull him away, and Nibis is like very much not okay with himself right now.
I'm gonna move up and check on them both.
The guy is like the wizard guy is breathing like very shallowy, and his blood is coming from his nose, and he is just like really not okay.
Nibis.
How does Nibis feel?
He's just kind of staring off at the wall.
I'll snap my fingers in front of his face to try and get his attention. Oi, Nibis, you alive?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
The hell did you do? He just fell on top of you, and you're on the ground with him.
When
He's
I
almost dead.
when I touched him, I was everywhere.
Oi, Did you do something before you started this mission?
I wish. I saw everything. The whole country. I was everywhere all at once.
Look, Nibis, you gotta be careful with some of them drugs. You never know what you're gonna get.
Morg, I swear to you, I've done plenty in my lifetime, but this was different. I haven't had no drugs today.
I'll do a scrutinize to see if he's telling the truth.
Sure.
Just because he's making no sense, it's like, there's no way. I don't fucking know if he's telling the fucking truth, because I can't make any checks.
Well, yeah, so you look at him and you kind of get the sense that he is like telling the truth. Even with like the failure, you're like, okay, well that's weird that he's talking this nonsense now.
I guess I will offer to help him up.
And I would imagine like I'm just weak. Like my whole body feels not my own.
You feel disgusting because where you were once everywhere, you are now just like flesh and bone and nerves, and you are like very aware of the difference.
Would you say that I liked that feeling? That I would crave
it was
that again?
absolutely like exalting, like this just absolute awareness, and you like in your body you notice just like the failings of like your eyesight. You're like, oh, I can only see this tiny spectrum of light. I can, I am limited by my muscles and my, my frailty as an old man. And so even that split second, you're like, wow, that was really something else.
What was it like?
I'm just not even responding. Like, I'm just staring at the
Yeah,
lectern.
He's probably like not great.
Does the spike things continue to the?
Yes, they are
Yeah.
constantly shooting from all of these different tubes. It's like each of the tubes is like a bundle of spaghetti, like dry spaghetti, and the little dry pieces of spaghetti are shooting out of the tubes and touching the center thing. And so it's like all of these like hundreds and hundreds of little pokey bits are interacting with the core while you guys are
there
sitting
wouldn't
here.
even really be enough room to like walk up and grab it.
There definitely is. You can get up there and like you can get close and grab it, but there's gonna be a chance of like getting speared by one of these interacting.
I get this like blank look on my face, and I like reach toward the lectern, and I just start
I'm gonna
like
try to stop him.
slowly inching towards it.
I'm gonna try to stop him.
All right, give me your competing athletics.
Okay.
Yeah, so you absolutely are
I stop
able
him.
to stop the frail old Nivis from touching the
best roll of the
lectern.
night.
Shame.
Tenon, I need it.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
The power, Tenon.
I know, buddy. I kind of want to touch it too after what you said, but you can't. We're not here for that. We don't get to.
I wasn't old. I was everything.
I know that sounds really nice. Trust me. There's a part of me that wants to touch it too, but we don't have time. We just simply don't have time, lad. I'm
Morg's
sorry.
gonna go grab it.
Have a shield. You need a shield to cover for the spikes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
could
good
you could
call.
bring a shield and.
Oh, take the keg off before you go.
I don't have
Yeah,
it.
I think
haven't had
Tenon
since
still
I
has
handed
it.
to him
Yeah.
a hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so before Morg grabs it, I do want to say that there are in where's my draw? There are sort of stacked in like piles here in the corner a bunch of what look like maybe like incomplete or like maybe like prototype, or they look very similar to the core that is in there. But are sort of missing bits of the internal like workings of the core. And so Morg, you're gonna grab it.
You know, before I do this, if I clear out some of those spikes from one of the towers, could I grab it safely then?
Clear out how?
Like take my glaive and smash.
Yeah,
Just,
you
like,
could
hack through the arms that are in the way.
you could do that. Cuz it's sort
gonna
of
do that.
like you're like walking up and you're like reaching up to grab it, and really you're just like trying not to get accidentally
Yeah, so if
stabbed,
I
but
could
you
just
could definitely
Clear,
start
like one spot.
Yeah, you could definitely like start hacking away at like this tube above and cut all the
Yeah.
arms, and then go from that
do that.
direction. Sure.
I will do that.
And yeah, you don't even need a roll. It's
We fucking made some for once.
yeah. So like this, again, it's kind of like a bundle of dry spaghetti coming out of this. And just with a swing of your glaive, you're very easily able to, in a few cuts, basically destroy or cut or bend all of these fairly slender mechanical arms.
Okay.
And Nimbus is just sobbing in Tenon's arms.
Just like, you know,
I know.
distraught.
There, Nimbus.
Yeah, and
None
so
of us wanna be old.
you clear this bundle, and it's still kind of like feebly trying to, you know,
Yeah.
shoot out little arms and stuff like that. And then you can reach up and grab the core, and it's suspended there magically, obviously, but it's not like
Which she
locked.
absolutely hates.
Yeah, and it feel like you get like tingles as you reach up to grab
Oh my
it.
god, that
and
just
you're-
makes it worse.
Yeah, your like hackles rise on the back of your neck as if, you know, like you're doing something against nature.
Of course
and-
I am. This is like everything my dooming was warning me against.
Yeah, it's very, very thematic for you.
Do not
Wait, what is
trust
you
what you
dooming
can't. Do not trust what you can't see. Motherfucking thing is floating.
So
Oh,
I have do not trust what you can't see, but I literally just saw everything.
Yeah.
Topher's like, that's my way to escape the dooming.
His dooming should be do not trust what you can see.
Yeah.
You can't. Right.
So you are able to pretty easily pull the mechanism like from the float, and immediately you feel the heft of it, quite heavy. And the second that you like pull it totally from the pedestal, there's a like brief pause, not just like audibly, but sort of like in all of your perceptions of like the continuity of time. And then there's like a low rumbling noise sort of coming from the air itself. And then each of these bundles of, oops, I don't have my draw tool. Each of these bundles of you know, actuating arms begin to absolutely like freak the hell out. Instead of one or two individual like pokers coming out to the center, it's alternating all from one tube and all from the next tube,
Jesus Christ.
punching into the center here from each of these directions, sort of in turn, trying to, you know, like reattach connection to the core. And when it finally fails, there is a fundamental change in all of your minds. Basically, you fall away from yourself, similar to what Nibus experienced when he went to Garrett the guy. But you sort of fall inward, like you perceive your skin and cells and all of the little bits inside the cells, down to the DNA, down to just like the very, you know, core molecular essence.
I experienced this also.
You experienced this too, sort of like 2 minutes after experiencing the complete opposite.
So it's like going from outer space to like the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
And,
Yeah.
And Nibus is just like disgusting.
Yeah, and so you are all still like seeing yourselves, but you don't see yourself as like, oh, this is my skin. You see yourself as, oh, I can see every individual molecule that makes up every part of my individual being.
Of my sickly old body.
Yeah. And so then, and as you fall deeper and deeper inward into that like perception, there's a brief flash where your sense of self is just like this digital sheet of information with numbers and letters, and then a brief flash of that, and you come back to yourself, normal perception, normal vision,
So are
and
you saying we saw the Matrix?
Guys, we're in the Matrix.
you saw something. It's very difficult to parse. And immediately you all know that something is incredibly wrong. The earth is shaking beneath you. There
Oh, just immediately.
there
no.
is in the air sort of this building like kind of like keening high-pitched noise that you can't quite place the direction of.
Tennant's just gonna start screaming, "Put it back! Put it back!"
I think it might be too late, but he could try and put it back.
Yeah, so the arms have stopped their frenzied like jabbing into the center. And when you go to put it back, you like heft it up, and it just like clonks onto the pedestal without the sort of magical levitation.
Right, so remember how that one mage said everything would be fine if it ever got removed? I think he was wrong.
Yeah, I think
Tennant, fucking say!
the term that
because he saw this coming.
That's what I'm gonna say.
the term that guy used was cataclysmic equilibrium, which was
cataclysmic equilibrium.
a much disproven, very fringe theory about the way that the difference engine worked. So, you know,
Basically just a fancy way of saying it'll cancel itself out.
So Nibis is not very coherent yet.
yeah. So you
But
have
he said-
experienced two very reality-altering things
Yeah,
in a very
but-
short amount of time.
He struggles to say, "We need to get out of here, and we don't even know where the exit is."
Nope.
And as you say that, almost in it would feel
Divine.
it would feel a little coincidental had you not just sort of experienced this like reality shaping change in your perception. But there is a great shake of the earth beneath you, and a fissure breaks, not like very wide, in the center. Oh, I can't fill it, but through the center of this room. And cracks the foundation underneath the pedestal, and the sort of surrounding like rough cave-like structure that you can see over this way that like surrounds the room where it's like sort of unfinished. Part of it falls away to partially reveal those like catacombs that you had been sort of planning to use to come up from, possibly. And so, go ahead.
How coincidental.
How coincidental. But it is not at all like a passable opening. It's more like you can... Oh, I don't want that to be all black. Get out of here. You can see like this entrance here, where it had kind of been like hastily walled over, but it is definitely not like a passable exit for you guys to go out of. But you can see through, you know, in through there, but it's kind of blocked by rubble and hasty masonry.
Fuck it, I'll just run up there with the powder keg and light it.
If you back up, I can shoot it.
I'm assuming we have like some fuse, right, or something.
You would probably
'Cause
have
the
brought.
lamp is gonna be a light source, so I'll snatch the lamp out of
I've got
whoever's hand.
matches too, so.
Yeah, matches
Sure,
or.
fine.
I just wanted to shoot something. I haven't had a chance.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Fuck it, I don't
No,
care.
you can light it. It makes more sense.
Shooting it is cool
When-
though.
when-
Shooting
when-
it is way more badass.
When Morg realized that the difference engine couldn't be put back, did he grab it again?
He'll pick it back up. He's not just gonna leave it.
Yeah,
Like the
'cause
world's
that's-
gonna end. The world might
That's-
end. He's gonna hope he can get some money out of it.
yeah, we might as well get some money and get out of this city.
Right.
I don't want to give it to the fucking rat men. Are you fucking serious?
They don't
found
have-
us.
They don't
trapped
have this
us.
whole engine thing. What are they gonna do with it?
You don't
Well,
fucking
maybe
know
they'll
what they
do
have.
it themselves, you know.
Oh my god. I can't believe we're even having this conversation right now. Blow the fucking hole wide open.
So
I'm just gonna motion to Arissa to shoot the
Oh
thing.
yeah, I do
'cause,
get to shoot it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot to grab matches, so it doesn't matter.
You can always leave it here
I
on
do
the
have the
floor
matches
and
on me, so.
What do I have to roll?
if
you can roll martial ranged.
Oh, I'm sad. That's not great.
Is it martial
Do
or
you
just
have a
simple?
Martial pistol?
Shouldn't it be simple?
have
I would
no
assume
idea.
that it would be a martial pistol.
Oh, it is martial.
It,
Right.
Oh,
while they are
Hey, you
doing
hit it.
this,
Did it?
Peter,
Yeah.
while they are doing this, I will go up, pick up the mage upstairs. I will bring him down here, and I will put him under the body of this mage in this
oh wait,
room.
we have smelling salts. Wake up
I
the
will-
wake up the mage.
I
Wake
will-
up the
I
mage
will-
that was.
Put him like was strangling him, or he was like touching him, or something.
Oh,
that
okay.
Both fell on the floor.
Yeah, like a fight.
Yep. Something like that.
Blame
I-
it on the other mage. I get it.
Yeah.
Blame me on someone else.
I'm not cut out for being a thief, guys.
It is unfortunate
I
that this
say
was
that
your.
as I shoot the barrel.
Yeah, and it.
The evidence isn't gonna matter when the entire fucking floor gives way and we all fucking fall into the earth.
And the explosion blows away the portion of the blocked hallway, and you do see that it was a connection to the sewers beneath and the catacombs and everything that had been previously poorly walled off during the construction of this whole facility.
You think they'd do that better?
Yeah, but it was really like not a huge issue until the rats started coming in from that area, and so it was on their to-do list to do a better job of sealing that until somebody stole the core of the difference engine.
right, it's time to go. Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, Tenon is actually going to wave smelling salts under the mage that was at the lectern under
Okay.
his nose and see if I can wake him up.
Yeah. So
I don't think he's gonna be the same, Tenon.
he
Someone's gotta fucking put it back.
he wakes up and like he blinks his eyes and he looks at you and he tries to talk, but it comes out in like a garbled like hubba blub 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 instead of words, and then you see
Oh great.
you see that he like
He's got the brain scramblers.
he frowns and then like sort of assesses the situation and looks at I guess Morg like running off with the difference engine core.
Is Morg running off with it? Because
Yes.
I thought
He's
we.
going through.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're getting paid.
He said, he's like, it's time to get out of here. Let's go.
For
And he
what
headed that
exactly?
way.
Getting paid for doing what exactly?
This is
Starting
the
at end
artifact.
of the world.
yeah,
This is the artifact that we're getting 1,000 gold for.
yeah, delivering it.
Yeah, I'm
We've
aware
already
that
come
it's
this
supposed to be-
far. We've doomed it. Morg's getting his money.
We can't put it back.
Look at me.
We
You
tried.
Fucking leave it. You fucking leave it here.
Keep running,
Morg.
Morg.
It's not
Chase
important
after him
anymore.
and tell that? Because he's already running through it.
Yeah,
With
he's-
you're doing the smelling salts.
Yeah, he's going.
Yeah,
Like, it blew
I'm
up and you
following.
made for it.
I'm following Morg. Keep going.
Yeah, so if you like, you can wake the mage up, and he like again like sort of looks around and assesses the situation, and as he sees Morg enter the hallway with like presumably the very heavy sack with the core in it, he just screams, and it's just like a scream of absolute like desperation and terror, and just continues to scream like
Topher knows what
literally.
that's like.
All right, I'm gonna try to shake him and slap him, and I'm just gonna ask him yes or no. Can it be put back?
And he like gets his composure for a second and looks at you and shakes his head no. And then all of you feel this wave of energy, not even like through like the air, but sort of through this winds of magic that you're not familiar with.
Oh God, this is my dooming.
And so everybody roll resolve real quick. And Matt, Tannen, the mage clearly feels it too, and his eyes and mouth begin to shine with light, just like visible, like glowing, growing incandescence from his eyes and mouth. Okay, so let's see. Morg succeeded.
Crushed it.
Arnulf and I failed.
Arnulf and Nibis
and Arnold
failed.
Yeah.
Everybody else passed.
So you guys suffer from stress as, let's see. So we'll roll this.
How much stress we talking?
So seven peril, mental if it
I'm good.
matters. As you basically begin to hallucinate, like the walls bleeding and whispers sort of circling your head of your name, and you realize again, like, okay, it's not real.
I just keep focused on Morg.
Yeah,
and just keep running
it's
behind
very
him.
scary, but I'm not gonna pay attention to it. And the rest of you feel that wave pass through you, but you don't have any like dramatic effect from it. But yeah, the mage in front of you, Tenon, is seemingly filling with light.
Yeah, I'm gonna run away from him.
And as you
I'm just gonna drop
all
and run away.
book it through, you hear from above you the snarling and smashing of metal and the sort of piercing roar of something enormous, that reminds you of a sign you read before you came down the spiral staircase, as you're exiting through the catacombs.
What did that sign say?
Does anybody remember?
Anybody remember what the sign upstairs said?
Something about demons?
It said demon storage and research.
Oh,
Fudge.
No. Oh no!
Let's get the fuck out of here then.
Fudge.
Morg picks it up and not hearing that.
Yeah, so you guys make your way through the catacombs and actually pretty rapidly enter areas that Nibis recognizes.
Oh no!
As
Well, we had the guards go down there to clear it out.
Hopefully, we did start that rumor.
yeah, and so
Yeah, we never did follow up on that, did we?
No.
Too.
No, we did it.
yeah, so
We're gonna
you...
run across an army of
Follow
guards'
up on it.
bodies. Just wait.
Right.
Just wait.
so
Vampire horses feeding on their corpses.
you actually are pleased to see that it is basically clear. There is a little
Hell
bit of
yeah.
sign of struggle and blood, but there are no more, spooky...
Are we in a small hallway?
You are in very tight hallways and winding passages and sewer tunnels.
Would a bottle bomb destabilize the cave behind us?
No,
It's
because a bottle
more-
bomb doesn't produce a shockwave. It
Okay.
just produces
Right.
fire.
Yeah, it's a Molotov.
And we don't have any other gunpowder like the powder keg, right?
I don't
No,
think
No,
you
it's
brought.
just powder
Got
keg.
the one powder keg.
We
Okay.
could roll a we could use a token.
You could say, actually, I brought a second powder keg if you wanted to.
We don't. I mean, if GM
Would
would
have
allow
carried
us
that.
13 gold, and we don't have 13 gold.
I mean, for the case of using the tokens, it could be like, oh, we got a 2-for-1 deal and only paid half price
Or-
for the second
maybe
one.
we- Or maybe we use a token and find one down here. I don't know.
Yeah,
Which
find
is
some
fine.
Dynamite laying around.
Yeah, you know,
Maybe.
it could be old excavators tools that were left behind 10 years ago or something. You know, I'm fine using the tokens to generate you these things, as long as there's a plausible.
I really think with potential demons on our... Sorry, let me do this in character. Those are probably the demons. We should look around for explosives so they can't follow us.
Right, you get right on now. I'm gonna keep going with this.
Morg is just like booking it.
So I'm gonna use a token and look around
Okay.
for a powder keg or dynamite.
Yeah, and we'll say for you remember seeing some when you were here the first time.
Okay.
You
And
were
so
you take a double
Who had-
switchback and you find that keg. You're like, oh, I hope this has good powder in it. And
And I say, wait! Give me the matches.
Gotcha.
And I-
Morg will set the thing down and throw the boxes behind him and pick
And
it
I-
up and keep going.
And I light it and run after Morg, hoping for the best.
And so you, as you're running away from it, you see in the darkness of the tunnel, the fuse burning down, and then it sputters out, and there's like a little wisp of smoke. And right as you lose hope, the whole barrel explodes, brings down the masonry of the tunnel, actually like exposes some daylight from above as you collapse a street like into these
Excellent.
tunnels.
Shit.
And
Meaning that demon is now going to be on the
Excellent.
surface.
I'm just gonna get there sooner or later, anyways.
That's probably true.
and as you guys reach the exit, at Nibis sort of guiding you through this
The
winding
gate that I had
tunnels.
unlocked
Yeah,
previously.
takes you through the gate and brings you to the street. You burst out into you're not really like in the main part of a district because this is where the airship is waiting for you for like extraction. So you burst out into like a like not like wooded, but it's kind of like a park where there's like plants and trees and not very many buildings. And you feel another wave of that energy sort of emanate across your consciousness through the winds of magic. And make another resolve check at -10 for this one.
Do I have to put a minus on it?
Yes, if you
Change
do,
your...
if you do
Well, you can just change your
Oh
difficulty rating.
man.
Yeah,
So
go up
close.
to the difficulty rating chart and just select the challenging
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, she got it.
result.
So far, everyone has
Oh.
failed.
Yeah, we're all
Excellent.
failing.
Good job, everybody.
Thanks.
Piss off.
So you
Copy.
suffer from fear and take 13 points of peril.
Oof.
I am
As,
imperiled.
as you burst
peril,
out
sir.
into the
I'm ignored
streets.
too.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So
I don't know. I've never been in peril.
like if 13 is higher than your threshold, you will go down one step on the peril track.
Right.
Whereas
So
my-
unhindered is base, right? So it goes down to imperiled
Yeah.
as the first one.
Yeah, and if it's higher than 2 of your thresholds, then you go down 2
Yeah.
steps.
So you have
So
you
you
have your
ignore
base
one
threshold
skill
and then the next
I
2
base
and
is
3 up.
10, and
Yeah.
then 16.
Yeah, so
So-
that
Yeah,
only
so you're just-
exceeds
Take
1.
So
Sorry.
you're
Yeah,
just
so you're just
imperiled.
at imperiled.
You're
Yeah,
not,
so-
yeah.
And you also want to fill that unhindered because that's where you start, and then you
Right.
would fill imperiled, and you sort of fill down as you become more exhausted and imperiled.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you all burst out of this like sewer grate into this park in the middle of Big Sar, and it is absolute just horrifying chaos everywhere.
What kind of chaos exactly?
Like, are you familiar with Harmonious Bosch, the painter?
Okay.
Where he like
God.
there are these scenes of just like madness and
I know what you're talking
insanity, where there's like bird-headed like babies crawling through carts and like just really crazy insane things.
It's like the scene from Berserk where all of the Griffin's company or whatever gets pulled into like the nether realm and they all get slaughtered by demons.
Yeah, similar.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
But so
Awesome.
yeah, the first thing that you notice above you is this multicolored ball of flame slowly growing in size, sort of directly above where you are. This new sun on trajectory towards the city, and everything that has been familiar to you about living in Big Sar is now twisted in some like horrifying just like mockery of what it used to be. There are people
No.
running through the streets with like tentacle arms and dogs with
Oh,
two
fuck.
heads like fighting giant rats, and the tree bark is growing faces. It is just
So
absolute.
essentially all of the built up chaos over like
just-
the last however many eons.
I just posted
is
one of his more
unleashed all at
popular
once.
paintings.
Oh god.
Yeah. And so
Beauty says, "I think I need to get out more."
so it is yeah, kind of what Tenon surmised is that all of the chaos energy that was being absorbed and redistributed by the Tines was being put somewhere, and now all of that is sort of coming in deficit once the Tine network has gone down. And so this
Kenan is
is
just fucking beside himself.
yeah. So for all intents and purposes,
I am so pissed.
To
and so
all-
shamed.
all five of you are perceiving the end of the world. It is absolutely just the worst.
And it's not just the end of the world, it's the end of the world that you cause. It's
Yeah.
the apocalypse
So
that you
there's-
directly...
No,
started.
I don't do it. They have proper
But
security.
is it?
It's not
But
my
is
fault.
it because I was hallucinating from the last wave? So maybe this is just a hallucination.
Yeah, so Nibis, you are probably still in your trip, and so everything's fine. And so surprisingly, your airship is still parked here at the gate.
Fuck.
It's
Waiting
not
for us.
it's not clear exactly where the pilot is, because you're not quite
Do any of us
boarded.
have the pilot skill?
You're not boarded yet, but you are.
I mean-
You can hop on and
Morg does. Morg.
You have drive,
Fucking
Mark?
run!
You have the
Oh,
drive
he's
skill?
hopping on. Like he's gonna find
Oh,
a
okay.
pilot. He's
Does
gonna
anybody
try.
have the drive skill? as part of their class.
Or pilot.
Pilot.
I don't
Is
have
what it would
either.
be.
I don't
Yeah.
have pilot or drive.
Wait, is there a separate pilot one?
There is a pilot, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's one.
Okay.
It's probably an
specifically for pilot.
advanced fucking profession.
Pilot
none
is
of
Yeah.
these
agility.
Oh,
have it.
pilot, agility. Yeah. Does anybody have either of those?
Nope.
I have pilot.
Oh, good.
You actually
Thank
have
fuck
Our
one.
smuggler can pilot the ship.
So
Alright, I
it was
am-
actually very
I do-
funny. I believe Arnulf wanted to replace pilot at character generation. I will allow you to unreplace it for this particular moment, but I thought that was very funny.
Yeah.
Because I was like, at
You
the
had
very
pilot.
beginning, I was like, oh, at least one of them has pilot. And then he's like, I really want to replace pilot with something else. And I was like,
Yeah.
all right, I guess you can do that.
Jesus.
But you will find the actual human pilot is in the ship. He is just curled in the fetal position underneath the steering helm of the ship. And is,
I'm gonna try to charm
Morg
him.
is going to shake him awake.
Yeah,
That's like
so
try
he's-
to shake him out of it.
he is awake.
There is no charm
Yeah.
here. Shake
So if
him
you
out
wanna-
of it
if
and
you
be
wanna,
"You
like-
need to get it moving."
If you want to intimidate him or something, you may.
Don't intimidate him.
I mean, why can't I charm him? And just be like, look, you seem
Because
like a
Morg
strong
is in
young
a
lad. You're
fucking
gonna be
frenzy
alright.
right now and wants to get out of here, and there's still one more place he has to go before he fucking leaves.
Yeah, to get our
You're
money.
gonna- No, they have our money at the drop, right? Isn't that
Yeah.
originally where we were supposed to go?
Yes, but there's another stop we need to make first.
Where?
I just can't believe
Home.
that you guys are still fucking focused on
Home.
the money.
Have you seen
Morg
Have
has
you
to
seen
go home.
the city morgue?
Morg just glares at you and he like towers over you and just like, we're going back to my house.
Yeah, so the
Mark!
the pilot is convinced and will bring you aloft. And the higher you guys get into the air,
Oh, wait, before we take off,
Okay.
can I please just look around the streets? I'm trying to find little Lucas. God damn it!
he is
Oh,
damn.
so close.
It's 2 over.
he's- you can
Spend a
re-roll
fortune
it.
point, Matt. Do it. It's for Lucas. You know
I'm
you want to.
gonna re-roll it. I gotta find the kid. Okay.
brought us
so let's see.
spyglass. You brought us
So
spyglass.
as you guys are like Morg is shaking the pilot to his senses. Tenon has this urge to find Lucas. You feel like your want to find Lucas sort of emanates from you. And in the same way that you feel these waves of like chaos energy ripple through you through the winds of magic, you almost feel your desire come out of you into the winds of magic. And
Okay.
from a side
So we'll push
alley
back into it.
comes running little Lucas, and he's screaming and waving to you guys and shouts, I saw the airship here, and I thought that this might be where you came out. What's happening?
Don't worry about it, lad. Just get on. Just get on.
Okay, Tenon, I'm coming.
Little Lucas, you saved him.
And so he
Sorry,
hops on.
somebody.
You're able
My
to
only fucking saving grace. I just sold out my entire home city for like some fucking gold.
We
Nibis
didn't know
is
this
still-
was gonna happen.
Nibis is still
I
trying to
feel like a
scream at
gigantic piece of
Morg.
shit. I knew it was gonna fucking happen. Are you kidding me? I fucking called it. And
How-
like
How close is Morg's home? to
Mr.
Mars?
We knew
Mr.
out of
Moon
game.
gave me a half-ass like, oh. Well, not even that though. I mean, like there were so many red flags like in game. Like my character, like honestly, all of our characters should have been pretty easily able to like piece it
This
together.
isn't a
Like,
movie
oh,
though.
our
This is real life.
Okay, in real life, if there were rat men that lived under the streets that wanted you to take a very important artifact and they were offering like an insane amount of money for it, would you have any like
Totally sounds legit.
predisposition
Depending on my
to question
circumstance,
that
maybe.
at
They could
all?
have
Oh,
been
question.
good
Oh, we
rats.
did question
Like
it, but
it's
we also
highly suspicious. It's insanely like
we expected them to
cartoonishly
do
suspicious.
something with it. We didn't expect that when we pulled it, that the world would immediately start to end.
And
Yeah,
maybe,
but then we went along and we learned what Multi-Tine Castle does and its function, and
But at the same time,
the only
scientist
reassurance
tells
we
you-
got was Mr. Moon being like, it's probably okay, and then like some
We had a
fucking
wizard.
like, yeah, a shit wizard. He was like a fucking apprentice wizard who got kicked out.
I
And
will
he's
say
like,
I've been worried
think
this
it's
There was
entire
another
probably-
wizard I talked to
okay.
about it too.
yeah, there was the guy at the library that was like
Yeah.
telling Morg.
Okay, yeah,
So
that's true.
Morg had like no reason. Not, it'd be
But
like, you know,
it's
listening
a Paul
to a
Gillis.
scientist.
Wizard.
My primary distrust was of the Skurzak, but
Well, yeah.
I was
have-
still afraid of something like this.
They're
If
good
it-
scrap.
If it makes you feel any better, the Skurzak also didn't know that this would happen.
If anyone's fault, it's Mage's fault.
Yeah.
They build it.
There should
Nibis
be-
is still trying to get more to
they,
go to the
they-
drop.
They build it and then they put
Go to the
proper
drop
security.
after we go to my house.
Morg, I
Yeah.
just saw a 6-legged baby crawl out of what looked like a 2-foot-tall strawberry. We need to go to the drop.
Morg is just going to scream at you.
Is that actually in the painting?
Yeah, so
with
at this
a
point,
successful intimidate check,
yeah.
and he's basically going to grab you around the throat and like for effect and shake you. We're going to my fucking house first.
And the pilot is
There's no point
convinced.
to any of this if we don't.
Pilot is convinced, and so he asks you where to take the ship.
Hell,
we have the rope. We can rappel down.
Yeah, and the ship has like a ladder, and like it's easy to
Sure.
like put it down and get people on. It's not like a big deal.
yeah.
And so as the ship raises above Big Sar, the horror is like tenfold. It is
Nibis
citywide.
finds like a cabinet or somewhere to like close himself into on the airship, and just turns to stone, clutching his gold rod,
Yeah.
his solid gold rod, and just goes to sleep as a statue. He's done.
I can't do this.
I don't blame him.
He's done, dude.
Don't blame him.
So you're flying over the city, and the ever enlarging falling star above you is just painting everything in this like dancing multicolor light. You see off into the distance towards one of the large forts on the east side of the city, that rising from like underground bunkers are 3 colossal like war machine mechs
Oh my god.
that begin to like rise
Yes.
from hidden bunkers, and they begin broadcasting this like super amplified voice of remain in your homes. The Voshek Tadberg army will be protecting the city of Big Sar, and from the sky drops in between the 3 of these mechs a like 25-foot tall demon like lord lands
Oh my god.
superhero pose in this like flaming corona of fire, and they like all turn on it and fire these colossal cannons, and it begins to like cut into them with this huge sword, and it's just like absolute total madness throughout the entire city as you are gliding overhead heading towards Morg's mom's house to pick her up.
Morg
far
would rather
away?
die.
From where my parents and I would.
You all live in the same district, and so it is
Fantastic.
it is not
Oh,
far between
yellow
everybody's
submarine.
house. And
I'm gonna
as
run to there.
as you're gliding through the air, bolts of like green and violet
Fucking
lightning
beauty.
are Yep.
Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. Just a demon, not a big bug.
Not a big one.
Oh god.
These bolts of lightning are like striking down from the comet and hitting individual people and just like grotesquely, like instantaneously mutating them into like these horrifying abominations. So the pilot's like dodging these bolts of lightning and like flying bat people and just like incredible nonsense as you touch down near the roof of Morg's house and only like a block from where Arissa lives.
Mark's going. He bolts. He's like climbing, rappelling down before it's even close enough.
Sure.
So we get their parents.
Yeah, we can grab
we?
Arissa.
I grabbed my roommate too.
Yeah. So if you want to get both your parents and your roommate.
I assume we all live in the same place because we're all guards.
That's fair.
Like
I could see that.
the
Yep.
same building.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you run in there and there's just like people like vomiting on the walls and there's already like dead people just scattered around from like random.
If anybody tries to attack me, I shoot them in the face.
Yeah, and as you're like brandishing the gun going through the apartment and nobody messes with you. Morg, do you like carry your mom or try and get her up?
If he has to. He carries her. Like if she's too slow, he just grabs her. He's like, "We gotta go."
Yeah, and so you're
World's ending.
you're right outside from your house where the airship is right outside your house, and so you can carry her back and get her on board. Arissa comes back sprinting with Jan and parents in tow. And are there any other stops that anyone wants to make on the airship?
Nope.
No.
I want pie and ice cream.
Oh man.
Shut the fuck up, Arnold. I want pie and ice.
Let's get
Arnold
the
just
hell
looks
out of
for a
Dodge.
Arnold just looks for a hot woman.
I like that's your concern.
And so hell out of Dodge means where? The drop or in a direction?
Yeah, let's go to the drop.
All right. So
I
the-
want to
Just
go
in
in
the
a
city.
direction.
Yeah,
let's go-
I don't necessarily
let's
want
go to
you
where the
listen
money
to
is.
Ratman. No, fuck off. Fuck the money. Fuck you. We're not fucking
Morg,
doing this.
Morg, please
We're
tell
not
me you're
doing
still
the
on my
fucking
side
deal.
for the money.
We're going to the drop.
Thank
The
you.
whole point of this.
Just this now.
This can't be for nothing. Don't you understand? I did this for a reason. It can't go to waste.
If we
It
give,
can't
if
help
we
me
hand
in
that,
vain.
if we hand this fucking engine over, you don't think it could be 20 times worse? What if this fucking happens again?
They can just doom themselves. I'm getting the fuck out of here because the world's already ending, or maybe we can survive and get the fuck away from here.
So as you are all arguing, a third and intensely powerful wave of just like pure emotion slams down from above, and all of you need to make a -30 resolve check.
I don't. That's like so difficult.
It is very difficult.
I failed by 2.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
I almost had it. Oh my god, Topher.
Nick has got a
Critical
crit
success.
That's beautiful.
It's because you made out of stone.
I
Yeah.
have experienced everything. Nothing phases me anymore.
Nimbus is like, this is nothing. I've been
I have
everything.
ascended.
I've been nothing. So everybody who
Well,
failed
he also has the benefit of currently being
Ooh.
stone.
takes 20 points of
I did
peril.
not pass.
Everyone takes 20 points of peril that didn't pass.
Yeah.
And so that's up from the original.
So yeah, for me
Yeah.
that would have been
Oh, shit.
3. That would have been 3 more ranks for me.
That's
Yeah.
2 for me.
And so if
So
you
I was at 13, and then you added
No, this is
20?
a new test.
yeah,
So
a
20.
new
Oh, okay.
yeah, so it doesn't
Okay.
accumulate. It's just whatever 20 exceeds, you will go that many steps down.
So you just go to that threshold.
Yeah,
So if this would pass 3, you'd go 3 more steps down
yeah, and if it
Oh,
passes
3
2,
more down
you go 2
from
more
where
down.
I already am.
from
Yeah.
where you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was 20,
you sh-
so 22 is my third one. So.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
most of
I'm
you should be at
Damn
ignore
near
3
incapacitated.
or
I'm at ignore
incapacitated.
I'm
Yeah,
incapacitated.
I'm at ignore
I'm at
3.
ignore 2.
Arnulf
I'd
goes
ignore
to sleep.
2.
Arnulf
Yeah.
is out.
And so incapacitated doesn't mean unconscious. It just means so overwhelmed that you are incapable
You're
of
basically in shock,
like taking meaningful action.
completely shell shocked.
And so what
Yeah.
gets Arnulf is that as you guys are flying to the drop, people begin to fall from the sky. Just like individuals falling from the sky at random, and where Arnulf is sort of huddled against the airship deck or whatever, a person falls and their upper body hits the airship and their lower body is just scissored right off, continue to go down into the city. And the person rolls over and looks at Arnulf and says, "Hey Arnulf, it's nice to see you," and begins crawling towards him and reaches out to touch his face right before it just dies right in front of him, which sends him spiraling into shock.
No, Thomas.
And so the airship continues on its way to the drop. You reach the
Morg hucks the upper half of the body off the ship, by the way.
yeah, just tosses it off. Again, the pilot deftly dodging the falling people coming from the sky now. And you reach, I think I called it 3-Pillar Hill, was the beautiful sort of drop zone.
Yeah.
Did we ruin a wedding?
There was clearly
Somewhere.
Yeah, so as
There's
you approach
definitely
the
a wedding
hill,
somewhere that we got ruined.
You're right.
there was clearly a wedding here, because as you approach, there is a field of dead and just like mutilated corpses of people in really nice clothing. And as the ship touches down, you see sort of like walking off in the distance what is clearly a bride and groom fused into like a monstrous spider creature traveling
God.
back into the city to feed more.
Can I shoot it in the head?
You can make a shot. It's really far off now because you guys are sort of touching down and it's going off into the distance.
How much negative would it be?
A -30 would be applicable.
Oh, well, I can't do.
Yeah, for a pistol, because you're like
risk it.
yeah,
I
you're
also
just like,
ignore 2 skill ranks.
oh yeah, so you would be rolling very low.
Yeah.
It would be.
Like-
I have a
You'd have to roll a
47,
1.
so
Yeah, and if you have a volatile gun, it can blow up. So.
I think I do.
But-
Yeah,
or
so
you
you
could get down
you
there and scream for the fucking
fine.
whoever's supposed to pick up.
It's fine. Topher doesn't do spider monsters anyways. Not
And-
anymore.
Hard doesn't.
from out of the shadowy sewer entrance that is at the base of this hill come running 2 hooded figures that you all recognize as disguised Skurzak. And they say, "Throw the engine and we'll throw the money."
Gee,
For the
fucking.
money.
Throw the money.
Where's the money? Let me see it.
And they look at each other and they confer very briefly, and you can't quite hear. And they together like I don't even know what to call it, like throw this enormous bag that hits the ground and is clearly like kind of spills open a little bit, full of gold coins.
Alright, he throws the fucking device at them like they wanted.
And they like, you could
Try to
tell
hit 'em
that,
with it.
yeah, they at first like are like shocked, and then they kind of like scramble almost cartoonishly to like catch it together.
Yeah.
And let's roll to see
I hope
exactly.
they fuck up.
I'm gonna run down to grab the coins.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna start counting coins right fucking now.
Jesus Christ! Get it on the ship first. We're not even.
Okay, so they do.
Oh, I thought you said they threw it onto the ship.
No, they just
They did.
Well, yeah,
They
they
did.
threw it like to you guys. It's not
I
quite
thought
on
they
the
just threw
ship.
it on the ground. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because the.
I meant to.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they managed to catch it between the two of them, just barely, and sort of sitting across both their backs, they scurry out of sight into the darkness with it.
Can I like try to quickly enumerate how much gold is actually there?
I think you have that talent, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can tell it is 1,000 gold. You immediately divide it up into like sections of 200.
Okay.
And it is, your full payment. It is all that was asked and all that was promised. And
Wasn't
the
a
end of
fucking
the
enough.
world.
I'll tell you that much.
and so the airship takes to the sky once more with the 5 thieves and kin in tow, the world dissolving
And
around
Lucas.
them, and this enormous cataclysmic ball of pure chaos destruction bearing down upon you and Big Sar. And it all gets a little fuzzy from here as waves and waves of just blasting, blinding emotion wash over everybody on the ship.
I will
And
give the pilot some smelling salts to keep him going as long as he can.
and he greatly accepts. He grabs a laudanum from your bag as well and throws it back.
Yep, that's
He's
fine. You
like,
can take
he's
one
like,
of
we
those.
need to get as far away from this thing as possible. And
Yeah.
it is just the ever increasing devastation on the ground as the star approaches closer and closer. And
So are we just like floating away very slowly? I'm assuming.
No,
the
he's
airships are
gutting
very
it.
Fast.
yeah,
Okay. So they are
Um,
kind of fast. What is
and-
it propelled by?
it is
Sorry to put you on the
propelled
spot.
by Witchstone, which happens to be
Oh,
another
okay, right.
form of condensed chaos energy. And you guys are propelling further and further from Big Sar as fast as this little airship can take you. And the last thing any of you really remember is a titanic bolt of green energy slamming into the center of the city and emanating this enormous shockwave that like visibly deforms the landscape as it passes beneath you. And then a second later, the air shockwave hits your airship, and you go spiraling out of control, and everybody loses consciousness as you fly far, far to the east. And that is the conclusion of the Scarlet Sash interlude story. Everybody did survive.
That's true.
Yay, I get my points back.
You're welcome for me raising the odds for you.
Why am I not typing?
You get more of them the more people
Yeah,
bet
I
against
saw
you.
that. like the
Yeah.
ratios and whatnot.
And so choose
Increasing the odds.
outcome. No, they are ready. Did you guys feel ready?
Ready for the mission? Yeah. Ready for what happened at the end? Out of character, yes. In character, no.
Yeah.
But I did expect you to have tragedy strike when I get there and my mom was mutated or just not there.
I thought about
I
doing
was kind of
that.
hoping you'd do something like that.
That
Me
felt
too, not gonna lie.
that felt a
Or at
little
least roll.
low-handed to me.
You should have at least rolled for it.
I mean, we can kill her
I
if
was-
you
I
want
was
her to be
ex- I was
dead.
ex-
No, it's
When I
not. I
went-
just was
when I went looking for-
expecting. Yeah.
When I went looking for Lucas, I expected you to be like, "Oh, you find him, and he's got a massive tentacle arm."
Yeah. But I mean, you guys were
Right.
already feeling bad about destroying the world, so I didn't want to like.
You were already
How-
feeling bad. I don't want to make you feel more bad.
Yeah.
Hunter, this is how it is. You gotta suck it up.
Gotta
Like,
double down.
well, I
Double
don't
down.
have to, but if you want to leave it to chance, or if you want to do it, you do it.
That's fair.
Chance
And
is
we
a
still,
great way to
like,
go
Do
about it.
whatever you want as the DM.
And
Yeah.
so you definitely this conclusion will segue, depending on what you guys want to do with your characters, will segue into you being able to integrate them into the mainline story. And
So in the main story, our characters knew that the star fell,
yeah,
and we were dealing with the after effects, the mutants, the demons, all that stuff, but we didn't know why the star fell.
and now you do. And there were a few other hints in there from the mainline story that we can go over when we play that one again. But yeah, so in my head, the airship that you are all escaping on makes it to at least decently close to the border of Voshek, Tadberg, and Lumerlin and crash lands, where you are all discovered by presumably the army or guards or some such group of individuals of authority, which would then segue you guys into the prison system and eventual draft into the Sash Bearers. And so that sort of intervening time we can all either collaborate on, or you can determine for your individual character, like, where does Morg's mom end up? Like, does she survive the crash? Does she get
So what you're
arrested?
saying is, all that money I got doesn't matter. I lose it.
Not necessarily. There is
We can hide
time-
it.
Yeah, there is time
Okay.
to determine amongst yourselves what happens between, and again, if you want to put the characters into the mainline story, you don't necessarily have to. They can, escape on their own with a cut of the money or something like that. But there's definitely that option of continuing their story in this broken world of the cursed land of Voshek Tadberg.
I want Nibis to... Go ahead.
Morg is gonna try and become a woodsman because it makes perfect sense for him with everything.
Hell yeah. I love it.
Nibis is gonna run away with his share of the gold and his solid gold rod that he kept for himself.
I love it.
And sneak off to some big city somewhere and
Make a new life.
who knows? Yeah, make a new life for himself. To be revealed potentially at some future date.
Sure.
I honestly have no idea what Arissa's gonna do yet. She might have a mental breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fair. Sort
Just
of.
told him one reason Morg didn't.
And also lose her parents because they're like, no, we disown you. You caused this.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you don't tell him that.
But
I mean, they were
technically-
there.
I'm pretty sure they
Yeah.
put 2 and 2 to fucking together.
Yeah, they were there at the drop. And depending on how much Arissa wanted them to see, they might not have been able to do it
I would have
instantly.
tried to not have them find out, but
Yeah, they could have been, in the room, in the hold, in
Yeah.
the whatever on the airship.
Below decks.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I don't
Uh,
honestly know if I want to play Arisa, but
Yeah, and
We'll
so
see.
Right.
it is entirely up to all of you how you want the characters to progress story-wise or not progress. You are all invited to join the mainline cast. It's super fun. It's a little bit different, obviously, than the Heist gameplay, but I enjoy it. Nate enjoys
clearly.
it. He'll never tell you, though.
I don't enjoy it. I love it. It's got Celine, dude.
And yeah, so now we have a little glimpse into what transpired in Big Sar, in Voshek Tadbird, before the fall. And, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's a chance to rebuild, a chance to make things better. Maybe some intrepid heroes will come along and right all of the wrongs that were wrought. But you'll have to tune in, not next week, because I'll be out of town. But probably the week after for more Scarlet Sash stories. Almost for sure, mainline stories. Probably featuring some of the people here. Maybe featuring
Definitely, man.
some new people here. We don't know. And, yeah. Thank you for watching. We've destroyed the world, and now it is time to fix it.
The world
the mages
we
did
really just destroyed Voshek Tadbird.
So we
We didn't-
destroyed,
no, no,
yes.
I mean, that's an entire nation.
Let's put the things into facts. Put it is device. Mages. Who
Yeah.
put a demon inside the device? Mages. So who put crappy security in a thing very, very dangerous? The mages. So it's Mage's fault.
It's true. And there should have probably
It's
been
true.
like backups or some kind of security measure or
Yeah.
something. You would think.
Should have been a failsafe.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Backups.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought the demon would be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the problem is they just never actually had turned it off before, so they hadn't tested it.
Yeah.
They didn't know what was gonna happen.
They were mad.
They didn't put a bottom to test
Yeah.
shut it off.
That's the essence of
It's of
hubris,
emergency.
though, right?
Break the glass.
Yeah.
Right.
You set
Always
something
moving
up
forward, never
Yeah.
looking back.
and you expect it to always work the way that it always has.
In hindsight, we could have given the Skurzak one of the prototype
Hey,
devices.
I realized that too. They wouldn't have even noticed it as we had got out of there. He just
Wait, there were prototype devices?
There
Yeah,
was
in the
there
room.
was a small pile of down
Yeah.
here.
I thought about it, but then I remembered that the guy drew very, very perfectly what he wanted. So
Yep.
Mhm. But
So, yeah,
as
it's
Hunter
a-
to
said,
get it.
in that
It
case,
would've
they
been a
may not
pretty
have
big
worried about it. They
exception.
would have been like, just pass it here, and then would have
Well,
realized
I'm
later.
assuming that, like, canonically, linearly, since this is like a prequel, the Skurzak having that probably plays into your storyline, and they kind of need to have the actual.
It is
Need to.
it is mutable at this point. I designed a variety of outcomes that I expected. And it's nice that the mainline story has a lot of flexibility in terms of those like big time story details, because the mainline story is much more focused on the individual like sash bearers and what they're doing in response to the end of the world. And of course there will be more and more of these big reveals in that story, but since we're not there yet, they can change based on what happens.
What was the plan if we didn't take it? And we
Yeah,
just
so we're
left
gonna turn the stream off. Thank you everybody for watching. We'll do our little discussion afterward. And again, tune in, not next Friday, but the Friday after. We'll be doing more Scarlet Sash
Yeah.
stories. Thank you everybody. You're amazing. and have a wonderful night.
Bye bye.
We gonna raid or are we gonna turn it off?
Oh god.
Let's raid Shane.
Can I... Let's see if this will work.
Might as well raid somebody, right?
I don't have permission to raid, so we can't.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Ah,
My
no.
bad. Shouldn't have brought it up.
Goodbye.